Ah! Ah! Greetings everyone, I am Low Energy Videos. Except today, I'm also mostly full of... Alright, 99% full of cider apparently. With more on the way. And West Cork triple distilled whiskey. What brought this on, Lev? Well, yesterday I was doing a drinking stream out in Discord. So it wasn't a stream, it was more of a, anyone can pop in and we watch whatever. It didn't go the way I was expecting. Let's just say that yesterday something very big happened. Politically. In America. In Utah. And it kind of ruined the mood. Including my mood. I mean, it didn't ruin my mood, but it did ruin the vibe. And instead, I'd rather do something social with alcohol that isn't so screechy. Because yesterday got screechy. I mean, you can't blame people for going screechy. It was a very screechy-worthy moment. Keep thinking about that version of Cops, but it was The Simpsons. And they went to Principal Skinner's house. And she just keeps saying, and I just kept screeching and screeching at him. There we go. So, all I'm going to do on this stream is grind nanites and the resources to buy the items to buy more nanites. I might do some missions, some quests that will get me some nanites. All I'm looking for is nanites. I don't want to play multiplayer with people today. I don't. No. Do not pop into my room. I will boot you. Today is me. I want to vibe with chat. I will do a shot for a dono, but let's be real here. No one's really cares about that too much. And it's not responding to my controller. So back into No Man's Sky we go. Anyway. Standard fare. Like, share, subscribe. Check out the doobly-doo. I will be getting drunk. We will be listening to stuff. Billy the Fridge dropped a new album. I've listened to it. It's pretty dope. I don't know if he'd want me to listen to it this early on after release. It could cut into his bread and butter. Next time we do like a long sort of laid back one. Why is that up in the corner there? That's weird. I believe this is the one I had last. Let's go into this. For food, I have some rice and tuna. I have some air-fried chips. Well, actually, they're chipper chips. And McDonald's. I've got a eclectic connection of food. But I'm not hungry now. What I am is absolutely financially destitute. I have zero currency. This is not why I am making this stream. In fact, now thinking of it, I don't know how PayPal would be able to help. But I suppose, Weatherspoons. I will be doing a Weatherspoons stream. That's for sure. Now, I have 51 nanites and the means to produce many, many more. I found out this life hack. In a lot of really basic machine stuff, you get goop. You buy goop. you turn goop into this. Residual goop. Pulsating, foul-smelling goop builds up in poorly maintained machinery. Viscous fluids. Viscous fluids. Natural thick liquid of dubious color. This origins are impossible to fathom. Appears to have some mild magnetic properties. So we'll let this work. Now you can buy this shit, but you can also find it in random tech. But my job is to keep a constant credit or unit supply going. And for that you need a whole sort of resources. Pardon me a moment. Tra-la-la. Okay. Yeah, so the elephant in the room being Charlie Kirk getting assassinated as I was hanging out with a bunch of lefties, which, you know, girl, same. But, there's lefties. Like, no one was sad the man was dead. Everyone was sad of the manner of his death. And that started debate. Points, fingers. Enraged opinions. And that is not what I was after. So, I just ended it. It sucked. But it's kind of expected. What doesn't suck is this game. I've completely come around on it. Oh, I guess this was my doing. You know, I could get very, very sad about that fact. Or why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? Lots of reasons. It's great that you're asking instead of just accusing me of Mr. Strawman. Like, there are people out here who spend their days playing this game. And I can see it. It ain't really hooking me the same way as a Paradox game is. But this is almost like a proto next installment of Empire of Dirt. Empire of Dirt I'm looking at it, maybe I shouldn't have. There's viscous fluids. Now we take this and it turns into living slime. LEV, what is your endgame? Heavy oozing slime moving gently as a heartbeat of its own. Nutrient source unknown. Anyway, my end goal is just to grind. My end goal is just to vibe. And when I get enough nanites, I upgrade myself. I'm going to need about maybe 200 nanites. And I have 51 right now. Basing my base right outside of the thingamajig was a good choice. the merchant thing. That was smart of me. Very clever. I've already got an updated gun, an ion thingamajig. It's very ion-y. It cuts through shit better. It also is an actual gun. Where beforehand, when I was playing the multiplayer, it wasn't. It was a just a regular standard mining shit. Oxygen. Don't need ferrite, I need trees, carbon. Now, once I get bored of the music in the background, I will go and turn something on. Not my playlist, I don't know what. If you may have noticed, I have a new series called Empire of Dirt, where I play a lot of Fallout. Well, starting next week, I will be playing a lot of this, as this character, grinding. Thank you. I don't know what. It'll be something fun. Unless there's a bit of news. If the shooter was caught or whatever. I know they found his gun. This is gonna date this video so much. So, Charlie Kirk, right-wing enthusiast. Now, I'm also going to go and lower this down a bit. There we go. Nice. Nice. I think that that's enough time wasted. Always keep carbon on you. Oh, sentient plant. Alburn Pearl. Ooh, what are you? Oh. Hello, Sentinels. I gotta go now. I didn't realize I made a faux pas. I'll go through the terminal, but aha! I am in a building. Should have taken a quest to kill some sentinels. And this is what we're looking for here. Runaway mold. Skip the process if you can just find runaway mold. Why is runaway mold important? Well, you'll see. Sentinel force deactivated. Yep. salvage tech. Still need to get the health station and the solar panels, which will be very practical. For that I need to go exploring, which I'm not doing. What I am doing is this. Let's repeat the motherfucking process. A gemstone formed over the course of centuries with the egg of a super incubator series. Highly ornamental, selves living seeds, grains of potential life. Ooh. Anyway, runaway mold. An out-of-control mold growth that builds up in poorly maintained machinery. Likely severe different species of mold merged together into one super colony. And here it is. What we're looking for. 25 goddamn nanites. $25. Now we have 76. Still couldn't buy anything. So here's the process repeated all over again. Let's see. Trade in the navigational data, but where's the seeds? The pearl, sorry. It's actually not even that much. Yeah, residual group, it's already coming back. My own demand is not enough for this. So, the standard core gameplay loop I'm going to aim for here is when not restoring this shit, as such, I will be out, especially on the ship here. Where's my ship? Okay. I'm gonna go now and find ruined ships, like crash stuff, stuff related to the Gek language, like this, for example. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Drinking, have we been there, Lev? Drinking, have we been there, Lev? It's just like Euro Truck all over again. It's mildly better. To the max. Steamer boss, want to co-op? I got a bit of experience. Willing to start a new save to join at the ground level. Thank you, Cone, and welcome to the stream. I've got a game that I work with people where once a month we show up, and they've completely maxed out the game. They're just like, Christ. They are so... They're so, like, finished with the base game. I want to do that myself, and once a month I come back and I'm a little bit smarter and a little bit stronger, and we fuck around for a bit, usually on stream. So thanks, but I want to do this myself. Now, saying that, I've done the goop refinery routine to get more nanites, but is there a better way? I can leave system. That's about it so far. I am just looking for nanites at this point now, just to upgrade myself. But I'm not getting a huge amount back. That will change eventually. But any advice given on that topic? Greatly appreciate it. Will. Outlaw systems. Units trade for nanites. Ooh, I don't even think I've gotten into an outlaw system yet. I imagine you get attacked a lot out there. Yeah, no, last time I did a Twitch stream with them, one of my mates was like, I could just give you a bunch of random stuff. And I'm like, yeah, did you get that from somebody or did you earn them? And they're like, I earned them. I'm like, well, I'd like to earn mine too. There's something very cathartic about getting resources. In fact, I best head back to base now. It's the core gameplay loop. You see a thing, you scan it, you smash it down for resources, and then you kind of... Nice. You use those resources to make better resources. It's pretty good. It's not really my cup of tea, normally, but it's very chill, and I like that. Alright, where's my... Also, I've been drinking, so... Let's get this motherfucker behind a wheel. Hell yeah. Ancient ruins. Was I already there? I think I was. There we are. You can see how sparse everything's gone. Maybe I should end up for like an advanced mining laser. That'd be pretty good. Yeah, this is how, if I'm not doing missions, this is how I do my nanites. I mean, if I can find them, I'll find them. Oh yeah, out of power, are we? Could have sworn I restocked you. Living slime. Turns you into mold. Mold turns into nanites. A little bit of a cottage industry going on here. I scrap ships and make custom ships. Some people look for locations and build cool megastructures. I can do that in Fallout 4 with the mods I have. I got no mods for this. I could, but I'm... Nah. I've never finished a game, but I was there on opening day. I really was not a, I was not prepared for this, how jank and underwhelming the original game was, so I put it aside for a couple of years. I'll restock my, I'll restock my ship fuel. Oh yeah. Alright. Make a mental note to get more dehydrogen. Mold nanites. Hell yeah. It's infinite money! Imagine there was something you could do that wasn't drugs. Before people say it. Before, if it wasn't drugs. And, you could find a way of just, like, printing this shit out. Not making forged money. But rather just something you could then go and sell. I'm thinking if you low-key knew a location of a gold mine, you could then take it to that used gold sort of places, turn that into money. Because if you had if you had an oil deposit, what the fuck would you do with oil? Like, you'd need to contact someone who could, like, refine that. That ain't cheap or easy. Gold, you just need to know how to work gold. Baby's first factory system going on over here. That is true. But that requires something very important. Skill. That's what a lot of those people who are into AI don't get. You need to be able to go and say, oh, you know, I've got an idea in my head, I want to make it work. And then you go and make it work. But it probably the first time you do it, or the 20th time you do it, it won't look quite right. Until one day it just clicks. And at that point, people come to you. Where AI, at a push of a button, makes gibberish that if you keep pressing that button, it makes something good enough. It might change one day. It probably will. But pottery requires skill. If you literally could just reach down and pick, even like, I know a lot of farmers. I mean, I live out in the countryside. Hell, I'm wearing a Roscommon baseball cap right now. Like, a lot of people say, oh, the easiest thing you can make is potatoes. The easiest thing you can grow is potatoes. And I'm like, yes and no. It does require a lot of stuff. But if you ask someone who spent their entire life working in a field, what's the easiest thing to make? And they'd kind of think about it and just be like, potatoes. But they still have to have that knowledge going in. Let's do one more cycle. How are we doing? No, we're not there yet. And I think these two are empty, so at 126, I might buy a single upgrade. It's alright. A carrot farm besides a bunny farm? Kinda? I mean, eventually the rabbits would destroy their own, unless you kept them in cages. the rabbits would destroy their own food supply because they're always digging. I got one better for you. Sheep. By that logic, sheep on the outside look like the easiest thing in the world. You let them out, you graze them, you give them a bit of water, which I'm in Ireland, so we got plenty of that. And then you go and just, I don't know, get a pair of shears, get some wool. Let's see. Wait, I want to. Yeah, no, I want to exchange. My bad. I mean, I could purchase a random map, which for 15 nanites. There. Wait, what? Oh, I'm an idiot! Oh, that's alcohol working. Right there, that was alcohol working. Alright, whatever. It's infinite money. I'm gonna pretend that part didn't happen. New friend, I've been to you numerous times. New friend. Should I save up for the mining beam? Because I need to upgrade my... Wait, what? What's my gun? What's my multi-tool? It's still a C class. Can you use nanites to upgrade your class? So... Yeah. Upgrade class. 10,000 nanites. Oh, baby. This is why I know I'm in the fucking bush leagues. Much like my streaming career. Like, share, subscribe, guys. Mining babe. I'm the equivalent of a guy who spends his money for let's see. Overheat downtime, -8. Alright, well, if this doesn't already have a good mining downtime, you know, that wouldn't be so bad. But I'm the equivalent of a guy who takes, like, his government money and just spends it all in the bookies. The next one will be the big hit, you'll see. Yes, no, you're right. I actually knew that part, but I still fucked it up because I've been drinking. I was up in the pub. I got a bunch of cider here, and I got a bunch of whiskey. I suppose I'll do shots for donos, but I'm not exactly pressed about that. What I am pressed about is, now if you want infinite money, this here. Imagine being able to get up and just finding an asteroid belt. And it's all yours. Yeah, that's infinite money. I do like how stuff that we take for granted as being super expensive is like worth next to nothing. Like, silver is actually not all that great. It's kind of a base commodity. Gold's not so bad. I might want to think of upgrading my ship next. I'm still in the Radiant. I don't think I've upgraded anything on my Radiant. I did something. Launch cost, -8. That was no, that's good. This early on, -8, perfectly fine. Oh, you know what else I should have done? And I'm actually going to do now. so I can save a little bit of launch fuel should I ever get a stupid idea of launching up back here. Don't know why your ship automatically pops in when you go through the teleporter. Or silver. I should check the notice board, see if there's any missions. Smoke bastard. Yeah, when I first played this, there was so much controversy over, like, is there actually any multiplayer going on? Is there... like, everything looks the same? Which, to be honest, they haven't... You can't not have that. I played Starfield, and in a lot of ways, Starfield is just much better. In other ways, the bulk of the ways, though, it's much worse. Starfield is such a disappointment. Good or ill, there's actual personalities in it, but I don't know, there's... around here. Alright, let's see. Nanites. Urgent payload. Unmarked delivery. Potential yield. Dangerous melee. Kill 8 sentinels. Alright. Client hopes to free the system from the yokes of sentinels. They feel like destruction of any sentinels to be celebrated. Alright. Destroy sentinels. Let's see, define where some sentinels are. Alright. Let's see. Well, there were those plants that summoned the sentinels. That was pretty good. It's little things like seeing the asteroids that you've already mined still hang up there. It's kind of cool. There must be so much processing power for memory going on. Jesus. So I need to kill 8 sentinels. Let's go on planet and see what we can find. Let's start at the ancient ruins and see what we can get. The only time I can think recently where I've had to deal with sentinels was when the sentient plants. I took their shit. Ooh, a knowledge stone. Where? Oh. Silicate. So much silicate, my god. Aha! Can't hide from me, motherfucker. Artifact fragment. New item. Ancient key. Well, well, well. Seems we have a mystery. Oh. Nah. I like how you're able to unearth the ruins rather than just finding them standing. That's kind of cool. So there is a whole city underneath me. Well, if I need glass, I got plenty to work with. Fuck you, Minecraft rules. There we go. I'm going right down. Whoa! Could I see the universe underneath? I think I did. Oh no, what am I going to do? Oh, I'm sure this is very structurally stable. Oh, it's advanced alien tech. It'll just be all hovering and shit. Yeah, okay. Somebody modeled these, and by God, we're gonna see them. Hey, look! Cider! This is me 6th now. I had 2 pints up at the pub, waiting for me chips. Got them ready when I want them, along with some McDonald's chicken nuggets, because it's only the best for LEV. Can you believe only like a few days ago I said that I had lost weight? Like I had actually gone down a size. That's the power of actually sticking to a diet. Can't wait to get back to it. But I got a trip next week. And I'll try to do a live stream out of Belfast. But I've made that promise before and not being able to commit. Saying that there is a Weatherspoons in Belfast. So... welcome to LEV's face in a public place. Should actually title it that. Now, thanks to PayPal, if you guys donate me anything, you can buy me a drink. Hell yeah. Not that you guys will do that. Well, I mean, you have in the past, I suppose. Hell, I remember one year you guys paid for my whole hotel. That was pretty cool. Though, Belfast will only be a day. I'm still on the fence if I want to do a day in Dublin too. I mean, a hostel in Dublin is like 50 quid. That's not really that bad. I wish I had the currency to go to some place that wasn't a hostel, like an Airbnb, but whatever. That's what I get for not saving. I have a very nice Scotland hotel lined up. That's gonna be dope. Can't wait to do that. Remember, I'll be going to England, Scotland, Wales, Cornwall. I'm gonna go to Cornwall next year at least once. I don't know how. I think a flight's like 70 quid, so it's not that bad. It's probably just seasonal. Okay, so nothing's really going on here. So unless this side has a door of some way. Here, we'll do it out of here. Oh, damn. Alright. I guess we can move on to the silica. I think we got plenty of that. We can spare that shit. Nah. Doesn't look like there's anything going on here. Uh-oh. Great. How convenient that silica power, the thing you'll be cutting away most, will also power this thing. Almost like someone designed it that way. A key that I have no idea what is good for. Well, I imagine I will find out. Wait a minute. Did I get rid of the knowledge stone that I was looking for? Because they blow up when you touch them with your modulator. Gravito ball. Yes! It's go time. Now, will I win this fight? I don't know. One. Fuck you. Ah! Okay. Okay. I wanted to have a fight with a bunch of sentinels. I guess I'm having a fight with a bunch of sentinels. Even killed a few. Load. Thank you. Ah! Ship time. Don't even know what the fuck that is. Into it. Now, go. Sir Robin, run away. Come on, motherfucker. Let's ride. Hey, Bill. You have something you want to tell to the class? About where you were? Anywhere near a particular college? You already have one fan in our chat, if that's the case. Please. Don't. Because it kind of ruined yesterday's vibe. That's why I'm doing kind of a do-over like this. I want to have drinks and talk to people. Oh my god! Stop flinging around. This isn't Ace Combat. Good. Good. Ah. You're done for, motherfucker. Fuck! No, no, man, come on. He's almost dead. Ah! Let's get out of here, Scoob! What the fuck? Game? Thank you. Fine. Well, it's because I wanted a few fucking nanites. Ugh. Fuck you! Nowhere near it. There are cameras and possible eyewitness. Yeah. Like, obviously it wasn't. Still, it was wild. We only destroyed 3? God damn it. Hello, friend. No. Particle, a microrift is created as they form. Sentinel forces will respond. Yeah. Okay. A bit of money there. I should have some silver I can sell. Yeah. No. Alright, I need to pee because I've been drinking lots of cider. I will be right back. And then I think we'll start listening to stuff. Come on, game. 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 Thank you. I'll buy more goop. If I'm right, shouldn't I already have something ready to go? Eh. Still. Hell yeah. That's going to be a potent amount of nanites. Alright, I will be back in a jiffy. Jiffy pop. got chips from the chipper. Alright. Let's have a look. Trump had a stroke? What? I've seen some of the person of interest. Alright. They're white, so that's one thing. That's one very interesting thing. It would be so great if it was another conservative. Wait, there's another patch for Cyberpunk? God. Oh yeah, with everything that's going on, I almost forgot that it's 9/11. Here, from Rad King, Fallout Ghoul lore. Hope you like some goddamn Fallout, because this is what we're listening to for the next hour.
Welcome, Adam's Child, to this week's sermon, the fourth chapter of our treatment of Ghoul lore. This one specifically looking at the lore that was added in Fallout 76 and the first season of the TV show. This one is going to be spicy because a number of these additions have been the most controversial since Billy the Ghoul Kid. So let's waste no time and crank up the rads to examine Bethesda's latest additions to one of Fallout's most important creatures. I also want
to just turn it all off straight away.
A new channel where I look to cover Fallout news, leaks, fan and community updates, as well as talk more freely and personally about other games and things that I enjoy. So, if that sounds fun, hop over and subscribe. I have a few videos ready to go. Fallout 76 was the first to do many things. Take Fallout into the online multiplayer space. Take place merely decades after the Great War instead of centuries. And take Bethesda's reputation all at the same time. One of those is important here, though, because for the first time we get to see what the early reactions were to ghouls. At a time when few people had ever seen or interacted with them, and the term ghoul was not universally known or applied yet. As could be completely expected, ghouls were seen as terrifying, monstrous, and a horrific threat that came as a consequence of the Great War. Harper's Ferry was a town in Appalachia known for its tourism, but that began to be threatened by a large and growing group of government distrusting preppers who would brand themselves as the Free States. They fared the end of the world much better than most. They had built bunkers and stored supplies for an event like this, but they weren't prepared for the new threats of the irradiated wasteland.
Whoops.
Withered, zombie-like, and fierce humanoid creatures began to appear and relentlessly attack the Free Staters and other survivors. The possibility that these things were anything more than a quick death didn't occur to many people, except for one sympathetic survivor. Ella Ames recorded her first encounter with a feral ghoul. Quick, scary, but also something strangely human about the creature. She found a letter to this thing's mom, old and falling apart in a tattered pocket. Around the neck was a locket with the picture of a young girl, this creature's daughter, perhaps. This led Ella to wonder if they were once human. Could they still be somewhere under layers of decay?
Once they turn feral, no.
By some people, and Ella sought these out. Was there humanity in
You can't unferal
That
ghouls.
question would be answer
Until they
time
retcon
when
it.
a local young man named Daniel Whitby would start ghoulifying, but he was hidden away by a sympathetic woman named Lucy Harwick. There will be a lot more about this Lucy, but it wasn't until Daniel ghoulified that everyone had to grapple with the fact that sentient ghouls absolutely were a thing, which made things just a lot more complicated. In these early days, it wasn't clear what caused people to ghoulify, although it was understood early on that ghouls were quite radioactive. Some thought it was a disease like any other and therefore contagious, so they were adamant about exiling Daniel, the ghoul, from the Free State community. Others were less sure and thought it was a condition that everyone was susceptible to and just a natural consequence of allowing the world to burn. The Free Staters at Harper's Ferry established and would maintain a shoot-on-sight practice when it came to ghouls because of their first encounters with them, and they were not alone. Most settlements had a similar policy, even places as far as Charlotte, North Carolina, according to one ghoul. This initial stance on ghouls is understandable, since it appears that nearly all ghouls very early on were feral. They were roaming the wastes, terrorizing survivors like the raiders that had forcefully taken a church in eastern Appalachia from a group of starving people. The raiders had no idea what the ghouls were, describing them as weirdos who looked like they were burned and smelled awful. Most of the
Alright.
raiders would
I think
abandon
I've
the church when they were
waited enough
attacked by
times.
the
It should be
feral
ready to
ghouls. The
harvest.
ghouls would later claim the church for their own, still occupying it and lingering in it over 2 decades after the Great War. This behavior of gathering around churches and graveyards exists in Fallout 76, like the Charleston Chapel, although not to the same extent as in Fallout 4. But I do think we have a solid out-of-universe explanation for this behavior that we'll get to later. Even years later in Appalachia, ghouls are outright banned from some places. The Brotherhood of Steel has no tolerance for ghouls. Even the larger settlements like Foundation are wary of ghouls, as are the raiders at the crater. As one ghoul states, nearly everyone is at least suspicious of ghouls, and ghouls will often be the first ones blamed for when things go wrong. It makes sense then, in a world where most communities have a shoot first and ask questions later policy with them and don't even know how ghoulification occurs or spreads, that there was very little sympathy given to any ghouls, no matter how dire their situation. Even though groups like the Responders are less judgmental of ghouls, it is no surprise then that several attempts were made to create ghoul communities where ghouls could gather together and be safe. One interesting exception seems to be the Mothman cultists, who had many ghoulified members among their ranks and showed no signs of discrimination. It is a small wonder then that some very selfish ghouls like Bethy, who is a pre-war soil scientist, is using her ability to go into irradiated areas to continue research into how to clean up contaminated soil so it can be reclaimed for farming, which is a very selfless act that will primarily benefit those that would sooner shoot her than thank her. Remember Lucy, the Free Stater that hid away a ghoulifying young man from the rest of the community in order to save his life? She had to run for her own life after people discovered Daniel, and we aren't sure of Daniel's fate, but Lucy would adopt a new life mission. As fate would have it, Lucy herself would ghoulify, and she began leaving notes around Appalachia, places that she thought fellow ghouls might stumble upon. Lucy rejected the term ghoul, which had been spreading through the wasteland to describe these poor radiation afflicted souls, and instead preferred the term the changed. She begs for any
That's
change
nice.
so
You're
that they
fucking
might
ghouls.
join her and others like her at Valley Galleria, where they wouldn't have to fear hatred and discrimination any longer. These old shopping ruins would become somewhat of a utopia for the ghouls. It had plenty of stuff, food, and people avoided the area because of throngs of ferals that prowled the outside of the Galleria. This perfect setup, which had attracted a decently large group and even one non-ghoulified human who came to support her ghoul sister, couldn't last forever. One person, burning with rage and hate for ghouls, was on a single-minded mission to exterminate any and all ghouls that he came across after his entire family were killed by a group of ferals, leaving only him alive. Duncan McCann heard of this safe haven for ghouls and immediately put together a hunting party to find it and to kill every last one of them. The hunting party would gradually lose members on its mission, some falling to the ferals that they would happen upon while searching for the Valley Galleria, but Duncan absolutely refused to stop or turn back. Lucy and her
I'm
group
looking for
thought little of this
salvage
hunting
now,
group's
thinking of
plans
it.
to them, and Lucy made an executive decision to move the group to a more defensible location, the underground portion of an old chemical factory. Being hunted, the group made it to the facility, but Duncan and what remained of his group found them and immediately started attacking. When the dust settled, Duncan had killed the last member of his own party when she realized that they were attacking Lucy Harwick, whom she had known. And of course, Daniel was sure to put down Lucy and the rest of her ghouls. Duncan himself suffered a mortal wound in this process, though, and he died there alone and surrounded by the ghouls that he had dedicated his life to eradicating. It was this intense hatred and violence against ghouls that convinced many of them to leave Appalachia completely, many heading for the East Coast. It would be
Yes,
worth
no
noting
east.
that the coast, especially just east in the Capital Wasteland area, was in much worse condition, so many of the migrants would actually come back. Some of them would decide to stay because of the establishment of the ghoul settlement that would become known as Underworld, which would be successful enough that it would still exist nearly 200 years later during the events of Fallout 3. There is limited acceptance of ghouls at Foundation, as evidenced by them allowing Penelope Hornwright to live there, as can a ghoulified Chinese agent. Currently in Fallout 76, the most successful ghoul-only settlement was revealed with the Ghoul Within update at a place called Radiant Hills. The ghouls that claim this highly irradiated missile silo and former military
Ghoul.
complex are part of a group called the Revenants, an ultra-secretive ghoul-only group that started as 3 members of Lucy Harwick's community when it was still thriving. Their name is particularly fitting, as a Revenant is one who has returned from the dead, an apt description of a ghoul whose former life dies and they are reborn looking and smelling like a corpse. Rather than following her to dire chemical, they went out on their own. They were forced to raid to survive, and one of this trio would die to save the other 2 in one particularly bad raid. The 2 surviving members would be the ones to find this military facility and claim it as their
Alright.
home, and one of them, Maddox, would become the leader of the fledgling Revenants. Due to a very strict protocol, the Revenants remained largely unknown and mysterious, although their often brutal methods of eliminating any witnesses couldn't keep a rumor of masked, ruthless raiders from spreading. The group would welcome any ghouls they came across to join them, growing to impressive numbers, housing dozens of ghouls, all dedicated to their brethren and survival of the group. This makes the Revenants interesting because, by all appearances, they seem to be raiders, although they insist that they are not. They come into communities, threaten and extort them, and will kill anyone they think
Copper.
could blow their cover. However, we are told by the man in charge of combat training, who goes by Asher, that killing people is actually not preferred and only done when necessary. He doesn't regret it, though. He makes it known that he thinks any human blood shed is a drop in the bucket compared to how ghouls have been treated, persecuted, and hunted. This is the most successful ghoul-only group up to this point, although it remains to be seen how long they will last, as their leader, Maddox, seems to be the charismatic glue holding the group together. He espouses a belief that ghouls are almost like superheroes, their immunity to radiation and their increased lifespan being similar to actual
Well, that's what they thought
superheroes.
in Van
This idea
Buren,
is
right?
not too far off from the leader of the ghouls in Fallout 1 called Set, who believed that the ghouls were the next step evolutionarily speaking, and that ghouls surpass the norms. It will be interesting to see how the greater wasteland will react to them once they grow so large they can no longer prosper in secrecy. That secrecy could come to an end sooner than we think, because the most important ghoul lore additions happened with the so-called Ghoul Within update. In this long-awaited update, players have the ability to choose whether or not they want to be ghouls, which comes with an appearance change, of course, along with different perks, mechanics, and of course, acceptance, or really the lack of it, from most groups in Appalachia. This dovetails nicely into the point that the Revenants, who have been successful up to now, may have to reckon with other large factions because their secret is getting out. A very important woman was found by the 2 surviving founders of the Revenants, Maddox and Asher, when they discovered Radiant Hills. A woman named Parthenia had actually lived in this military complex because her father in the pre-war was a general, and she had a number of illnesses and medical issues that kept her from living a normal life. So she had special permission to live in this military complex. On the fateful day of the Great War, one of the missiles that had been waiting silently in its launch tube for this exact day malfunctioned during launch, breaking open the warhead and flooding the complex with radiation. All military personnel evacuated, including Parthenia's dad, and the young frail woman was left there all alone. Parthenia immediately went and smashed her dad's world's greatest dad mug. I made that up. And her curious mind thought of all the interesting things she could do with the various research equipment and substances left in the bunker. Parthenia would, through sheer boredom, curiosity, and trial and error, find that combining various things with an experimental regenerative chemical would, with a little bit of radiation mixed in there, induce the ghoulified condition in a normal human. She transformed herself into a
Hmm.
ghoul through this process and is absolutely ecstatic about it. As a ghoul, especially in the presence of radiation, her body, as ugly as stinky as it may be, does not suffer from any of the issues she had before. She feels like she has a new lease on life and is eager to share it with anyone willing to undergo the process, as she also wants to sate her scientific curiosity and refine her ghoulification process. The Revenants had been quietly spreading rumors about a radiation specialist, which is our dear old Parthenia, in the hope that other ghouls would hear about her and seek her out, eventually finding the Revenants. This secret, though, is exactly how we, the Vault 76 dwellers, find her and the rest of the group. A rather simple but charming man named Lehman has been attacked by masked raiders and was injured badly. Going to the doctor brought even more bad news. See, don't go to the doctor, guys. Lehman had radiation poisoning and would not live too much longer. Without any options, he was told by the doctor that she had heard of a radiation specialist and that might be his only shot at living. We help Lehman follow the rumor of a radiation specialist, and that is when we run smack dab into the Revenants. Parthenia is happy as a clam to have visitors, but the extremely untrusting Asher is a hair's breadth away from blowing Lehman and us away. But Parthenia sees her chance to have a human take a chance at a second life by undergoing her ghoulification process. In the meantime, we are to help Asher get a material that is required for the ghoulification concoction, a specific type of irradiated ore from the Emmett Mountain disposal site.
Okay.
This pre-war facility is one of the most radioactive in the whole game, as copious amounts of nuclear waste was dumped here haphazardly in what would normally be an environmental disaster, but in Fallout, it's just another Tuesday. Some ore has undergone transformation in the presence of the radioactive waste, and this ore is a critical ingredient for Parthenia. Once we are returned with the ore, Parthenia quickly turns it to
Boo.
her drug, chem, medication? I don't know what to describe it as, although it looks like a very professional medical inhaler of some sort, and we are walked through the whole process. First, take a dose from the inhaler. Second, get some sort of euphoric buzz. Third, walk into the nuclear missile launch tube that is brimming with radiation. And fourth, be megadosed with Adam's Holy Glow. Fifth, pass out like a bitch. And sixth, wake up in our newly transformed body. Hopefully. I mean, that last part isn't always a given. We will look a little more closely at the
Yay.
process soon when we discuss what added lore has to say about the ghoulification process. Parthenia is excited at our choice to ghoulify,
Gotta
and
find more of
Lehman,
that
the only
shit.
ill fellow that cares about the
Pungium.
adventure, can be convinced to ghoulify as well, and if he does, he seems like his chipper self. The group's combat specialist and Debbie Downer, Asher, is the only member who is adamant that we do not undergo the transformation. To him, being a ghoul has been little more than a curse that has brought untold suffering on all those unfortunate enough to be afflicted. Once the transformation is done, however, that is essentially the end of the quests associated with the Ghoul Within update. There is a character appearance selection screen right after waking up from the transformation, and there are a lot of options. Ghouls can look more varied than ever before. Their skin can be mottled and gross like we are used to, or unusually smooth and decidedly unghoul-like, at least in any of the games we've seen to this point. I mean, just compare this to this. I'm pretty sure I see Botox people like this on a daily basis. Perhaps this could be chalked up to how recently we have just ghoulified, and our skin hasn't had a chance to start flaking and sloughing off yet, but it just happens. There is also something ironic about having a smooth ghoul option when one of the ghoul's names for humans
Is
is
smooth
smooth
skin.
skin.
Yeah.
Just doesn't seem right. Eyes have always varied a good bit with ghouls. In the earliest Fallouts, the ghouls that we could see up close had red eyes like Seth, which looked exceptionally menacing. However, since the early games, ghoul eyes have been more human like, either cloudy, sometimes glowing, bloodshot, or even completely black. In addition to a number of normal human like eyes and eye colors that we can choose the color of, there is bloodshot, which is called ghoul jaundice, cloudy, black, nearly black, pale, which makes the iris white, which is a new one, and a green glowing options.
You can
What's
sometimes
great
buy
about glowing eyes
salvaged
is that we have only ever
items.
seen that with glowing ones. We have never seen glowing eyes on a non-glowing ghoul before. Maybe this would be the first manifestation of turning into a glowing one. The only other interesting thing from a lore perspective is that there are a lot of hair options. Hair has been something that went from existing only in patches or not at all if you're a feral ghoul to now being as luscious as ever. Seriously, we could be in a L'Oreal commercial or something. Perhaps it could be said that this hair is a wig, as are the eyebrows. They look like they've just been painted on there like your grandma. I also find this interesting, but due to the nature of ghouls shedding skin and losing body parts, they have traditionally not been the largest or most muscular creatures in the wasteland, but now you can make a pretty buff ghoul, or even a kind of fat ghoul. And at least two ghouls at Radiant Hills are kind of freakishly tall. I think
Nice
this is
guy
a
from
decent
Reddit after
variety here,
this.
although it seems all ferals are pretty close to the same proportions, which would seem to imply that the body withers and shrinks no matter how large or tall one was before that. Since ghouls have different physiologies from humans, that means there are different game mechanics that reflect the ghoul condition, and we can infer quite a bit from these mechanics. One such mechanic is sure to stir up controversy because normally your Fallout 76 character needs to eat and drink regularly, keeping an eye on thirst and hunger levels in order to get boosts to HP, AP regeneration, disease resistance, and bonuses to endurance or strength. Well, as a ghoul, you no longer have the hunger and thirst meters because eating and drinking is entirely optional. You
Not for
don't
me,
have
eh?
to. Although you can always chow down on some food or drink if you want whatever special effects, side effects they may have, or to take in some radiation. Ghouls and their relationship
For
with
me,
food
it's
and drink
all about the
didn't
eating and
have
drinking.
much in the early games, and it wasn't until Fallout 4 that it really blew up. Billy the Ghoul Kid established that ghouls can apparently go not just years but centuries without eating or drinking, which stood in contrast to the ghouls in the first Fallout settlement in Acropolis who would suffer and die from thirst if we took a water chip to save our vault without fixing their pumps. Although Fallout 2 did have Coffin Willie, a ghoul that spent weeks to months buried in a coffin without food, water, or even air, and he survived just fine, Billy really stretched that time frame to over 200 years. This mechanic seems to confirm Bethesda's stance on food and water for ghouls, that it isn't needed and possibly only done out of habit, because they want to, or to facilitate the intake of radiation, which has been established since Fallout 3 will heal ghouls. I can perhaps understand not eating if ghouls are able to get energy from ionizing radiation, but drinking
We'll wait
seems
until
to be
Evan's
an
finished and we'll
entirely
just
different thing
dogpile.
altogether. Water is vital at a cellular level and for getting waste products out and facilitating critical cellular processes. We will talk more about this based on information we get from the Fallout TV show, and I must stress that we always need to be careful when looking at game mechanics, as they are often implemented concerned first and foremost with how it impacts gameplay and makes the game better and more fun to play, but this does seem like confirmation of what was hinted at by Billy the Ghoul Kid. That said, ghoul communities like the Revenants find food important enough to dedicate land and manpower to
Speaking of
building
Billy,
camps, tended by
heard
a
his
local ghoul named Ernie. The second biggest addition with more
new album.
variations
It's
is the
pretty
inclusion
good.
of something called the glow, which will come into effect when one is at full health. Taking in any radiation after full HP will cause a green bar to start to build over the health bar, almost the exact opposite of what we saw in Fallout 4, with health being permanently capped by radiation. Unless you're me, baby. Accumulating glow is easy. Just take in radiation either by standing in an irradiated area or consuming irradiated food or drink until the meter is filled. Some available perks will even cause a visible green, smoky aura. And what is interesting about this visible effect is that it doesn't seem to impact how other NPCs treat you. Since some factions are overtly hostile towards ghouls, standing there glowing in their presence doesn't seem to tip them off. At any rate, building up this glow
Should
has
be
a
a
few useful
good amount of
mechanics that
nanites
can
coming out of
greatly
this.
take advantage. The first and most obvious is that when taking damage, the glow will decrease until it is gone, at which point your HP will start decreasing. This seems to confirm what we have known for a while. Radiation is seen healing and sometimes even reanimating ghouls depending on the circumstances, and the glow decreasing when taking damage seems to reflect this. The body is sustaining damage, which is then healed by radiation, and that radiation is essentially consumed by this process. But, and this is a rather important but, your limbs can be crippled while you have glow, which does seem to run contrary to this whole narrative that radiation is rapidly healing us. Once you run out of radiation, you start
Yeah,
to
but how
lose
could
the
you
actual
cripple ghouls in
damage.
games
You
otherwise?
can gain health from radiation like so healing items like stim packs and food are still required. Additionally, certain ghoul-only perks that were introduced with the update will benefit from having glow. Such perks include Brick Wall, which makes you immune to staggering attacks when glow is high, or Action Ghoul, which makes your AP regenerate faster if one has high glow. There are a bunch of perks which will both work
155.
non-exhaustively, but
Nice.
there are a few I find interesting. There are two perks which use a character that we haven't mentioned yet because he is from the TV show, and this is just one of many hints that much of the
The
ghoul-related
Ghoul.
content was inspired by the TV show. One perk called Moral Support will cause you to become feral at a slower rate when on a team, seemingly implying that being in a group of people that you care about may have an impact on whether someone goes feral, or at least how quickly they go feral. This seems in line with some theories that have been bandied about that some ghouls go feral because they have nothing else or no one else to live for. One is called Thick Skin and is just funny to me because ghouls famously have no skin, or at least not much left of it anyway, although ferals in Fallout 4 and 76 seem to have dried out and withered skin. I just mentioned the third big mechanic for ghoul characters in one of the perks, and this is a very interesting one that seems to have been influenced heavily from the TV show that I am very conveniently leaving to the end of this video. All ghouls now have a ferality meter. That is a meter similar to hunger or thirst, but using that
Yeah.
meter to gain
Salvage,
spoils, you're at
salvage.
no risk
Or
of going
living
feral.
slime,
The
that
meter
works
will
too.
deplete naturally over time. There don't seem to be any actions that make it deplete more quickly, like staying in an irradiated area or taking damage. It just slowly ticks away at the same pace unless that morale support perk is used. As the feral meter goes down further and further, which honestly takes kind of a long time, certain effects are applied. Between 175%, you receive +3 to strength and endurance and +30 to max HP. Between 75 and 50%, the only bonus is +15 to max HP, and once you dip lower than 50, you only receive penalties until you reach 0%. Between 50 and 25%, there is a -1 endurance and -5 max HP. Between 25 and 0%, it's a pretty harsh -3 endurance, -15 max HP, and -10 max AP. But at exactly 0%, which is pure ferality, things get interesting. -300% hip fire accuracy and VATS accuracy makes ranged weapons difficult to use. There is -20 max AP, -30 max HP, -5 endurance, which is kind of strange, -99 charisma because no one likes a feral ghoul, and a substantial +150 melee damage. And you know you've reached this state because of a large iris type image that comes up on the screen. Depending on your needs and build, going completely feral could help out with a melee build, but not
300.
much else. Now, there are two important things in regards to this new feral system that appear to be pure game mechanics rather than a statement on lore. Nothing changes about your ghoul when they go feral. You are able to use any weapons, items, terminals, everything that you are used to doing through the course of the game, something that ferals definitely can't do. Additionally, going feral can be reversed very easily. One can go feral and become unferal as many times as they like with no long-term effects. Obviously, no Fallout media has ever shown a feral ghoul coming back to lucidity. It seems to be an irreversible change, and other than this mechanic, the rest of Fallout 76 supports that long-standing stance. Now, what is really controversial is the inclusion of something that was first shown in the Fallout TV show, and that is the way that the feral meter is reversed, i.e., how you stave off feralization. One must consume chems. Any chems will do, actually, although the newly introduced chem called the
Significant.
Fix is the best at recovering the feral meter, as it can satisfy a maximum of 75% of the meter. The Fix is given as part of the quest rewards for the update when becoming a ghoul, so it is assumed that it is given by Parthenia, who ghoulified us in the first place, and would mean that she both discovered a way to turn people into ghouls and a way to stave off feralization, and all just a few decades after the Great War. Give that woman a medal. It is very interesting that any chem, even Radaway, will reduce ferality. However, ghouls are still susceptible to addiction to the chems,
I'm gonna
although
get
some chems like the Fix
after
will go
that
away with
fight that
no
I
addiction checks.
clearly
Ghouls also
was not
benefit
prepped
from the
for.
chem bonuses, So mentats will still increase your intelligence by the same amount, which is interesting because we know that at least the chem called jet does not affect ghouls the same way it affects humans, and is the whole reason a chem cooker named Murphy is creating Ultra Jet in Fallout 3. It would stand to reason that some other chems also affect ghouls differently, but apparently that's not the case. There are a few other small oddities about ghouls. They cannot get diseases, so consuming any food or drink item will never induce a disease. Apparently, a ghoul's immunity is so high that diseases can't take hold, or their cells have changed so much that the diseases no longer affect them. Ella, a
Nice.
researcher from the Free States, couldn't find much evidence for ghoul immune systems, and she postulated that radiation has basically replaced the immune system, meaning that diseases aren't effective because they get killed or maybe even mutated into something benign. In Fallout 76, diseases run the gamut from bacterial, viral, and even parasites, so not being susceptible to any of these is pretty astounding. However, it must be pointed out that we know in Fallout 3 the modified
Alright,
FAQ,
let's
which
try
is
this
used by
out.
the Enclave, will kill ghouls and all other mutated things.
Hyperdrive
So
range a little bit
implying that
more.
maybe they
Shield
aren't
strength
too bad after
12,
all.
boost
The
3.
FAV is a special case due to its specific nature and the modifications done to it by the Enclave, but still. Another mechanic Fallout 76 introduced was mutations. When the player gets irradiated, there's a chance at a random mutation, which is nearly universally helpful in some way, but it can always be undone if one uses Radaway, which is a very interesting thing to consider. Ghouls cannot get mutations with radiation, but they can lose them with Radaway, and they can get mutations through specially crafted serums. So, ghoul DNA cannot be affected anymore by radiation, but can be impacted by anti-radiation chems, and a specially crafted item still can induce mutation. That is, unless you are Tommy Ten Toes, a pre-war monster who ghoulified and mutated to have 10 toes on one foot, a kind of mutation we do not normally see with ghouls, and perhaps standing in contradiction to the mechanic that makes ghouls
Almost like the lore
invincible
is
against
up in the
mutations.
air and
My
anything
mechanic has to
goes.
do with that intense discrimination against ghouls that we spoke of up top, because some factions are outright hostile towards ghouls, like the Brotherhood or the Enclave robots at the White Springs bunker, and still others are distrusting of unknown ghouls and won't allow them into the more critical parts of their communities, like the settlers at Foundation and the raiders at the crater. That means if we want to access these areas and talk to NPCs and get and finish quests, we need a disguise. Interestingly, disguises are not something we have in our inventories and that we can just equip and unequip at will. They can only be applied by a disguise specialist, a ghoul named Javo at Radiant Hills. Jay gives a tantalizing proposition. Do you want people to immediately judge you and possibly shoot you based on your face sloughing off? Or do you want to be afforded all the same opportunities normal people are? She will cook up a disguise that completely covers her face, and according to developers, our smell as well, to make sure we don't tip anyone off. Although one would think maybe a ghoulish voice or a green aura that can be
Hey
used
there,
as a
fellow
might make things,
smoothskins.
a little weird. Only Javo can put the disguise on or take it off, and there are a few randomly assigned disguises you don't get to pick what you wear. Interestingly, you can't avoid this by wearing power armor, even though it conceals our face and is supposed to be hermetically sealed and therefore contains smell. If you want access to restricted areas, you have to wear a disguise. However, not even a disguise can keep ghoul players from having a permanent minus 10 to their charisma stat, because, say it with me now, everyone hates ghouls. It has been well established since Fallout 3 that feral ghouls tend to leave non-feral ghouls alone. Heck, we can get a mask that makes us look like a Hannibal Lecter ghoul, and it apparently tricks all ferals into not attacking us. Although there have been rare circumstances where ferals attack non-ferals, like Theodore Krupp when he was trying to teach Aunt Belinda how to use a salad fork and got a little too physical with her out of frustration, so it appears that a feral ghoul will attack a non-feral ghoul if they're threatened. That said, once you become a ghoul in Fallout 76, nearly every single feral in the Appalachian Wasteland will still attack you on sight. During the Leap of Faith quest, when we are helping acquire some irradiated ore, Asher will tell us to cover his back as we are assaulted by a horde of feral ghouls. We can confront Asher about this, saying, we didn't think that ferals attacked other ghouls, and he tells us that, well, some do and some don't, and something about certain ghouls will make ferals ignore them, but attack another one nearby. This is interesting because apparently the matter is not so straightforward. In fact, after we are made a ghoul, we are
Everyone loves a
immediately
good
and
ghoul
instantly
impression.
attacked by nearly any feral we come across.
Welcome to
This
Underworld.
exemplifies
And yet, of course, the ghoul from the show
Perhaps this will
has
be
that
an
kick-ass
interesting
voice.
consideration, though, since ghouls are the primary enemies in a number of areas.
Wasteland's
There's
got a
also
way
the
of
quest
making you.
elements, and being able to
Well,
bypass all of the
guys get
usual hurdles
distracted
is
with
one of
shit
them.
or
At any
something.
rate, it is now confirmed that
There it
humans will
is.
attack non-feral ghouls sometimes, although it doesn't seem like
If I'm gonna get into
humans
combat, I'm
will
gonna need to
always win.
be able to
Now,
restore
something
me
that's very
health.
firmly in the
But
gameplay
for
core
that,
area
I
is the fact that
need
in the campaign,
salvage.
one can choose to revert back to a human and leave their ghoul self behind. There's no quest or in-game component to it. You just choose an option in a menu, and poof,
Also, if
you're
you ever
back.
use the
Now, in
Cobes
game mode,
voice,
again, you can choose to become a ghoul
it's
in the menu for
it's a
burning
cool
household
voice.
items, and there is no quest associated with it. This, I think, is good. There is a way for people to try out being a ghoul, and if they don't like it, then they can revert back, but they didn't try to have it make sense from a lore perspective, because introducing a ghoul
In
cure would have
76, lore don't
significant
matter.
implications, especially since the game takes place only 2 decades after the Great War. There seems to be no
Wizard
reason
did
to
it.
introduce so early a ghoulification process and a way to slow down feralization by consuming chems,
Knowledge
which is
stone.
more than enough for us to dig into and get all uppity about. So about that ghoulification process, it's not unprecedented in Fallout, since as early as Fallout 3 we are introduced to individuals who underwent experimental treatments to elongate their lives that had the side effect of ghoulification. This would seem to imply that there was some pre-war research and understanding of life-prolonging medicines, but it doesn't seem that anyone actually knew that it would radically transform the user. In Fallout 4, we learned that a pre-war mob boss named Eddie Winters was another such individual who took an experimental radiation treatment and ghoulified. And one of my favorite companions in Fallout 4, John Hancock, turned into a ghoul after he took an experimental radiation chem in his never-ending pursuit of chasing that next high. That experimental chem that Hancock took might be the closest to the chem we see in Fallout 76. Hancock describes it as having an intense high, and indeed we are told by Parthenia that we may feel euphoria after inhaling the transformation chem. And like, yeah, look at us. We are officially tweaking. It makes me wonder if the chem that Hancock
Tweaking.
took and the ones we can take in Fallout 76 are somehow related. Combining a regenerative chem with special irradiated ores
Rust.
almost seems
Rusted
like it's
metal.
integrating
Whoop-de-doo.
that regenerative ability into the cells or perhaps the DNA, and then the
Oh
long
yeah.
course of radiation kickstarts some sort of
I should
physiological
be able to take
reaction
these
that
on
is
now.
replaced by the chem that results
Nope.
in the ghoulified condition.
Advanced
Although this
mining
is
laser.
pure extrapolating
No.
more from things like quest names, I do find the quest to turn into a ghoul intriguing. It is called A Fresh Pair of Jeans, which obviously is a little play on words, but is this
How's
telling that
Sydney Sweeney
DNA
of them?
and therefore genes get altered at a fundamental level? Is part of becoming a ghoul undergoing some sort of mutation cascade that ends up fundamentally altering DNA in some sort of predictable and repeatable way? I would love to hear your thoughts. I also find it interesting that some of the quest related illustrations we see seem to imply that Parthenia instead was using some sort of machine that she had invented rather than the process of taking a chem and then exposing ourselves to radiation, which is what we do in the game. There are a few very interesting groups of
Whoa,
ghouls in
game.
Northern Appalachia. The Revenants were the first we spoke of who occupy Radiant Hills. They also lay claim to another interesting area
Game.
they call Point Repose. This old landing point for
It's
vertibirds not
it's
only
not even
features one of the
frozen.
school's military aircraft, rather it's a somber one-way road for all ghouls.
This. Whoa. What the fuck? Okay. That was odd. Let's try not to do that again there, game. Scaring me. There was a reason I stopped playing you. You were a janky motherfucker when you first were released. I also didn't quite have the graphics to make it work. I suppose I still don't now. There are people there who are probably playing it on this super duper high definition thing. My response to that is, okay. I'm poor. I'm very poor. I spent most of my money on chips and cider. Allow a man to prioritize his passions.
Or leaving the last vestiges of humanity behind. This place was first used by Asher, the untrusting combat leader of the Revenants, as a place where a fellow Revenant who could feel herself going feral could retreat to so that she wouldn't hurt anyone by accident. This came to be its ultimate purpose. revenant
What the?
owners who felt like aside from money,
Whoa!
they
Hell
had a place
yeah.
to go to point repose where they would be given the key to get inside. When they crossed the threshold, they would lock the door behind them and throw the key back over the wall, isolating them from everyone else, their only company being the group of ghouls that had gone feral before them. This process is entirely voluntary and described as going through the last door and is treated with utmost reverence as those that cross the threshold die, in a manner of speaking. Interestingly, these feral ghouls are the only ones that will not attack us if we transform into a ghoul. Well, sometimes. But sometimes is better than 99% of all the other feral encounters, though. The only other interesting part of this area is that the revenant farmer slash gardener Ernie has found unusual radiation influenced vegetation in the area, which he hypothesizes is due to the high number of dead and decomposing ferals, which is something that I've never really considered before. Below the surface of Appalachia is a secret operation that has been going on since the Great War, an operation that seems to be trying to use stolen mining technology to dig tunnels throughout the region. But these aren't just anyone. They are soldiers and agents from China, the People's Liberation
China!
Army. The main facility, called the Motherlode Acquisition Facility, sits above a lake of glowing green stuff. The same exact substance we see in fissure sites that are associated with the scorched beasts, which we know is radioactive and immediately fatal if you fall in, which I've never done. It
Uh-oh.
would seem that this is the reason
I
that
might have
all
made
NMS
a
agents have ghoulified. Every last
bit
one
of a
of them.
boo-boo
Nothing
there.
stopped them from accomplishing their mission, which they dutifully continue. The fact that every single Chinese agent is ghoulified is
Okay,
very
everything's fine.
interesting. While
I
we
was
have
about to
only
become a
seen
ghoul
at least
myself.
two other instances where large groups of Chinese ghoulify together: the Mama Dulce's factory in the capital wasteland and the Yangtze submarine in Fallout 4. As rare as Chinese NPCs are to encounter in the Fallout games, with the exception of the Shi in Fallout 2, they have always ghoulified and ghoulified as a ghoul. Is there something about their genetics that makes them predisposed to ghoulification? The last major interesting group of ghouls was introduced with the Skyline Valley update, because an entire tech vault worth of people ghoulified shortly after the Great War. Vault 63 was a sprawling research vault and was not fully completed when the bombs fell, and residual radiation killed off many and ghoulified the rest of the vault dwellers. As the Vault 63 dwellers learned to cope with their new reality, they attempted to use their scientific know-how to address an increasingly prevalent issue amongst them: feralization. The brilliant German overseer Hugo Stolz made finding a cure for
Why does he
feralization
have to be
impossible
German?
when his brother August was one of the first to go feral and his wife Cassidy started to show symptoms. One unexpected avenue showed some promise. Vault 63 was meant to carry out weather experiments and was purpose built for this task. It was found that activating the weather machine could temporarily reduce the symptoms of feralization, although it isn't understood why. The weather machine produced powerful pulses of energy that put Hugo's wife into a coma, created an enormous thunderstorm that I have lovingly called the Devil's Butthole, caused earthquakes that compromised the vault, and most interestingly, infused electrical energy with many of the Vault 63 ghouls. Those infused ghouls would lose their sanity and would collectively become known as the Lost, with only the overseer Hugo Stoltz showing an ability to retain his former self while having become one of the
Nice.
Lost. They are impossible to miss, with glowing electric eyes and insane aggression. The Lost will actually be the topic of another video, because while they certainly started out as ghouls, it may be
Up.
argued that they may have
We're gonna get
become
some
morphed
mold.
into something else entirely. However, something about the weather machine experiments, which manifests intense electrical fields, seems to have an effect on ferals. If the process of feralization is to gradually lose higher brain function and operate only on base instincts, perhaps these electrical fields induce pulses in parts of the brain that have ceased activity, reactivating neural pathways and making them act more like themselves prior to feralization. This could be an interesting point of research moving forward, if this is in fact how it works. The slow descent into feralization is shown much like how previous games have depicted it. There is a noticeable drop in cognition, and there is a sudden, inexplicable urge to seek out radiation as it feels warm and comfortable, a sentiment I agree with. A good example of this is Alfreda Lang, or
Geck.
Freddy, a former raider leader who was heavily irradiated when someone in her crew messed with some old mining equipment. She left terminal entries, her last one having short, incomplete sentences, no punctuation with copious amounts of spelling mistakes, and she mentions that it's getting harder to think straight. She feels sick, that her skin is glowing, and she has a compulsion to fall asleep down in the irradiated mine. Her entry here reminds me of Jamie Palabras in Fallout 3, who is searching for his dad, which took him to the ghoul-infested Dunwich building, where he became less
Blah 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 blah. Run away,
which turned him
run
into a ghoul,
away.
but not quite like
Hooray,
a ghoul
hooray, we're
being
running
found. Still,
away.
there isn't a complete understanding of feralization, with some ghouls like Chase
Open
Fairleigh in
fire on this
76
freak
Enclave
job.
79,
Don't
who is
even
afraid to
know
go
what it
back into his
is.
broken, irradiated
But he
reality because he
bleeds.
thinks even more
That's all that
radiation exposure will
matters.
turn him feral like everyone else. That was near the reactor
Hell
and
yeah.
malfunction. Fallout 76 has most of the same feral ghoul
Wanna come
types
at me?
introduced or
Fine.
reworked in Fallout 4. So if you would like a
But I'm
more
packing.
in-depth breakdown of those, you should watch that video sometime. Fallout 76 introduced so-called
Big
elite feral
iron.
ghouls who, as it would turn out, are the weakest of all variants. What new
No.
outfits are shown in Fallout 76? Feral ghoul park rangers can be plentiful, as can firefighters, miners, policemen, and even golfers. I would hazard a guess that the game taking place so close to the Great War means a number of ferals haven't had the time for their clothing to degrade to the point where it is not recognizable like we see in Fallout 4, New Vegas, and 3. There is a new type of each variant simply called Strangler Ghouls, which showed up in the heart of the swamp a couple times. Their bodies have been overtaken by the vines of the giant
Nanites,
Strangler plant,
ho!
which is somehow able to
The
not only shed
military-industrial
its
nanite
outer shell,
complex.
but when the plant is under attack, it can close up to protect itself and summon a horde of Strangler feral ghouls. The feral ghoul officers are another type that can manifest as almost any other ghoul type. However, these ghouls used to be US Special Forces or intelligence officers who were tasked with keeping and safeguarding a portion of the nuclear launch codes for Appalachia's nuclear silos. They are hard to miss as they have a large radio on their back with a long antenna and a glowing red light with a beep that immediately draws your attention. Hunting down these officers and claiming their code is necessary if one wishes to access the Appalachia silos and launch the nuclear missiles. Ghouls do
There you
not
are.
lose limbs like they did in Fallout 4. They will still attack with their mouths
I
open,
love the
and
ghouls in
some will
Fallout
still
4. The way
use
they
to slice
move.
both legs
It's
open.
so
Interestingly, some
feral.
feral ghouls have a 15% chance of afflicting a target with
Like, you can blow their
paralysis,
fucking
making them
limbs off and they'll
almost
just
50% more
fling
radiation
at you
tolerant,
with
which is
their
why they
damn
can
ears
survive
if they
multiple
can.
diseases. Perhaps these radworms have formed a symbiotic relationship with ghouls and are therefore not a health risk to them. But this does prove that some critters can exist within them. One important point to make is that while most creatures in Appalachia are susceptible to the Scorched Plague, a new infectious disease that brings all those infected under the control of the Scorch Beast Queen in a hive mind, ghouls are notably unable to become scorched. This makes sense since ghouls don't contract any diseases, by perhaps being a hostile host for these diseases or having their genetic makeup differ too much from normal humans, or as
Bruh.
one researcher put it, having their immune systems essentially replaced with radiation, which wipes everything out. Whatever the reason is, while you can usually find scorched variants of nearly every creature, ghouls are not one of them. I want to explore this in greater detail, but it bears mentioning that a new wasteland creature, or really a cryptid, in this case, was introduced in 76 known as a Wendigo. These are some of the freakiest looking enemies in the whole game. Their proportions are unnatural, their appearance is ghastly, and they are equipped with wicked claws and teeth. The reason I'm bringing up this
Wicked.
showing about ghouls is that they are one of the very few creatures that ghouls are not hostile towards. In fact, it's rather common to find a Wendigo or two hanging out in ghoul-infested locations. Wendigos, like ghouls, were very much human at one point, although their condition seems to be brought on through the consumption of human flesh, but being found with ghouls makes it seem like there is a similar developmental pathway shared between the two creatures. Is a Wendigo a special and unique form of ghoul? I would like to hear your thoughts on this, but I will save a deep dive into Wendigos for another time. One interesting, if rather unsurprising revelation in Fallout 76 is that Pittsburgh, now known as the Pit, had a very large ghoul population at one point. Multiple ghouls in Appalachia originated from the Pit, but fled the ruins there when the city's circumstances descended into nightmarish levels with no end in sight. The reason
Yeah,
this
it was
is
a
a great
Fallout
mention
3
is because it's
DLC.
likely that
The
the heavily
horror.
destroyed and irradiated city spawned lives, so we are left to wonder if all the ghouls fled, like with many survivors in Appalachia, or were killed either by the Fanatics, an extraordinarily violent raider group laying claim to the pit only decades after the Great War, or perhaps later during the Scourge, which saw a group of Brotherhood of Steel paladins and knights go through the city and systematically kill any and all who were considered a threat. And one thing we know about that Brotherhood, they are no fans of ghouls. In the Game Files is a model and name for something that we have never seen before, and indeed was not really thought possible, and that is a ghoulified super mutant. The lore implications would be quite immense if super mutants could actually ghoulify.
Yeah, aren't they meant to be completely immune to viruses?
Super mutant type. We turn now to the newest Fallout media to date.
Because it's a forced evolutionary virus?
Fallout TV show. Since the Fallout 76 Cool Within update came after the success of the TV show, we will examine a number of things that seem to have set the precedent and inspired the changes implemented in Fallout 76. Why don't we just jump off the deep end and get to the parts that
Let's see
caused
what I
no
can sell.
small amount of chatter and for many, consternation. The Fallout TV show was the first time the concept of a chem could be used to stave off fertilization.
I liked that.
This point, there
I
was
really did. I thought that was a smart idea.
into
Someone could use that over your head.
intense interest in the subject. Well, as it turns out, there does seem to be a way to stop the inevitable. There is no in-depth information related to this chem, but it can be taken orally or inhaled and appears to be a yellow liquid, and a quick glance at the containers show them to be small, with labels on them depicting mushroom clouds and either a skull or a ghoul head with a cross on it, seeming to imply that its sole purpose is...
I actually always thought that was Radaway, honestly.
Where any chem can reduce virality.
An altered form of Radaway.
Do this in a TV series, and the ability to use any chem in 76 might simply be a game mechanic. The introduction of this chem brought up great questions though. Why have we never heard of such a wonder drug, since other than finding a process to reverse ghoulification, a way to stave off virality is at the top of the list of things that ghouls want. One ghoul we are introduced to is named Roger, and he says he has been showing symptoms of virality for 28 years, but has apparently been keeping it at bay with this chem. Until the events of the show, where we learn he has run out. Knowing when the Fallout TV show takes place, that means this chem has existed since at least 2268, before the events of Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, and Fallout 4. If we assume it may be a regional thing, discovered on the coast, it should have shown in Fallout New Vegas. Admittedly, New Vegas was one of the game's least interested in the ghoul condition, but a chem that can prevent fertilization is a huge deal.
I always liked the idea of the NCR including ghouls and even super mutants.
Version of Cheech and Chong, two fellers have set up a large organ harvesting operation. Penned up are a bunch of ghouls, some feral and some not, and it isn't clear if their enormous supply of the anti-ferality chem is connected to their large stock of ghouls. That would imply that the chem may be derived from ghouls, or maybe their chem trade is a separate business from their organ harvesting activities. I don't think we will learn more about this chem or where it comes from, since it seems mainly to help move the plot forward.
Showing scenes from the show right now. Christ, that was... I'm so pumped for Season 2. We're doing a live viewing of that when that happens. All welcome. Just join the Discord. Link in the doobly-doo.
Thaddeus is a member of the Brotherhood of Steel who, through the events of the show, escaped with the head that everyone's after, but had his foot absolutely crushed by a suit of power armor. He finds I never know how to describe this guy, a quack doctor, a snake oil salesman. It's hard to say because he promises that he can fix Thaddeus' foot with some sort of medicine, which does sound too good to be true, and it kind of is. As soon as Thaddeus takes the medicine, his foot seems to snap into almost the right shape, but he can at least walk on it. However, there's more to it. In one of the last episodes, Thaddeus takes an arrow right through his neck, but shockingly doesn't seem that much worse for the wearer. It's at this point that Maximus suggests that Thaddeus has become a ghoul, which meant he could not return to the Brotherhood because of their extreme stance against ghouls. Thaddeus doesn't show any outward signs of ghoulification. His skin and hair is fine, he doesn't smell like death or have a gravelly voice, but perhaps it could be argued that it's still really early for him.
It's really early for him. That's kind of a given. And he also accepts it immediately too. He's like, oh man, no.
However, since Fallout 3, it has been established that ghouls can heal in the presence of radiation, but again, it's never been depicted in this manner, and therefore theories have swirled about what exactly is happening to Thaddeus and whether or not he is actually a ghoul. It is also worth pointing out that there has been speculation that the inhaler that he uses may be related, in function anyway, to the inhaler that is used in the Ghoul Within update when we undergo the ghoulification process. This could be another hint.
Alright, looks like we're making some good progress. We got 170.
Hands on this protective ghoulifying camp. Thaddeus will be appearing in the second season, and it will seem to definitively answer the question of whether or not he is a ghoul.
I hope he is. I don't want to turn into a super mutant, so I want to see super mutants. And you know what else?
He does not appear like a classic ghoul.
Super mutants can be practical, because I didn't like the Wheel of Time show, but they had Trollocs, and it was all practical. Well, not all practical, like blood and stuff was probably CG, but there were guys who were done up in makeup walking around with like giant axes and shit. And they had their mouths that could move very awkwardly, which is good because Trollocs aren't meant to be... They're not meant to be pretty. You could do the same thing with super mutants. The problem is, super mutants are colossally huge and shouldn't be able to say anything other than RAAR! So it might be better to have them as CG, but I'm old school. I want CG to exist. It has its place. I just don't think that you need to knee-jerk and immediately accept it. But you know, whatever they're gonna pick, it's probably gonna be the most practical thing at the time, budget-wise, and that's almost certainly going to be tech. So we're probably going to see CG super mutants, and it'll look like an ad for like a car dealer or something like that. Godzilla is on the rampage for great value. He does his roar and it translates underneath something like, I want a reasonably priced Nissan. Why did you come to America for that then? You're from Japan. Oh. Yeah, we'll listen to some nice guys after this and I'll start pouring the whiskey. So if you think I'm a little bit jarred now, not really. A bit buzzed. After that, yeah, conversation's gonna boil down to oh. So be sure to like, share, and subscribe, guys, if you haven't already. Big help to the channel. Big help to your boy. And check out the Discord. I want the Discord to be more proactive. I've said this before, increasingly the thing I want out of my community is to be an actual community. And I come down to, every morning I wake up and I check my Discord, and sure enough, sometimes you guys have been having conversations without me. But other times it's just, you know, just reloading the... Doesn't seem to be any new news about the Charlie Kirk killer. I had to explain to the barman, and like he was asking about Charlie Kirk, but he had no idea who he was. So I explained to him, and he's like, "Oh, okay, yeah, no, he wasn't a nice guy. He was not a nice guy. But there'll be people around here who are genuinely sad that he's dead." Alright, let's wrap this up. We got 10 minutes left in this video.
His gone, but his skin isn't healing. His body parts don't seem to be falling off, and he's never described as stinky. He looks actually pretty handsome as far as ghouls go, and according to the showrunners, this was by design.
I know a few people, most of them white women, who want to have sex with.
And, you know, sloughing skin and hair in chunks is kind of hard to make make look good. But you know what? Damn
Then
good
again,
they
I
look.
know some
It stands to say, though, that no ghouls look the way
white
Ghouls
women who
does,
want to
and that
fuck
may be for cinematic reasons, but the show does portray ghouls in a way
regular
that we're not
ghouls.
accustomed to. Skin peeling off the skull, and at least one portrayal just as decayed and monstrous as what we saw in the first games. But interestingly, the Fallout 4 and 76 school aesthetic is not really represented in the show. It's undeniable, though, that the show has expanded what a ghoul could possibly look like beyond what we have seen before. On the topic of decay, it has been a trope that ghouls have body parts fall off, and if someone is nice enough, they can be reattached to the body. And we see something similar in the show when the ghoul is able to sew on a finger that was cut off
Yeah,
or
we'll head to
somehow
the
reconstruct
space
a
station
limb.
after
On the
this
topic
and
of
get.
ferality, we get a very vivid visual portrayal of the feralization process, something that we had really only read or heard
Get
snippets of
ourselves
before.
some
Roger,
fat
playing a ghoul
stacks.
that gets made into some ass jerky, is off by himself in an abandoned building, yelling in a guttural, animalistic, and uncontrollable way, as if he's trying to mentally fight something back. Another ghoul we only know as Martha is being held by the organ harvesters and released when Lucy forced them at gunpoint or syringe point. Maybe robot point? Not sure. Martha didn't run for freedom like everybody else when she was released. She carefully approached Lucy, repeating just her name over and over again until suddenly snapping and rushing forward to attack Lucy. It seems as though in the final moments, Martha's cognition reduced to latching onto one last part of her identity and nothing
Yep.
else. Perhaps once a ghoul has reached a state where they cannot say nearly anything, you are merely moments away from being attacked. This seems to line up with everything we have seen from previous games, but is a new striking visual portrayal of the process. Of course, discrimination against ghouls is present in the TV series. The Brotherhood, like always, is vehemently opposed to ghouls, and Cooper Howard is told by the community of Philly that his kind isn't welcome there. Roger the Ghoul talks about life as a ghoul being hard beyond the normal wasteland difficulties, but ghouls look like they can be welcome in some places, like Moldaver's NCR remnants. There is still deep
Yeah, well, the
suspicion
NTR
of what was
didn't
seen in the first
didn't
games.
hate
Cooper
ghouls.
Howard
They
being
probably
interested
were
in ghoul
glad they were
stories
there
or
because some of them
possible
could
sightings,
teach them
two
pre-war
of the
shit.
three men are paranoid that
I
ghouls are
guarantee you,
real
like
and
the
they want to
OSI was
investigate the
run by a
case.
ghoul,
And they even have a
who was
strong
like the
belief that
head of
Billy the Kid
UCLA
might
before the
be a
bombs hit.
ghoul. So they have a live chicken there as a distraction in case he is really feral. In the scene where Cooper, or the ghoul, confronts a man and his family for some information, we see him nonchalantly eating a meal at the man's dinner table, and for a few frightful minutes, the man believes that the ghoul is actually eating his daughter, which is all part of this stereotype. We will have to see what the next season has in store, and if there is anything added as explosive as the anti-ferality chem, and whether Thaddeus is
Here we
indeed a
are.
ghoul or something else entirely, because
123.
maybe we
That's
could get
it?
insight into the early stages of
Bruh.
ghoulification. An interesting
There
character
has to be
represented
a
in some of the
better
early games of
way.
Fallout 76 is when Lucy is a prisoner of the ghoul, as we see him regularly drinking water. Perhaps we can explain this by saying the ghoul doesn't really need to drink, rather, he is enjoying tormenting Lucy. But the ghoul is a no frills kind of person, so if he has a canteen, it's probably because he needs it. The ghoul also makes Lucy carve out some ass jerky, which he carries with him, but again, Fallout 76 and Billy the Kid seem to hint that this isn't necessary, so maybe he just loves that ripe taste of butt. Over the course of two ghoul lore videos now, and even two other videos about graves and Christianity in Fallout, I have repeatedly asked why is it we see ghouls in churches and graveyards? Beyond the usual connection the games have made between ghouls and
What? The
dead,
great taste of
with the
butt?
settlement being heavily populated,
Butt in
Fallout
your
71,
cup.
and even Fallout 76's Revenant faction, showing them in graveyards isn't really a stretch, but I was interested in finding an in-world explanation. While there is nothing definitive at this point in time, and ghouls are likely related to other bigger mysteries in the Fallout world, which I will approach specifically in some other videos, it's worth pointing out something maybe I should have done at the start, and that is explain in Karmic parlance what actually is a ghoul. Items
Shy
like
of
Elixir of
300?
Immortality,
Boo.
but it's a little more specific than that.
Alright.
Ghouls originated from pre Islamic Arabia and were described as grotesque humanoid creatures that were associated with graveyards and consumption of human flesh. This would expand slightly when the idea of ghouls entered into English literature and they became grave robbing creatures that ate dead bodies and
Hey,
children,
I've killed
which
enough
was a
ghouls in The
lot more
Witcher. I
common
know
back
the
then.
history of it.
What I think is most pertinent here, though, is that H.P. Lovecraft took an interest in ghouls and incorporated them into his mythos. And if we know anything about Bethesda, it is they
Oh.
have an absolute love affair with Lovecraft and his stories. as they are often hinted at, name dropped, or serve as Easter eggs through the series since Fallout 3. Ghouls became a
0%
deeply
discount.
subterranean
Oh.
race, having mutated from eating human flesh, and interestingly, used their tunnels to connect ancient human ruins. Think of the demo tours in Fallout 4 filled with ghouls and tunnels mined out to find the sacrificial chamber, and are even mentioned as emerging in subway tunnels to feed on people. Again, think about how common it is to find ghouls in subway tunnels in Fallout 3. There is more to ghouls in Lovecraftian lore, but it seems pretty obvious that there are strong connections between Fallout's feral ghouls and the classical
Let's
and
see.
more modern portrayal of ghouls as
Technology
popularized by
overload.
H.P. Lovecraft. After the release of the second season of the Fallout TV show, I will
What?
recap any ghoul lore additions or changes and do a summary of everything to date, starting with the first games. As a quick and dirty summary, though, of what was confirmed, continued, added, or changed in Fallout 76 and the first season of the Fallout TV show, let's start with the biggies. There is a chem that can keep a ghoul from going feral as long as they can keep a steady supply. This chem goes back at least 28 years, with the latest date it
That
could
should
be
be it,
used
right?
being 2268,
No?
which is prior to the events of Fallout 3, New Vegas,
Oh,
and Fallout 4. Sufficiently
man.
disruptive to
I
establish
just
fear,
wasted
and
all those
2076 is
fucking...
correct, then any chem can help stave off ferality. As the Billy the Ghoul Kid quest alluded to in Fallout 4, ghouls apparently don't need to eat or drink, except we see Cooper Howard do just that in the TV show. So, there's a new ghoulification chem used in Fallout 76 and potentially in the show, as shown with Thaddeus. Diseases are confirmed to not affect ghouls at all unless it's FEV, which we know can be effective against ghouls. Wendigos are a new type of enemy
Alright.
that bear
I guess I'm
similar
starting to hit my
mutations and
wall.
are commonly found amongst ghouls, which makes them seem like they are related. And we get a new unprecedented ghoul appearance in the form of the ghoul with rather smooth skin, which is also an option in Fallout 76. Less controversial, we see how ghouls were first treated and regarded right after the Great War, and it was arguably worse than any other point before there was an understanding that some ghouls are sentient. We get to actually see the point of feralization for the first time, which lines up with what we had previously seen and heard in earlier games, and we learn that side effects from weather experimentation seem to reverse the effects of feralization. Lastly, it is confirmed that the pit at one time had a large ghoul population that has since left or been killed off. And that is
Aye.
it for Fallout 76 and the first season of the Fallout TV show. What do you think of these big changes and additions to ghoul lore? Has Bethesda changed too much or gone too far? How would you best harmonize additions like the anti-ferality chem or the lack of hunger and thirst mechanics for ghouls in Fallout 76? I am looking forward to
Guess we'll
and
go back
also
and look
scared
for
of what you guys
more
get to say in the comments.
Sentinels.
But I do want to take this time to thank you for being with me today to hear Adam's work. If you like what I do, then support me any way you
Praise
can, and
Adam.
you can join Adam's army like these fine
We
people
embrace the
on the
glow.
screen now. I would like to extend a special welcome to Justin34, D Cross, Charles Fail, Big Gun 101, and Pycheck on YouTube. Adam bless you new recruits. As always, I want to extend a radioactive thank you to my Patreon
Praise to
supporters,
Adam's
Sophia, Alex
glow.
Houston, Dominic White, Tavy Papy, The Breadman, Tyler Eaton, Owen Balzer, and 94 Love Mummy, Shallow Fire 13, Phantom Ink, Tatorinus, Ibis the Owl, and Justin34. Adam is pleased. Take care of yourselves and all of Adam's creations. Adam has special plans for you. Walk in his holy glow, and I will see you soon.
The Great Convergence. That's Dead Space. The fucking cult in that. Yeah. Gun. Alright, yeah, let's look for our next Sentinel supply. While I also... What are we looking at here? Are we looking at 2 hours now? Okay. This was just... If this was just a regular stream. How about... How about I go and listen to some... I don't want Rad X because he kind of interferes with the plot too much of the story. Rather, how about Nice Guys from Reddit? Radio Reddit. Women, what's your worst nice guy experience?
Women of Reddit, what is your worst nice guy experience? I met this guy online who offered to help me learn his native language. Every day I would send him journal entries and he would correct them for me. I offered to help him as well, but he said just cheating
That's Skyrim music.
helped enough.
Yep.
A few weeks into this he says he is going to visit the city that I live in and says we should meet. I tell him I'd rather we didn't because I have a boyfriend, which I had already mentioned many times, and I think he might be looking for a date. He insists that he only wants to meet his friends, but I tell him I am busy. Then, suddenly, he calls me saying he has arrived and has brought some American chips for me. I had mentioned before that I really missed American chips. I agreed to meet him for coffee. To find
No, you came there for chips.
including wine and wine glasses. I politely reject the gifts, but he insists that I must take them because his arms are sore from carrying them. I quickly have coffee with him, during which he tells me he must marry a white girl because the girls in his country are all shallow, and he wants his children to be powerful, and being half white would make them more powerful. I am a white girl. I make an excuse to leave because I am uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I text him to tell him that I don't think we should be friends anymore because I think he is looking for more and it makes me uncomfortable.
You think?
He immediately threatens to hurt my family members, of whom he has the names of on Facebook. He also reminds me that he knows where I go to school. Terrified, I block him on all platforms. 4 years later and he still makes attempts to contact me via his mom and brother's cell numbers. Edit, for those who are asking, this happened in Korea and the guy was Korean. Oh my. Korean girl here, I can totally see that happening. Sorry to say, there are a lot of cultural factors that contribute to the nice guy mentality. I'm mortified, but I'm also unsurprised.
Yeah.
In the defense of many of my truly nice Korean guy friends who wouldn't do this, I think he was purposefully...
Oh, you just switch the genders around and the race around or whatever you're around, and you'll find it on the other side of the spectrum. But Jesus.
Some Korean drama where you would be impressed by his skills and fall deeply in love with him. Oh God.
Hostile
I
scan.
joined a gaming group, slowly started to speak to someone and make a close friend. 3 months went on. Eventually he said he liked me. I said I didn't feel the same. He took it well and said he was happy to remain friends. We had exchanged Christmas cards.
I'm going
before it all
to
went down,
refuse.
So he knew where I lived. Then the little quips of intensity started, until he was calling me 50 times a day, all day every day, needed to stay in contact. Slowly, chats turned to harassment every day, making up stories of things I hadn't done, berating me and blowing up if I didn't reply within a 30-second window. I tried to cut him off, but then it would make it 10 times worse, to where he was screaming to everyone that he was going to kill himself if I don't speak to him. I was only 18 at the time. It was easy to try and get away.
Nice.
Then the gifts started, sending things
Wanna
to
start shit?
turning out
I
to be
ended it,
multiple times a week,
motherfucker.
even though he
And
lived
I'm a
200
scrub.
miles away. He told everybody a completely different story to what he was actually doing to make himself look better and come out on top.
They always
He
do.
only stopped when I contacted the police. His entire family still blamed me. Wow,
Nice,
that's
we're a
so
client.
when you were so
Which
young.
we kinda are.
Indeed. It taught
This
me a
reminds me
lot.
of XP on the Frontier in that
Knowing
regard.
inkling of an event
There's
like
an
that
old
again,
reference.
I can immediately recognize it. Out of curiosity, what was the story he was telling other people to justify what he was doing? How old was he? 25 to 26. He was bending the truth, saying what happened but with a twist, that I had lead him on because I was using flirting emojis. It was the smiley face emoji. And saying even though I'd rejected him, truth, I was
That is such a
continuously flirting back and
weird
playing hard
thing.
to get.
Smiley face. If anything comes across as condescending to me.
Playing games. Explode 10 times worse
I
after
think
that.
flirty.
A horrible date with a nice guy named Josh back in 2002. We went hiking on our date. He spent the entire time bragging about how smart he was. Smarter than everyone he's ever known. So
Ooh.
smart. He knew not to go to a university because community college is just as good for much less. Everyone who goes to
Technically
university
true.
is an idiot. Everyone who doesn't do things the exact way Josh does them is a low IQ moron.
No.
All of Josh's coworkers
But
are
you can
idiots.
do a community college pretty well.
Squad employee in history, and Best Buy would fall apart without him. Josh also had a lot of trouble finding a woman because women often have low IQs and can't keep up with his intellect.
Ah.
Not me, though. I'm okay. I could not wait to get home and block the guy. Edit. I met him on Yahoo Personals. He came off okay there, and we arranged a date after a short conversation. Yes, we had AIM and Yahoo Messenger back then, and that's where I blocked him. I don't know where Josh is today. I don't care. I don't care what his side of the story is. He was a twat and probably still is.
Yep.
No, I wasn't fat. Josh's attitude and horrible personality are 100% Josh's fault, not mine.
Yes.
Why are they so obsessed with IQ? Back in the 80s, I remember a lot of
Nick
kids being
Fuentes?
given IQ tests in school. It was kind of a big deal and everyone discussed their results. They took the high IQ kids and put them in different classes, so it made those kids feel special.
It was more than that. It's a race thing. I mean, that's what Nick Fuentes is all about.
And we were flirting for a while. Finally, I went to leave with a friend and got into her passenger seat. Was thinking of maybe meeting up with him until he came to my friend's car, banged on the window with his fists and asked, "Do you want to fuck?" Before I could even roll the window down. I said no, started to roll the window up and he put his fingers in it so I couldn't. Just stood there with an angry face for a while, called me a bitch and stomped away. Lost one of my friends on a crazy night out in an unfamiliar city. Not picking up her phone. We looked for her for over an hour in a half-mile radius.
If you ever go to a bar and you're talking to a random girl,
From the bar who allegedly saw her wandering alone.
she will have a story. She will have a story about how a guy is...
Indeed asleep on his couch. We thanked him, packed her up, and went on our way. A couple days later, he called me.
Oh yeah, poop harvesting. I know about this.
I had a boyfriend at the time, but would have said no regardless.
It's useful,
That was
but...
apparently unacceptable, and he told me I owed it to him for not graping my friend when he had the chance.
Yep.
Literally, he told me he could have done whatever he wanted to her and didn't need to call me at all, and it was the least I could do to thank him.
Yep.
I let him know that you don't get a trophy for not graping someone. He cussed me out and went on about how he's a veteran and how dare I and blah blah blah. Hung up and blocked him. Entitled creep. Are you at least sure he didn't do anything to your friend? No, sadly. She remembered bits and pieces though and didn't think he did anything to her. And her clothes / hair / makeup were all in order. Oh my god, there was this guy who I would speak to on my commute. He was very awkward and I made polite small talk, but really I just wanted to read my book. Anyway, one day he comes up to at the train station and says he saw
what the
me
hell?
out with my husband and kids. He then went mental. Accused me of leading him on, called me a slag,
What?
tried to kill himself, broke down crying, begged me to leave my husband for him. Then asked to no one in particular why does this keep happening to him. Edit, for those of you that read this and thought, she sounds like she could do with a dick pic. Let me assure you, I don't. You better.
Yeah.
Someone was mine.
Actually feels like there was a story missed out in between that.
I got super drunk at 1 and I was supposed to feel safe there. What he didn't know is that I heard him saying, as he put me into his friend's car, "She's going to be easy tonight," to said friend. The friend was a gentleman and he laid me in his bed and then went to get his Nintendo Switch, sat on the floor and I woke up in time to see him playing and we became best friends. Thankfully, he never tried anything and I cut the other guy out of my life.
Jesus.
But the friend wasn't a gentleman for what he did. He was a decent human being.
Yeah.
Let's not give credit to men doing good things and call them gentlemen. Nah, he was a total gentleman. He could have left me on the couch and ignored me, but no. He let me use his bed even though I'm pretty sure I had puke in my hair and slept on the floor and then let me pick a movie to watch while we ate popcorn. He was a total gentleman. Did you end up telling the guy you became friends with that you overheard the other one? Lots of respect to him for not taking advantage of. He had hurt and he cut that person out of his life. He thought it was disgusting. A friend of mine had a similar issue where she thought she could trust someone who ended up being a fucking creep. She knew the guy for like a decade and there was enough perceived trust in the relationship that they were roommates. This was a completely platonic relationship. One day she was using his computer and found this folder titled with her name and the names of other female friends of hers. Completely unsecured, not hidden or anything. Inside the folders were videos of them in the bathroom. Apparently, the air freshener was spying on them. This friend of mine is one of the most soft-spoken, nicest, shyest, least assertive people I know, but she went for the fucking jugular. And long story short, dude is in prison right now.
Good.
We bought groceries together for a work event and he insisted on putting all the groceries into the car because I'm superior to him. I had to nervously laugh my way out of it and say
Superior?
no. Of course not, haha. When we got back into the car, he asked if I was
Superior.
in a relationship. I said no, but that I also wasn't looking. But I had a feeling he was going to ask. He said, not even with me? I said, haha, no, not with anyone, sorry. He said I was being really rude by not even accepting a date. When we got back to work, he complained to everyone that I made him do all the shopping and that I then started name calling in the car. He also said I wouldn't stop asking him on a date. Since everyone saw him bring the groceries back in, because he had strongly insisted, at least that part looked true, and I was so scared because I didn't know how to sort the whole thing out.
Oh, for God's sake,
Luckily,
it's
I
always
can't
young
record an
people.
audio. Edit. I really appreciate all the advice, but this was a few years ago and has been resolved. He was fired soon after for apparently something else.
Something
Believe it or
else.
not, but most men in the workplace know a douchebag when they see one. I know, but his story seemed to add up, and I was really bad at talking back then and also nervous to speak up.
Yeah. And it
Was my friend
happens
for
as
7
well.
years. 7 years. We supported each other in college, studying. He asked and I set him up with a friend. They dated, broke up. I stayed friends with both. Helped each other move at last 5 times. Endless resume editing, relationship advice, introduced him to people as my brother. Maximum contact was an occasional hug. Found myself single near a big birthday, while crying about the fresh breakup on the phone with him. He decided that I should try dating him, or at least hook up, and that I owed it to him because he's always been there for me. Excuse me? I had always been there for him too, and I didn't think anything was owed to me. I met him when I was 16, he was 20, while playing League of Legends. We kept getting in the same games and eventually just added each other and queued up.
Yeah.
We lived in the same city and there was a meetup for other gamers, so we had met in person a couple months later after playing every day
It
together.
must
I didn't have
suck
a
to
lot
be
of
a
friends,
woman.
so I did cling to him during these meetups, where we would all go to this internet cafe and get pizza and play League of Legends. He was nice. He would pick me up and drive me to the city or take the train to mine.
But not because of it in specific. I suppose one or two things that could be put at the feet of a woman.
Eventually, I guess he got impatient. He would be jealous that I had a crush on a guy in my grade, lamenting about what this boy had that he didn't.
Boy.
He'd bring up all the things he did for me, how he never asked to be repaid or anything back. He wanted us to lose our virginities to each other. He wanted me. He never did anything to me when I was underage, a silver lining, I suppose. I drifted myself away from him and he let go. 2 years pass. I'm 18. I see him again when there's a big League of Legends event in our city and he starts talking to me. I was naive. I forgave him. Because, how could I hate someone for wanting me? He offers to drive me home. I accept because it's late and I've overstayed in the city talking to him. He's changed.
No!
He's gone to gym, got fit, started seeing girls and lost his virginity. Good for him, I said. He talks about how he loves it when women are smaller than him. Like me, how these Asian girls love how big he is, how he throws them around. I'm uncomfortable, because I am an Asian girl. He asks if I've done anything yet. I guess he thinks that my aversion to dating him before was because I was frigid. I'm nearly home.
It seems mostly
Text
Asian.
my dad, ask him to meet me in front of the house because I'm scared. He then drops the question, if I'd like to see his penis. I refuse. He then asks me to change the song. I look down and yay, he has it out. He's smiling, thinking that I'd be impressed.
Who?
Overcome with lust? Quite the opposite. I open the car door while it's still moving.
Whom?
He's slowing and stopping the car, and I just get out and tell him to never talk to me again. I'm close to my home and I see my dear dad, standing menacingly in the dark at the end of the driveway. I run to my dad and he charges down the street to the car. I get back inside and not long after, my father does too. I'm blocked from that guy on every platform I had him on, except Snapchat, where he later sends me a slurry of abuse before blocking me too. Not much is said, but it's not needed. I love my dad and the day he saved me.
Horrible.
He was about twice my age. I was 25-ish. He was about 50, close to twice my weight, not in muscle.
This is almost like too dark for what I was thinking.
Lifestyle at the time. Didn't have any hobbies. I didn't find him attractive at all, and we didn't have anything in common, but he got mad that I wouldn't give him a chance because he was a nice guy. Then he spread rumors around the workplace. Yes, we worked together, which was also a factor in my decision to decline pursuing a relationship. That I was
Smart.
a mean, cold-hearted bitch tease because I flirted with him but wouldn't go out with him. Oh, P.S. The flirting he was talking about was me saying hi to him when I passed him on the factory floor. Someone I knew and trusted molested me when I was 17.
See what I
thought I was
mean?
confiding in a long-term friend. But he told me, I don't understand how you got to that point with him, but you and I hang out all the time and haven't gotten close. Wow, that's the worst. Hope you're well. Thank you. It was pretty jarring. It happened a little over 10 years ago. I actually ran into him a few years ago when I went to visit my dad, and the first thing he did was apologize. I had honestly forgotten about it, and I don't
Alright.
harbor any resentful
Well, that's
feelings.
some, I suppose. At least he
And the best
understood.
thing we can do is help ourselves.
More date.
Oh shit, I had a similar thing happen. I was raped at 17, and one of my then closest friends' responses was, "It's just not fair. If you'd let him do that sort of stuff to you, why wouldn't you let me?" It's genuinely scary to realize that there are people with that degree of entitlement and lack of empathy out there. Especially in the case of experiencing sexual violence. I found that the actual attack in and of itself just pales in comparison to the experience of being
Oh,
constantly
this turns back
in
to...
ways both big and small, invalidated by the people around you in the aftermath. I used to daily drive a heavily modified, high HP, turbo car. One day the turbo decided to eat itself. No worries. It was on the top in front of the engine, so easy to access. Guy was a friend and only a friend of mine, or so I thought, and offered to help. This is important. He offered, I never asked. So he comes by, helps take the turbo out. We hang out, shoot the shit, drink a beer, or a few, finish up the removal, and he goes on his way. I then send the turbo back for warranty. Turbo comes back maybe a month later. In the meantime, I had just met FH, who happened to be a professional mechanic. When I mentioned I couldn't hang out with him on a weekend day, he asked why, so I explained. He offered to come help with install. I said, thank you, and that was that. He came over, helped with install, we grabbed some food after, and then he went home. So eventually, Guy asks when we are reinstalling the turbo, and I told him it was already done. He got a little weird, but apparently I missed the whole thing. Then he started digging. Like I wasn't capable of doing the job myself. I am. He eventually kept asking who helped me with the install. I told him FH. His reply? Well, I bet he at least got laid for his hard work. I guess eventually he did, since we've been together for almost 18 years. But not because he helped me do something I could do myself.
True.
TLDR, nice guy thought that helping me work on my car was going to get him laid, even though I absolutely didn't need his help. Dude I met at my college's computer lab while I was studying. I used to be in there at all hours of the night pulling all-nighters, and he would come over and study with me. I used to go get coffee from the nearby McDonald's, and he offered to come with me, which I agreed to. He purchased my cup for me, and he was overall pretty nice and attractive, so one day I agreed to go on a date to a 24/7 diner. After, we ended up walking through a dark park, and I was kind of uncomfortable, but I made it out. One of these nights we were studying, and he suggested we go back to his dorm room to study instead. He kept offering me some of his Adderall, which I politely declined. He wasn't studying, he was laying on his bed, so after a bit I made an excuse to go back to my dorm room. He offered to walk me. On the way we made a plan to go to the movies, but he wanted to make a deal that I had to drink. On the walk we were talking and playing around, and somehow I ended up in an entirely too tight headlock. It was dark, we were alone, and I was in a headlock. He eventually released it, and I continued on as if there was no problem. However, that was strike two, and it was clear what he was trying to do with this movie deal. When I got back, I blocked him and never spoke to him again. Stopped going there to study and avoided him any time I spotted him.
Slanja.
A self-proclaimed nice guy asked me out in high school. We had never spoken once or even sat next to each other. We shared one class, but he was on the other side of the room. He asked me. I said I wasn't allowed to date. He kept persisting and telling me that we could sneak around. I told him I was not interested in dating him or anybody else, and that I just wanted to focus on school. He flipped my desk over and told me I was a bitch and I should have...
How strong was he?
Me well. You know, because he was so nice, he just flipped my desk over for...
How did he do that?
He drove past my house for a while. I think he followed my school bus in his car. The drive-bys continued for a few weeks. And hang-up calls. Finally, he left me alone for about a month. He stalked two girls after me, pulled a knife on one. Her dad was the sheriff. Okay,
two things. Number one, dad sheriff, fascinating. Number two, platinum equates to fucking nanites? Oh, shit.
He went away for a while, but came back towards the end of the year. I don't know how this was even allowed.
Onto the ship.
20 years ago.
Everything's changed. Platinum time.
That was it. I was going home homesick one day between classes and was getting
We
my
need
things from my
platinum.
locker when he told me
Vast
no, I was
quantities of
sick.
platinum.
I said I was, and
Sell
he
any?
just
No.
leave me alone. And he said, "Good, I hope you die," and slammed my locker door on me. The tiny, elderly school secretary heard him and came to my rescue and chased him off. After that, he was booted from our shared class, but allowed to finish the school year. Most baffling was a guy at work
Platinum.
who offered me a lift home. When we got to my place, he was all, "Aren't you going to invite me in?" And I was like, "No." Then he told everyone at work I was a cock tease lol. What a loser.
Triton.
It was honestly so bizarre I couldn't even be mad.
Gold!
We'd exchanged pleasantries in the kitchen.
Alright, we're gonna be here for a while.
Been on a date, and the drive from the office to my place was only about 10 minutes. To this day, I can't fathom what on earth he was thinking. He works, still does, in the same lab as me. We're both from the same part of the world, and he insisted he could predict the type of person I was. That I like music. I enjoy spicy food. I want to get married and have kids. No shit, so does 99% of the world. Kept insisting we had so much in common. Then he asked me out for a team planning meal, but it would only be him and I. My gut told me to run, and I told that it wouldn't be appropriate, especially if it was meant to be a team thing. He tried to laugh it off, saying I was overthinking it, that it was just friendly. The last straw was when he tried to corner me in the lab, asking personal questions under the guise of just getting to know a colleague. I then told him unequivocally that if he needed to talk, make sure it was an email only. It didn't deter him, and it only stopped when HR got involved at my insistence. He stopped asking questions. But the stares didn't stop. Neither did the weird little comments slipped into casual conversations, like, "I know you better than you think," or, "You'll come around." I had a class with a guy. We worked on a project together in my first year of uni, and he confided in me about some of his issues, and I felt really bad for him. He sat beside me in class and started messaging me every day, and it was honestly exhausting. I told him I had issues of my own, so I wasn't the best person to talk to, and he should seek out a counselor, etc. Over the next few years, he started coming up to me more in person in common areas of the campus. I'd politely tell him I had stuff to do and I'd rather work alone, so he'd sit beside me silently until I'd leave. I found him following me around campus on multiple occasions too.
Now that I know that platinum is what I'm after,
Messaging him back even if it was to tell
I have
him he's
vast
not
quantities of
so I wasn't
platinum.
giving him something to hold on to. So, I started outright ignoring his daily hellos as much as it made me
Oh,
feel bad.
dude.
About a year later, in the year 4 class we took together, he kept turning around and staring at me, I swear, every 30 seconds. He did it so much that other people in the class started asking me about it. Then one day we were supposed to get up and pitch an idea for a video. He gets up there, pitches his idea, then pulls up an image of my face and says, "I want my name
There it
to
is.
play the lead part," as he clicks through a couple more slides of pictures of me stolen off Facebook. I was mortified. I'm a very quiet and shy student, so I had no idea what to do. I just slunk down in my seat and prayed no one looked at me. After that, a good guy friend of mine talked to the guy and told him how uncomfortable he was making me. He seemed to get the message after that, probably because it was another guy saying it. He never got outright aggressive, but his behavior was definitely upsetting to me. I even started to get scared he was following me home, so I never listened to music on the bus or on my walk. I did on multiple instances tell him that I didn't
This
want
is
to
so
talk. It was
fucking...
making me uncomfortable. I had a boyfriend, etc.
These are all a lot darker than I expected. Hey, Troy.
I definitely could have handled it better, but I didn't want to be rude to him because
Copper Cab
oh,
can't
man,
hurt you
I was
anymore.
talking about the guy I had to straight up ignore, like not even look at. People would ask why I was
I will say you probably should
It's
have
because the slightest warmth reignited his hopes of convincing me
been a
to
bit
leave.
more subtle about
I felt
it,
sorry for him
read the
because he
room
couldn't be in
more,
trouble with
but
social cues,
yeah, fuck
but
him.
it was the only thing that made him back off.
He's Copper Cab, who cares?
Personal space was one of the many issues. Yeah.
Oh,
I
it's
feel
like old
It's a really
times.
fine line between being
Bill,
outright rude and not wanting to keep their hopes up.
Troy.
But
All
lack
we
of
need is
personal
August
space
to
with
make
this
his
guy was a
his
huge
glorious
problem too.
return.
Like I'd be sitting alone in a computer lab working, and he'd come up right beside me and stayed at my screen. It's hard when it's someone who just doesn't understand how uncomfortable they make you.
Yeah, I will say this, like, this ain't 2019. I don't think anyone's really caring too much about him. But saying that, you know, Discords have rules, and you decided to break them. So never think back on it and it's like you were treated badly. No, you weren't. You made a decision, and you gotta live with it. Like a big-ass, grown-ass man. But you know what? We have a Discord. And you're on a few other Discords. You'll be fine. What I will say is... Apparently, like, he's still not being caught. I've seen stills of the person who might be the actual suspect, and they're white. So already, Charlie Kirk's audience is rushing to find other things to hate about them. Right. I'll actually pop on one of Walter's videos, because his ones are always funner. A lot of those were really dark.
Hey everyone, this is Walter.
Not that his don't get dark sometimes, but...
Once again, it's time to look at posts from nice guys. Men who are really...
I'm looking for platinum right now, because platinum equates to nanites. I did not know this.
Started with nice guys from Reddit. These posts came to us from Reddit nice guys. Don't worry. I have a ridiculously strong personality.
What the fuck?
You wouldn't be the first person
Where'd you
to
go?
continue with me. Not just women, or dates or sex, but guy friends too. It usually goes from love and awe to fear and hatred. LOL. No bad events or drama having happened. Just a form of bias and resentment. Due to my sunny, positive vibe and hopefulness. Most people are in some form of anxious misery, and they secretly like it. My neighbor is starting to hate me now too. LOL. She's angry that I sleep well, take no meds, work out daily, and that I don't evaluate a day as a good day or a nice day based on whether the sun is out or not. All true. You're busy. That's true. I know. But we've been talking for 3 months. But you will never meet me or date me in this lifetime. I'm way too sunny, positive, and totally not abusive enough. The guy who continues to humiliate you and harass you and threaten you and put you down.
Oh, it is. It's also... Well, it's...
A guy like me is just a piece of...
More importantly, it's 9/11. Noah said no one cares about that today.
Wow, he's insulting and whiny at the same time. Where is this happy disposition?
It would have to happen at some point.
Anyway?
Nobody cares.
I'm a piece of shit and the world sucks. No emo. Wow. Yeah, ditto. Wow. I'm not even interested or dating anyone at the moment. The last thing on my mind is being in a relationship after being fucking manipulated and in a toxic relationship for so long. You need a very abusive guy to mess your life up. You don't need a great guy who's going to treat you well. Keep your therapist in business for years to come, and both of you solve absolutely nothing over the next 10 years.
What?
I'm sorry, but it's the truth. I'm being real. But thank you for letting me know your true feelings and thoughts about me as a person. LMAO, okay. You didn't have to reach out to me again. You've been jerking me around for 3 months. I'm done with this bullshit. Go be with the loser piece of shit who's stalking you, because that's the best you can do. Because of you, not because of life. Because you don't feel good about yourself. You don't want me. Because you feel like shit and you want to continue to feel like shit.
I'll be great. That's why I'm gaslighting and negging you all the time.
She's like, I'm not dating anyone. And he's like, yes you are. And he's abusive. And you like it. How the fuck would he know anyway? Bro opened with, all my friends dislike me, and so does my neighbor, and thinks it's because everyone else is jealous how good a person he is. Bless his heart, he thinks he was born in a manger. It usually goes from love and awe to fear and hatred. Well, if that's not a ringing endorsement of a stalker or abuser, I don't know what is. LOL.
Platinum. I'm not seeing any platinum.
Cycle of abuse. Regardless of the fact that obviously everyone hates him for being a piece of shit rather than his happy personality.
We're getting scanned. What do you want?
If he sure doesn't look it in these messages, and if he's being 9 out of 10 delusional, why not go 10 out of 10?
You want me to fuck with you? Okay.
To be fair, he could present that face to people he was trying to impress, and he
I'm
totally
gonna kill you.
However, when he showed his true colors, he was a narcissist with an absolutely horrendous...
Oh, there's 2 of them. Shit. Alright, maybe I'll be fucked. I don't know.
He used his vile temper to control me, because he knew that I'd do almost anything to avoid it. Never mind. I'm with a fantastic guy now who never loses his temper with me. He's so patient, understanding, kind, caring, and loving. I'm very lucky to be with him. Okay, this next one is also weird. Hey, long time no see. Oh hey, it's been a while. How have you been? It's been so long since we last talked, it's crazy. Yeah, I've been better. I've been thinking about you a lot, to be honest. Oh, what's wrong, if I may ask? And to
Nice.
think about me in what way? I thought you wanted nothing to do with me. You made it pretty clear last time. Yeah, you hurt me pretty badly. Can you be a little bit more clear? It's been close to a year now, and I don't remember too much from our last interaction. You can really tell how depressed and tormented this guy is because he puts an ellipsis at the end of every sentence. He really wants her to
Did
know.
it. Boom.
Of course you don't remember. You hurt me, and when you had your pathetic little fun with me, you left and forgot I even existed. I loved you, you know. Still do, but you had to let your mental illness get in the way of our relationship. Did you get any help for your mental sickness? I'm sorry, I don't recall. How did I make fun of you? You're being really insulting. From what I remember, we had an argument. You wanted nothing to do with me, so I left you alone. You blocked me everywhere, and I respected your decision and moved on. I don't know what you think you'll achieve by coming back after 8 months and insulting me out of nowhere. It's already pretty bad, but here's where he goes full incel, without even being insulted or anything. You know exactly what you did. Man, you haven't changed one bit. After all the love I gave
No, Bill, you
would be
probably
so
still
happy.
are
I
just
would have treated
automatically
you so right.
off,
But
but
every time.
like
God damn it.
you're on a
Every
list.
time you females have to walk all over me, and then
Females.
move on as if nothing happened.
Should do a shot every time I
Girls
heard
like you should
females.
get the death penalty for breaking the hearts of good loyal men like me. I loved you so much. I would have given you everything.
Female.
First, my ex cheats on me after 5 years of being together. I nearly want to F myself. Then I think, maybe, just maybe, I can find love again. I thought I had found love again when I met you. But you had to let your ducking mental illness break us apart.
Ducking.
I understand I've wronged you. It was bad of me to start an argument out of nowhere. But after you blocked me, I never contacted you again. I left you alone and never bothered you again. Plus, you can't say I deserve a death sentence. Like, geez. Okay, I know I said some bad things, but what you're saying is too much. You should have moved on like I did.
Silver.
Forgot about it. And no, you never loved me. We talked for 2 weeks, dude. 2 weeks. You can't love someone after 14 days.
Pretty
No
much.
matter what happened, you don't have the right to come back after nearly 8 months and say all these things.
Platinum, platinum,
I don't
platinum.
care what the original argument was at this point. This guy is completely unhinged to act this way towards someone he doesn't even know. He's like, I truly loved you with all my heart, ... You're just a mentally ill freak, and you're overweight on top of that.
Great.
But maybe I'll forgive you and give you another chance if you behave and send me a picture of your breasts. I bet they've doubled in size after gaining all that weight.
What?
Let me see them, baby.
Expose your breasts for my pleasure.
And even if I didn't, I'd not be with you ever. Kindly F off and get some help. You are so fucking deluded. Good luck finding someone out there like me. Okay, she clearly doesn't want someone like you, so great threat there. Not that it changes the situation in any way, because the guy's a moron. But what bad things are you claiming you said? Because based on these texts, I'm willing to bet all my money on the fact that he said much, much worse things to you that I don't see him taking accountability for. I remember me being in a bad mood, and he kept messaging me after I told him to give me space, but he wanted to be a brave knight and be there for me, so it escalated. So what I'm hearing is that he didn't respect your boundaries and is trying to make you feel crazy for standing up for yourself. Maybe you did not say all the right things when you were standing up for yourself, but I can imagine for these texts that there may have been a reason for that. He was being
I'd be okay if a girl could make her tits shake like that meme of the cat doing the ass wiggle, then it cuts to the guy from what, like the Old Spice, doing the ooh, wiggle, 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 ooh, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Yeah! Give me a guys, find you a girl who can do that.
Honestly, I could picture saying you love someone within weeks if you physically spent the whole time getting close together or something. But them getting attached this quickly online drives me up a wall. Can any woman answer why it seems many women gravitate to
Platinum,
toxic
give
narcissistic
me
men?
platinum. I think I need to look for more asteroids that look like
They
this.
say they want a nice man, yet they seem to go back to their history of toxic men. It is frustrating for us nice guys. Nice doesn't mean I'm a doormat.
Gold.
It's just frustrating for a mature single man. I also find many people have unresolved trauma and shouldn't be dating.
Train them.
Every single one of those toxic, narcissistic men think they're nice guys. Just saying you are doesn't mean shit. Wow, imagine how wild it would be if people could actually lie and pretend to be nice before they show their true toxic nature. How hard it would make it to know who's toxic before you get into a relationship.
Platinum.
Also, I'm sure women complain about wanting nice men to them all the time. Sure. Spanish, English, and Portuguese. If you show me your muscles, I show you mine. I'm good. No need to show anything. Modest? I'm not really interested in exchanging pictures randomly. Sorry, I just thought since your intentions is finding someone on dating apps, you should normal and reasonable. You
What?
sound like you had bad experiences with guys.
What?
Because I don't want to send pictures? LOL. My intention is getting to know someone, to be honest, as a person, not just their looks. ... I don't like how you were making this sound. You were making me sound superficial. It's funny, this guy uses the ... and it just makes him look pissed instead of depressed like the other guy. And yeah, he's real pissed. You definitely had issues with men, and are overly judgmental, and have issues about sexuality. 100%. The way you women treat...
These are, of course, all random other shots found from
Even
people.
when the guy is a nice guy. What are you scared of?
Nice guy. I'm a fucking nice guy.
Both matter.
Give me sex or I'll kill you, 'cause I'm a nice guy.
This is a lack of honesty.
Unlike the other guys, I hope you die.
Scared of your reputation?
Send me breast pics 'cause I'm a nice guy.
Nonsense about morality and bigotry. What if I am the nicest loving guy, and I am rich, and I have an amazing body, and a 20-centimeter eggplant?
Eggplant!
This is assuming
That's far too much zucchini. I'm not from Sicily.
There should be nothing wrong if we have nice bodies and we like each other's. But you women are conditioned by freaks. Be negative. I said one thing, and you sent me a rampage of 20+ messages saying, you women. Now,
You women.
Sorry, but you sound a bit like an angry, judgmental woman. What did guys do to you? It doesn't have to be toxic. Guys like this using the word toxic don't even realize how stupid they look. You should also probably stop using the word judgmental, because holy fucking shit. How do I sound angry when you haven't even heard my voice? By saying one thing, you assume all of this of me and refer to me as my gender rather than as a person. You seem to have been rejected a lot in life.
This is actually going to go down a little bit now that Charlie's dead. He was spouting a lot of shit like this.
You're asking for pics. Wow, you sound so sick, girl.
Not as bad as, like, say, Andrew Tate, but still. It's almost like, I don't know, Charlie Kirk not being in this world will have a net positive.
I don't need to do that. You're calling me sick and toxic, LOL. You're the victim? Some people hate double texters. Once you get to 22 times, everybody hates you. 22 is just psycho behavior. How does he figure you're not allowed to judge someone on them wanting nudes immediately? We judge people a lot based on the first things they say to us, and I don't really see the issue with that.
If I see a junkie walking towards me trying to, like, parse what he wants, I'm gonna judge him and think he's a junkie who wants money.
Gross manipulation. Oh, come on, girl.
Sorry, man, can I borrow some money off you?
Met and barely even know? Ugh, women these days, just so toxic and paranoid. You forgot lacking intelligence. Yeah, if you already don't want to send someone a picture, and then they call you stupid. Oh fuck, I guess I better send it now. Absolute madness. Anyway, that's about all the time I have for you today.
How much platinum I got?
If you like the video, please give it a like.
92. Let's try 100 and then we'll go back down to our,
Reading them while the video's new. If you're new here, consider subscribing for more of the same.
He also reads the information.
Big thanks also to my awesome patrons who help by supporting me more directly over on Patreon. It's always a huge help. I'll be back very soon. There was a post at the end that was too long for me to cover even. Have a great day, everyone. And don't be so judgmental when you're on dating sites.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense to be.
The weird thing about hang on, I did it to the last one, I'll do it to this one. Send some love Walter's way. We had him on the show a couple of times. He was pretty dope. Need to get him back on. Boop. actually play another one of his. Let's see. Here. I am a sincere romantic gentleman.
Hey everyone, this is Walter, and I'm back with more posts I found on Reddit. Nice guys are essentially
Go and
men who
pee,
call themselves
and I'll
awesome.
be back in a second.
I guess they think that makes them better than
Hope
other
you
men.
guys did not
Besides
see my
that,
book
they're
crack.
not actually that
There's a
nice
chance
either.
you did.
You'll see, so let's just begin with Nice Guys from Reddit. These posts come to us from Reddit Nice Guys. Okay, so I have been struggling with myself to put my thoughts into words. Been struggling to actually send over my views and feelings. I know you probably get this every day from guys everywhere. I don't mean to waste your time, and I certainly do not mean to become just another statistic, but I just wanted to say how beautiful I think you are. I have never really done this, so in no way am I trying to be disrespectful, especially if you have a boyfriend and or fiance. In no way are there any other...
Bladder.
I certainly know that the time
Bladder.
games to be played in terms of knowing what it's like to be unbelievably busy,
Boop.
especially with work. Time is the most precious commodity in life, in which we can never get back. I hope this whole thing doesn't make you roll your eyes, as like I stated earlier, I know you probably get this all the time.
All the
So I thought
time.
I would let you know respectively.
Actually, I'm thinking now what I could show of his. And the video I'm thinking of is probably something like the cake puncher or something. Yeah.
Hey, what's up everyone? My name's Walter.
This is the thing when we had him on, and Naira. We, the three of us bonded over this story. So,
I'm back here to read you some stories from Reddit. I listed Reddit relationships as the title, but we're actually covering one guy who posts his stories in multiple places like TIFU, Am I the Asshole, and Relationship Advice. I'd like to note that this is the same guy who went to the Oscars viewing party, so you might want to watch that video first. I know a lot of people didn't see it. I'll link to it in the description and briefly summarize what happened when we get there. It might make me a dick to just make a video about a random Redditor, but wait until you see this guy. You'll see why I'm covering him soon enough. Let's just begin with Reddit relationships, cake puncher. Now why am I calling him that? Well, you'll see. Here's an early example of this man's decision making. Today I fucked up by throwing up while getting drug tested. I've recently been hired at a new company. The interview was yesterday and I got the job, but one of the requirements for employment is passing a drug test. So today I went to a local drug testing facility and I made the absolute genius move of not drinking any fluids before going in. I checked myself in and waited in the waiting room for about 15 minutes before I was called in to do the test, and I didn't have to pee at all. I was put into a small little bathroom and told me fill the cup to the line with urine, but I just couldn't muster out any piss. I even tried squeezing my entire pelvic area, but I was more likely to accidentally shit myself than pee properly, so I just came out and was honest with the employee. I told them that I didn't have to pee, and she told me to go back to the waiting room, drink plenty of water from the dispenser, and then tell the front desk lady when I'm ready for another try. Yeah, normal story so far. I've certainly been in this situation. It's not a complicated test. So I start drinking water from the dispenser. I pour myself at least 10 full cups because I wanted to hurry and get this over with. I was drinking these 10 full cups as fast as possible, practically chugging them, and I wasn't stopping for any breaks. While I was pouring my 12th or 13th cup was when my stomach started to feel upset. I set down my water, sat down, and started massaging my stomach and hoping it would stop. The front desk lady didn't seem to notice, thankfully, but I was feeling worse and worse with each passing second. I felt like I could vomit at any moment and did my best to hold it in. The front desk lady then gets up and goes to a different room, and that's when I throw up. I didn't even have time to run to the nearby trash can. I just vomited all over the floor in front of me.
okay.
It was a foul mixture of your typical brownish-colored vomit, made extra runny by all the water I didn't let digest properly.
Uh-huh.
My stomach felt instantly better, but now I was stuck with the problem of my puke being all over the floor.
That'll do
I
it.
considered just running out and never coming back, but I knew that I needed this drug test done ASAP to get this job. I noticed that I was currently the only one in the waiting room, but I knew that the front desk lady would be back soon, so I came up with an idea. When I saw the lady coming back,
I remember.
the front door to the building, and I shouted, "Hey,
Hey.
get back here." I was yelling at someone outside of the building. The lady asked me what was going on.
You sound like a junkie kid.
The guy just ran in here, threw up all over the floor, and ran off back outside. I tried to stop him, but he ran off too quickly. The lady went outside and began looking around, and I thought that my lie would be good enough. Then the lady came in and started asking me what the guy looked like. I said that it was a white guy wearing a typical business suit and carrying a briefcase.
What?
The lady gave me a really curious look and then asked, "Did you throw up here?" I immediately started denying it and telling her that it was the guy in the
100 equates to 3 nanites.
Then she goes into the testing area that I was in, comes back out with the lady who put me in the room earlier, and they both just stared at me without even saying anything. I kept saying over and over, "It was the guy in the business suit. It was the guy in the business
It was the guy in the
Yelling wasn't helping my cause, and I just
business
broke down and
suit.
admitted to doing it. The front desk lady asked why I lied about it, and I just said, "I have issues." They both just told me to leave and that they're not administering my test. And you know what else? There was actually a 24-hour deadline for the test, and I just got the call from the company telling me they've terminated my employment for not submitting a drug test, so fucking yay. I'm just reminded of Cotton Hill getting blamed for burning the church down, yelling, "It was the man with the horrible smell." Real talk, though, I have no idea why he was drinking the water so fast and how he didn't make it to the bathroom. I'm just picturing the older gentleman with a briefcase comes striding in, pukes on the ground, laughs, and runs out. Anyway, a couple weeks later, he asked Reddit relationship advice what to do about a friend who was mad at him.
This is the actual story.
Let me just tell you that he was 22 at this time. My best friend is mad at me for ditching him in Walmart. A few days ago, me and my best friend were attempting the 24-hour Walmart challenge, where you basically just have to spend 24 hours inside a Walmart.
Okay.
The challenge went to shit at the 14-hour mark when the manager and another employee found my friend hiding in our paper towel fort, and they actually got physical with him. I saw them dragging him across the floor by his feet, and I didn't want to get in trouble, so I just ran out of the store and drove home without him. That may sound like a dick move on my part, but here's the thing. Me and him agreed on every man for himself before the challenge started. I didn't hear from him at all on the day after the incident, but I finally heard from him yesterday, and he's pissed at me. He told me that he managed to fight free from the employees, and he had to run out of the store and hide in a nearby Wawa convenience store. He managed to escape the Walmart employees, and he hasn't heard anything since, so he believes that he's gotten away with it. That said, he's now pissed at me for leaving him, and even driving off. He had to get an Uber back home, and he's still furious about it. Now he even said that he doesn't even want to talk to me, and he called me a shitty friend.
Oh yeah, you're such a bad guy.
Agreed to the every man for himself pact that we made. I still don't want to lose our friendship over this. We've been friends since middle school, and this seems like a dumb thing to fight over. What can I do to fix our friendship? God, by the time you make a paper towel fort, aren't you kind of making more work for the employees? Doing this is really immature, but I'm not sure I blame the guy for ditching his friend. What else was he gonna do? Get arrested for solidarity?
Right?
They would stop being friends over this, according to the story about the Oscars viewing party. Speaking of which, a week or so later, he would go to an Oscars viewing party that was a long-standing tradition with his friends. However, he sulked around the whole time and eventually got into a fight with the host, losing him even more friends.
It was over the food, wasn't it?
Link will be in the description. Next month, he was at odds with a friend yet again. Am I the asshole for having my food spilled all over the floor? Yesterday, there was an incident where I think that I'm 100% blameless. Me and a friend were driving out to this place called Stewart's Drive-In. For those who don't know, it's a 1950s-style drive-in restaurant where you order from the car, and the car hops bring your food to you so that you can eat in the car.
Uh-huh.
I ordered for both of us, and when the car hop brought the food, she fastened the tray of food to my window with these clips. But I don't know what happened. Either I knocked the tray loose a little, or the car hop didn't do a good job of clipping it on, but the tray completely gave away and our food spilled all over the floor next to my car. My friend was pissed and yelled, "Are you fucking kidding me?" I kept telling him that it wasn't my fault, but he wasn't even listening. He kept calling me a fuck-up and just yelled at me to drive him home. The car hop offered to prepare another order, but I just yelled at her that I wasn't paying and I drove off. On the drive back, my friend tells me to grow up and we got into a giant shouting match. I kept trying to tell him that it wasn't my fault, but he was saying that he was starving and I ruined our lunch. I just pulled over and told him to get out of my car if he was going to be a crybaby. He got out and I drove off, and we haven't even tried to talk since yesterday. Am I the asshole? I like how he both says that he's 100% blameless and immediately admits that he might have knocked the thing loose. Most people are telling him he shouldn't yell at the waitress. The point I'm trying to make here is that this guy's losing a lot of friends. Next up, we're going to see how he deals with his girlfriend.
Oh my god, I'm the problem, it's me. Like at some point, right?
Moved in with his girlfriend, or more specifically, his girlfriend's parents. Ready to find out why I called him Cake Puncher?
Yes! This has only been the preamble.
I'm currently living with my girlfriend and her parents. A few months ago, I was kicked out of my parents' house by my dad, but that's a completely different story. The point is that my girlfriend's parents have given me a place to stay and her mom seems okay with it. But her dad hasn't exactly been hiding his feelings about the whole situation. The thing is that me and my girlfriend have only been together for about 2 months and her dad keeps claiming that it's too early for us to be living together like this. But I've argued that it's not the same as us moving in together, just the two of us. And I have a job and I even offered to pay rent to them, but her mom declined that and her dad merely just shrugged his shoulders and said it doesn't matter. Still, her dad is constantly making fun of me and my situation. He constantly refers to me as the homeless boy, and he goes out of his way to criticize me whenever he gets the chance.
That sounds a bit
He
shit.
thinks that I should eat dinner away from them and let the real family eat in peace in the dining room. A few days ago, me and my girlfriend fought because she was telling me that I had to attend her dad's birthday party on the 1st and that I also had to buy him a gift. I refused since he's treated me so poorly, but I caved when I thought about my girlfriend possibly breaking up with me and also ending up without a place to stay. Monday was his party at the house, and I ended up buying him a used car battery. I got it cheap for $20, and I honestly didn't care what he thought of it. I just wanted to get my gift obligation out of the way. A bunch of other family and friends had also been invited, and they weren't impressed with my gift, nor was her dad. He called me out in front of everyone and said that the gift was lazy and that he didn't even need a car battery at the moment. I just nonchalantly said to him, "Happy birthday." Yes, he gets the dad a used car battery out of nowhere. The homeless kid who's living in his pool house got him that. He probably thought it was stolen or something. He escalated things by insulting me in front of everyone. He said, "I guess this is the type of gift to expect from someone who's homeless." He kept making a bunch of cracks about me being kicked out of my parents' house, and he was really pissing me off. My girlfriend was giving me a "don't make things worse" look, but I snapped. I yelled, "Shut up," and punched my fist right in the center of his cage. He started yelling at me to get out of the house, and I started yelling at him to get out of my face. One lady said that she was going to call the cops, so I just quickly packed up some clothes and left. I'm staying at a hotel at the moment, and when I called my girlfriend, the first thing she said to me was, "You're an idiot," which I already knew. We argued on the phone, and she said that she doesn't know about our relationship right now. She said that she wants time to think, so I'm giving her that. I want to know what I can do on my part to make things better.
Need a wire loom.
He always wants a way to fix some stupid thing he did, when the real answer is just not to do it in the first place. Like, "Oh, I might get kicked out if I don't buy a gift. I guess I'll buy a shitty gift on purpose and then get mad when he doesn't like it." Amazingly, this was not quite the end of their relationship, or the end of him messing up. After staying in a hotel for a few days, I decided that the best thing to do was to just swallow my pride and apologize to my girlfriend's dad. I went back to their house and gave a sincere apology to my girlfriend's whole family for ruining his birthday party. My girlfriend and her mom thanked me and accepted, but her dad just said to me, "You couldn't have done that immediately after ruining my cake?" I was going to argue, but my girlfriend pulled me aside and said that that was the closest that I'll get to him accepting. She said that if he didn't accept my apology, he would have just kicked me out again. We talked about my living situation, and her dad said that I can live with them, but only if I'm willing to accept one of two conditions. One is paying rent every month, or the other is working for him for free and having my labor count as rent. I chose the latter since I'm not ready to part with a whole bunch of my money, and I honestly didn't think it'd be that bad, which it wasn't for the first few days, but yesterday was when things went right back to being shit. For labor, he'd have me do yard work, and it really wasn't all that bad, but yesterday he told us that we were to start moving a bunch of stuff out of their garage to clear some more space. It pissed me off because there was already plenty of space in there, and he was just finding an excuse to keep me as a slave. One of the things we were doing was clearing a bunch of food out of the garage freezer and moving it into the kitchen fridge.
Wire loom.
While doing that, my girlfriend's dad decides to start criticizing me like he usually does. Once again, he was calling me homeless boy and making a bunch of cracks about me.
Homeless boy!
First generation in human history. I was trying to be the bigger man and just ignore him, but then he said to me, "You work retail for a living, so forgive me if I think you don't have any potential in life." At that point, I just looked directly at him with an armful of frozen food, intentionally dropped it all over the floor,
Again,
pulled it up and walked off.
I kind of don't hate.
Yelling at me to come back and pick it up.
I kind of want to beat the living shit out of this old man until he begs me to stop.
Confronted me and told me
You
to
know?
pick it up and not do anything to make my life harder.
I'd force the old man to pay me rent, all his pension,
To work for him if he doesn't appreciate my help.
and like go to a mosque and convert to Islam or something, just to mock him.
You fucking loser.
Like, that would be one of my requirements. It wouldn't be a requirement I'd expect him to follow.
Make out what was being said. Her mom intervened, politely asked me to clean up my mess, and I did so. After that, her dad kept grumbling about me under his breath. This whole situation is really upsetting me.
At the same time, the guy's kind of starting his own fights too, so...
The physical tests are
This sounds like scum attracts scum.
for a guy who treats me like shit is bearing down on me and my girlfriend. Our relationship is suffering because of this, and we're fighting more than I care to admit. What do I do to resolve this? He has an interesting definition of the word slave. I'm sure doing this work around the house is a lot easier than paying rent would be.
Yeah.
What do you do to resolve this? Stop fighting with her dad all the time. Preferably move out if you hate each other. He would soon be seen in Reddit legal advice, asking if he had tenants' rights.
No.
What an entitled little shit.
He didn't sign a fucking form.
Okay, this is getting long for one of my videos, but we're going to keep going until he gets kicked out. My girlfriend just broke down in tears and said that she wants a normal relationship. I'm currently living in a situation where I've been kicked out of my dad's house, and I'm living with my girlfriend and her family. I started out living in their house with them, but tensions have grown higher between me and her dad, and we recently reached an agreement where I can live in their pool house in their backyard. It's honestly been awesome so far. The pool house is practically an apartment with electricity, a bathroom, plumbing, and a living area with a couch and TV and everything.
Alright.
Our agreement is that I don't have to pay actual rent, but I do have to help him with physical labor around the house when it needs to be done, and my work acts as rent. I'm also not ever allowed in the actual house unless it's work-related, and I'm on my own and supplying my own food and stuff like that, but it's still a sweet deal so far. I've been living in the pool house since Friday, and me and my girlfriend have had plenty of time together. I can still leave in my car whenever I please, and we spent the whole weekend going out and spending time with one another. But just earlier this morning, we were hanging out in the pool house, and she was asking me about how long I plan to stay with them. I told her that I want to keep this up as long as possible, since I'm comfortable in the pool house, and I'm happy with not paying real rent. I thought that she'd be happy for me, but she broke down crying and said that she wanted a normal relationship. She said that her own boyfriend shouldn't be living in her family's pool house, and she doesn't want things to play out like this forever. I kept trying to comfort her, but nothing I said could get her to calm down, and she just ran inside her house still crying. I really don't know what to think of that, and I'm also really worried about the state of our relationship. We've been together for roughly 2.5 months, and I know this has been hard on both of us, but I have a good thing going right now, and I want to keep it going. How should I go about figuring out my girlfriend's issues and helping to make things better with her?
Her issues, yeah.
My girlfriend is crying and begging me to not just sit there in her parents' pool house rent-free. How could I possibly fix this situation? I find this post to be underrated. How can you not read the social cues? Anyway, the next post is what finally gets him kicked out and broken up with. And yes, this post was made to Reddit legal advice, of course. My landlord just destroyed my property, physically assaulted me, and kicked me out without notice. I'm in a position where I'm currently living with my girlfriend and her family, under their roof here in Newark, New Jersey. My dad kicked me out of his house a few months ago, and now I'm with my girlfriend's family.
Almighty Newark.
A few weeks ago, me and her father reached an agreement where I could live in their
I think I've been to Newark.
and the conditions are that I have to keep helping him with.
I know I was always planning to go to the airport at one point or another on a trip.
House unless there's something work-related going on. It's been hard on me and my girlfriend's relationship, but earlier today is when it all went to shit. We went out for breakfast, and I caught her staring at our male waiter. I didn't confront her about it at first.
Okay.
I felt staring at him in some way, and I called her on it. Her response: "You probably stare at other girls. I'm allowed to stare at other cute guys."
Yes, she
We had a
is.
fight right there, and in my anger, I called her a slut, and we ended up cutting breakfast short. She told me that she was going to tell her dad what I said to her, and I was begging her not to, since me and her dad both had history.
Alright,
Short-tempered
it's true that everyone's a bit different, but Jesus fucking Christ. If I see a girl who I like in a relationship, only once did a partner of mine find that as a bit of a threat. Rather, every woman wanted to know who the fuck is this girl and how can I include what she's got into me to make him like me even more. The same works in reverse. It's not that complicated.
Ran into the pool house and just waited to see what would happen. Yeah, another brilliant choice, Kate.
Everyone's a little different, which means some people will hit differently.
Insulting his daughter.
That's why monogamous relationships can be a bit
Yelling at me to leave.
overblown, honestly.
That letting me live with them was a mistake, and he kept yelling at me to leave. I told him that I wasn't leaving, so he picks up my PS4 that I bought and smashes it to the ground and starts stomping on it. I tried to get him to stop, but he grabs me by the neck and shoves me against the wall. He then grabs me again and throws me out of the pool house and yells at me to leave.
Okay.
I just ran off and drove away. I'm staying at a friend's house, but I want to fight against what my girlfriend's dad did to me.
Well, he did technically assault
I'm
you.
my landlord, and I was once informed that I have actual tenant rights, such as needing an eviction notice instead of just being thrown out. That and the obvious destruction of property and physical assault. Do I have rights, and how do I fight this? You know he tried to pull this tenant's rights bullshit, and that's why the guy broke his PS4 and physically yeeted him out like Uncle Phil or something. I'm amazed it even took this long. Be sure to let me know what you think about this story in the comments. This isn't even all of it. He moves back in with his dad afterward and does some stupid things with a new girlfriend. But we'll cover that another day. Thanks for watching, everyone. If you liked the video, please leave a like. If you have something to say, the algorithm loves comments. I find them amusing sometimes too. If you're new here and want more content from me, consider subscribing. It would help you see my new videos, theoretically. I also have to thank my generous patrons who are even supporting me while I'm in quarantine. Thank you all so much. I'm not sure what I'm making videos about this week, but I will be making videos for sure. Have a great day, everyone, and try not to lose any friends.
It's not even the first part. That's only the first part. What I find strange is that I immediately went to part 2. Part 3, rather. And I don't... Cake. Where's part 2? Well, here's the Oscar party. This is technically the prequel. So we're going to go to part 3.
Hey everyone, my name's Walter, and we're here for something I've been talking about for a while. Part 3 of the Cake Puncher series. He won't be punching any more cakes, but I'm just going to keep calling him that. Hey everyone, our first video in this series is called The Oscars Party. The second one is called Cake Puncher. I will be linking to both of them.
Oh, okay. Well, Walter, you failed there in terms of titles. This is the first part.
Today is time for another story from Reddit Relationship.
This is the Oscar party. I thought it was a side hustle.
Romantic relationship, just about a dude who can't stop being a dick to all of his friends apparently. He was 22 at the time of this first post, but be sure to let me know how old he seems in the comments. Anyway, let's get started, because this is going to be fun. This is Reddit Relationship Advice, the Oscars party.
You deserve an Oscar.
10 minutes. If not, I'll include something else, I guess. We begin with a post from February 12th of 2019 titled, "My friends are mad at me because I don't want to watch the Oscars with them. Every year for the past 8 to 9 years, me and my friends have had Oscar viewing parties."
I used to like Oscar parties. I've been to 2. And I've actually wanted to host one on the channel here. But I mean, it's the
But
Oscars.
this year I've decided not to watch the ceremony. I think the show is going to have a lot less personality without a host. I hate that they're not even going to televise some of the award presentations, and I just think we have a weak batch of nominees, especially in the Best Picture department. I have more reasons to not watch it, so that's what I'm doing this year. I went over to his apartment to tell my friend who was hosting the viewing party this year that I'm not watching, and I won't be coming over to his place on Oscars night. He was actually pretty upset. He accused me of breaking tradition, and he said that I have to watch it and come over. I told him that I have no interest in this year's
Have
ceremony,
to?
and I don't want to watch it. And what does my friend do? He actually calls an emergency meeting and invites over one other friend to tell him about this situation. The other friend arrives, and they're both pissed at me for not wanting to go to the viewing party. And then one of them tried to guilt trip me into going by saying that these viewing parties are the best way to
Wow.
and I decided to just use my nuclear option. I told them that we must have a pretty shitty friendship if the Oscars are the only thing keeping us connected.
True.
One of my friends then said that I'm not watching simply because I'm jealous that a lot of the movies I liked didn't get nominated for Best Picture, so I started attacking his taste in movies. His favorite movie of the year was Bohemian Rhapsody, and I said to him, the only reason that it was even nominated is because the main character is gay. That movie is a pile of shit. Then the three of us get into this giant argument attacking
Bohemian Rhapsody is
I decided to just leave, and I turned to my
pretty
friends and
dope.
said, I'm outgrowing you man babies who throw a fit over a stupid awards show. And they both
Like, it's a very good movie.
But I kept calling it stupid, and I yelled that I'm never watching the Oscars again and that they can have their dumbass viewing parties without me. God, he sounds like an angry teenager. Not just a teenager, but like he just turned 13 and now he doesn't want to talk to anyone younger than him anymore. And don't worry, it will definitely get worse.
I was that
I left
teenager.
the apartment in an extremely pissed off.
I'm not saying that as pride,
Telling them off like that, but in
but
hindsight,
I'm aware of it.
not only because of how
I once told like a 10-year-old I didn't want to hang out with him anymore because...
pitching him at Walmart, and it looks like I've lost at least 2
Imagine if like that ruined that kid's life.
who usually attend the viewing parties every year.
It set a
But I
tone.
still think that my friends were overreacting to my decision. What do you think? Is there any way to undo this? Let's read some of his comments and maybe a comment or two replying to see what he decides to do about it. They can survive 1 year without me. If they're really going to cast me out over an awards show, that says more about them than me. Says the one who insulted them and screamed instead of just watching a show. Sorry, but you are all acting like kids. You are all adults. Grow up. If a tradition isn't important to you, then you are willing to cast them aside. Why shouldn't they do the same to you? The issue isn't of the show itself. It's that you are blowing off a long-standing tradition for no reason. I've given my reasons. Part of the tradition is watching a ceremony that's competently handled. That's not the case this time. I have little interest in watching the ceremony this year, and my friends can tough it out without me. You know what? Fine. I'll go to the stupid viewing party, and I'll be sure to come back here and post an update about how horribly it went. Happy? Dude, you actually sound like a toddler. You asked for advice, then threw a hissy fit when people didn't just 100% back you up. To be honest, you're probably better not going now, as you're just gonna bitch and moan and ruin it for your friends so you can turn around later and say, see? I told you it was gonna suck. Okay, so Reddit talked him into going to the party, but they can't force him to like it. This is shaping up to be a great party, isn't it? A couple weeks later, February 25th, he posts the update. Well, the comments in the first post kept telling me that
Should have done this first.
my friend's viewing party, so I went. I arrived yesterday about 30 minutes before the ceremony was set to start, and I really tried to get into it and want to be there, but I couldn't. The first half hour of eating junk food and socializing with friends was fine, but the friend who I argued with, the one who was hosting the party, kept ignoring me and wouldn't acknowledge me.
Okay.
Then the ceremony started, and I just couldn't get into it. The lack of host was really noticeable, and I wasn't quiet about it.
Who gets into
That's how unhappy I was with
the
Everyone
Oscars?
else just kept telling me to shut up and watch. I also wasn't doing good in my betting pool, so I asked if I could just skip the betting, but the host finally acknowledged me and said out loud, imagine being such a sore loser that you want to quit the betting pool just because you've lost only a few bets so far. The show was proving to be really boring, and I also really hated some of the winners. Bohemian Rhapsody for Best Editing? Give me a goddamn break. And again, I wasn't quiet with
It
them
was
as well.
pretty good.
I went on a little rant about Bohemian Rhapsody winning Best Editing, and one other friend who loved Bohemian Rhapsody told me to shut up.
Good.
I couldn't understand why everyone was so pissy with me.
It's very odd you're focusing on the gay one.
Group ranting against a winner, and even some other guys have done it tonight as well. But apparently I was the bad guy, and they were all ganging up on me.
Uh-huh.
After some more bullshit winners, Green Book for Screenplay and Rami Malek for Best Actor,
Okay.
it came time for Best Picture, and that's where things got bad. They announced Green Book as the winner, and I lost control of myself. I shouted, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Behind Bohemian Rhapsody, it was the worst of the Best Picture nominees. I kept ranting over the speech from the crew, and the host of the party shushed me. The ceremony ended, and we all started talking. We were getting ready to go over the betting pool and see the winner when the host spoke up and said, "I just wish Hereditary was nominated for Best Picture." I spoke up and said, "The only reason you liked Hereditary is because there's chocolate cake in it, fat ass." You have no idea how hard it is to say that line without laughing. This friend was noticeably heavy, and I knew this would get a rise from him. I figured that's what he deserved for being such a dick to me the whole night. He did get pissed at that, and then he started shoving me. I shoved back, and then we got into a brief physical fight.
Jesus.
Our friends broke us apart, and the host yelled at me to leave.
Good.
I ripped up my betting pool card and yelled that I'm done with everyone at this stupid party, and I left. So that's how the night went. I never wanted to watch this year's Oscars in the first place, and I was right not to. My friends were all ganging up on me for stuff that wasn't out of the ordinary, and the host made me out to be the bad guy. You all commented and kept telling me to just go to the party, and I did just that. Happy? Yeah, I think the comment was true. By the time the party's over, he seems less like a teenager and more like a toddler. Have you considered you were the problem? Because imagine being so petty over something you blame Reddit for having a shit party. I blame my friends for ganging up on me over stuff that they were also doing in the past and during last night's show as well. What, they're allowed to complain about certain winners and I'm not? And that was that, I guess. But you know, we like redemption arcs here. I'm sure he's doing better a year later, right? I
Right.
can't find the actual link for the last one, but I do have the text. This is from February 10th of this year. Last year, me and my close group of friends got into a big fight.
5 years ago. Damn.
It got physical and verbally abusive, and me and these friends haven't talked since said fight. Last week I contacted the host of the party to see if I could come to this year's party, but he flat out told me that I wasn't invited. I've been faced with the prospect of watching the Oscars alone for the first time in roughly 10 years, so yesterday I went to his apartment to offer up an apology.
What?
I went to his apartment and he almost immediately started telling me to leave, but I apologized and I promised that it wouldn't happen again. I admitted that my behavior last year was immature and that I shared most of the blame, but that seemed to piss him off even more.
Most.
He told me
Yeah.
I shared all of the blame and he called my apology piss poor. He reiterated that I wasn't invited and he told me that he doesn't care to see me ever again. His parting words to me were, "Everything you touch, you always manage to make a piece of shit out of it." I really did try to apologize and be sincere, but I guess he wasn't in a forgiving mood. I think that he should have been willing to let the past remain in the past.
I bet you do.
Of us watching the Oscars together as friends. I think that my friend is the asshole for still holding a grudge. What do you think? Yeah, he didn't talk to them for the entire year and then tried to apologize at the last minute to go to the party. Then he tried to get Reddit to take his side as usual, but some people remembered the old post. I am so lost on the point of burning bridges with your real-life friends just to try to prove you're right to random Redditors. But be sure to let me know what you think about this guy and whether you'd let him come back to the party after that. I think it's pretty clear that the party was more of a last straw. There's no way he's just fine in other situations after that. Thanks for watching, everyone. If you liked the video, consider leaving a like. If you have something to say, definitely comment. I think YouTube likes all types of engagement, really, so if you want to leave a dislike, it's technically better than doing nothing. If
Truth.
you're new here and want more content...
So finally you get to part 3.
This is actually just some random Redditor with a very entertaining post history of doing stupid things. Well, let's just get into it with Reddit Relationships, Cake Puncher, Part 3. This isn't necessarily from Reddit Relationships. He posts all over the place, but that's probably the best approximation of what I should call it. Okay, so this takes place right after he asks his friend if he can go to the Oscars viewing party the next year and gets denied. If you haven't watched the first 2 parts, I would really recommend it. This was 5 months ago, so everything here takes place rather recently. It starts with something positive. How do I, 23 male, ask my date to officially be my girlfriend? A few weeks ago, I asked out a coworker, and she agreed to go on a date with me. Ever since then, we've been on 3 dates, and I've developed some very strong feelings after getting to know her. We both agreed to go out to dinner this Friday for Valentine's Day, and I've decided that I'm going to officially ask for an exclusive relationship. I am very nervous about this, and I worry about her feelings for me not being as strong as mine are, but I'm trying not to get in my own head over this. I just want this to go right, and I need some advice on what exactly I should say to her. How do I ask for us to officially become a couple? Look at this comment. I mean, not ruining her career is a good place to start. Oh, that is an ominous comment. I'm sure we're not about to find out what that's about or anything. Anyway, this one is lost to the sands of time, but it looks like she agreed to be his girlfriend. Good show. Now here's where the problems really start. I'm 23 male, keeping a secret from my new girlfriend, and I'm afraid that she'll find out. Me and my girlfriend just became exclusive on Valentine's Day, and I'm obviously hoping for a long-lasting, healthy relationship. But even before we became official, I've had this burning feeling of guilt over something I did that majorly affected her career. Me and my girlfriend both work at the same job. It's a basic call center, but she's been working at the company for a much longer time. A couple of weeks ago, our bosses were calling in random employees to give reviews of other employees that they were thinking of promoting. My girlfriend was one of the employees that they were contemplating giving a promotion. I was pulled into my boss's office to give my review of her and say whether or not I think she's ready for a big promotion. The problem was that I knew that the promotion would not only put her in a manager's role, managers and their subordinates aren't allowed to date here at this company, but it would also require her to relocate to a new office, meaning that I would be seeing much less of her.
Really?
Even though we were still just dating and in the getting to know each other phase of things at the time,
This is the same
I wanted her to be around as much as possible.
Cake Puncher.
So I basically told my bosses that I don't think she's ready for this promotion.
Oh no!
They apparently took the words to heart, and they ended up giving the promotion to someone else. My girlfriend was very disappointed in not getting promoted, and I immediately felt guilty. But on a more positive side, it led to us having more time together, and now we're officially a couple.
Good.
My bosses told me that the employee...
You're happy. That's what matters.
I feel really weird about this
Come
whole thing.
quickly inside her. She'll enjoy it more.
I'm clean to my girlfriend, but I'm afraid that this will wreck our very young relationship.
Actually, there are girls out there who
God, you know,
really find it, like,
I think it's a lot more accurate
hot.
to say that doing this in the first place was what wrecked
you
the
gotta find them.
I like how he's looking on the positive side, which is pretty easy to do when nothing negative happened to you personally. It's completely possible that what he
I
said
found
in
women
the
who
first
didn't
place
care about
you'll never
orgasms.
know,
Jesus.
because what he does
That
next
was
is
weird.
worse.
Oh yeah, sure, it's fine.
So
Let's
he
do whatever.
decides to quit his job like a week later to pursue his dream career.
But you, I'm fine.
My dad is threatening to kick me, 23 male, out of the house in a month. Yesterday
Problematic.
was the last day of my call center job, and I quit the job because I wanted to finally pursue a career in either Twitch or YouTube. I put in my 2 weeks notice at said job, and I knew that he wouldn't approve of gaming or watching movies as a real job. So I didn't let him know that I was quitting. I just let him find out this morning when he saw that I wasn't at work.
It is a real job for a lot of people. It probably wouldn't have been for you. Unless your name's Darkside Phil.
It was just what I expected. He told me that those weren't real jobs, and he began demanding that I get my old job back or start looking for a new one. I told him no, and I was hoping that would be the end of it, but it wasn't. Just moments ago, he came into my room and told me it was giving me 1 month to find a new job. I argued that I would be starting Twitch soon, but he reiterated that it had to be a real job. What's worse is that he told me that if I don't at least have some interviews lined up by April 13th...
Starting!
And on top of that, he grounded me. He took away my PS4, and he said that I'm not allowed to have my friends or girlfriend over at the house until I get a job. So now I'm in a situation where I don't want to get a job. It's a matter of principle, and not only doing what I love, but also standing up to my dad after all the shit he's put me through. My goal right now is to convince him that my career choices are legit jobs. How can I talk to him about this?
But
So first and foremost, because he quit, he screwed over his girlfriend for absolutely no reason in retrospect. But second, surprise, surprise, I can actually give some input on how hard it is to make money on YouTube.
yes.
It took me about 6 months to get monetized. That was
I'm still not monetized. I've been doing it for years.
nowhere near enough to live with.
I am affiliate on YouTube, on Twitch.
About Twitch, but I bet someone can tell me in the comments that it's just as bad of an idea.
Yeah,
The point is, he could be living off
it's
his dad for
every
just trying to start
couple of months it's a bit of beer money.
If you're going
That's
to
about it.
YouTube, do it as a
That's
hobby.
what I do.
Almost all of us do. And the comments told him as much. I should mention, though, that his dad is an asshole, judging by his posts, and isn't willing to accept that a person can work from home, even if he was making enough to live. Big
Well,
energy there.
yeah.
Anyway,
Well, that's a generational thing.
Well, it changes a lot of things. Cake Puncher sees it as a bit of an opportunity. Is the pandemic a good excuse to not look for a job? Right now I'm in a position where my dad is threatening to kick me out of the house if I don't get a job within the next month. I don't have any plans on getting a job, but I've been looking into excuses to not get one so that my dad could go easy on me in a month when my time is up. I'm thinking that this pandemic is the best possible excuse. With so many places closing down and people not going out as often as they used to, it looks like I might have an actual case to present to my dad. Companies may not even be hiring because some places even sent their employees home due to quarantine. Could I effectively use this pandemic as an excuse to why I didn't get a job? Now, you might want to ask me if he ever started this YouTube or Twitch channel. No, he didn't. His excuses were that his dad took away his PS4, which is weird to hear from an adult, and that he only wants to review new movies for YouTube, so he can't make a channel while coronavirus is keeping movies from being released. He complains about this a bit more, with posts like, "This pandemic is completely ruining my career choice." Let's skip ahead to his next problem. I'm 23 male, worried about this pandemic ruining my relationship with my girlfriend. Me and my girlfriend became an official couple on Valentine's Day, and we both greatly enjoyed the time we spent together. But the problem is this pandemic and the fact that we're kind of doing a long-distance relationship. It's long distance in the sense that we live in different states, but we're actually not far from each other at all. I live in Newark, New Jersey, and she lives across the Hudson River in Manhattan. We live only about 30 minutes away from each other, so I hesitate.
If she lives in Manhattan and you live in Newark already, that's a huge financial difference.
New York is obviously the hardest hit place in the country, and there are all sorts of restrictions in place.
Oh, it was so bad when it hit in New York. Jesus.
We still text, call, and Skype, but it's hard not being able to actually go on dates with her and be in her presence.
Yep.
I can't help but worry about how this might ruin our relationship.
I had other issues going on when COVID hit, but I felt lonely too.
Meet some other guy in New York City.
Imagine you all did as well.
Am I overreacting? My anxiety is through the roof right now. He does show a lot of insecurity in general with girlfriends, but it doesn't really surprise me for someone of his age. Just bear in mind that the actual reason he can't see his girlfriend is because he decided to quit his job. After screwing her over, of course.
Of course.
Hope she leaves you since you fucked her over at work. Yes, as you can see from the comments, I am not the only one following this guy. 1 month after quitting his job, as promised, his dad kicked him out, so he took to Reddit legal advice to ask if this was an illegal eviction.
No.
I don't think he was paying rent, so it probably wasn't, but recall he tried the same thing after his girlfriend's dad kicked him out in the last video.
Yep.
Cake Puncher found shelter with one of his friends, but he wasn't enjoying it too much. Is it too soon for me, 23 male, to live with my girlfriend and her family? Me and my girlfriend have only been together for 2 months, and lately our time has become limited because of the pandemic. We haven't physically seen each other in weeks, and it certainly doesn't help that she lives in Manhattan, New York City. But my problem right now is that I've been recently...
I need to find a decent platinum supply. That's what I need to do.
Days living with a friend of mine in his house, but it hasn't been as fun as I thought it would be. The main problem with my friend is that he's just boring. He doesn't carry a conversation outside of just simply saying yeah and okay. He's a good guy to hang out with in a large group of people, but one-on-one is a different story. He spends a lot of time playing on his computer, and whenever I ask to join, he just says that he prefers his alone time.
A king! Who is this king, and how can I not talk to him?
So I'm just thinking of finding a new place to stay, at least until my dad is willing to let me back in his house.
I don't like people who...
That was only half of the post, but I don't think I need to subject you to all of it.
Nah.
Good lord, because it worked out so well when he moved in with his last girlfriend's family. No, you should not try to invite yourself to live with your girlfriend and her parents. You come off like a leech that is just trying to use friends, relatives, and your girlfriend for resources.
Which, yeah.
Long story short, he ends up staying at his uncle's house. But there's one problem with that, too. How can I, 23 male, convince my aunt and uncle to let me see my girlfriend? Me and my aunt and uncle just got into a big fight. It was over me wanting to go into Manhattan. I'm living with my aunt and uncle right now, and we
it costs a fortune.
Roughly 30 minutes from my girlfriend's place in Manhattan.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go see my girlfriend since it's been nearly 2 months since we've actually seen
It's $17 or less on the fucking bus. Do you not have $17? Like, oh my god! Just grab. Alright, so it's let's just say he lives out in like mid New Jersey. There are buses in fucking Cleveland that can take you to New York. They're not common. I'm not talking about the big mega bus either. But I'm talking about ones that will take you far east to the border, and then you are in Pennsylvania. But then you just hop on another bus and you're off in some place like fucking... The place I stayed with the hypochondriac. Oh, it was a shithole. Was it Tiverton's, Rhode Island. There was this place I was at. It was when I lost my wallet. But you can grab a bus from Cleveland there, and that's on the edge of the subway system, and all you need is a fucking day pass. And like, if you have $20, boom, that's it, done. You've now got the fucking train. You can take the subway, you can take it, boom, there, quick. You go in direct. If not direct, then you go to the edge of the the alphabet line, and then you hop on that and do that. Like, it's not that complicated, and it's really not that expensive. Alternatively, take a megabus or a Greyhound. It's like, even if you are making little money, like, oh, I've only got $20 left at the end of a week. That fucking sucks. You want to see your girlfriend? There you go. Well, you need money to do stuff in New York with? Well, alright. that's a new conversation we're having. But you just being forbidden due to finances to go to your girlfriend, assuming it is finances, it could be something completely separate. I don't know.
She seems open to the idea of me simply coming to her apartment, meeting her parents, and just hanging out for a little while, but my aunt and uncle aren't allowing it. They told me that New York City is still dealing with the virus, but I argued back that the country is starting to reopen, meaning that things are obviously starting to get better.
Yep.
I also told
They
them
obviously
there's a
don't.
risk of actually dying from the virus, but they said that they're not willing to take the risk.
Wow, okay. I mean, alright, that part is true.
We got into this giant blowout, and I yelled at them that I'm an adult. But my uncle ended it by saying if I do go into New York, then I'm not welcome back into their house and they'll kick me out. I really want to see my girlfriend, but I don't want to risk getting kicked out right now. My only two options are either going...
Alright, COVID changed some dynamics, but besides that, like...
Simply let me go. How do I handle this? Now, regardless of how you feel about coronavirus, this would really be biting the hand that feeds him if he sneaks out to go see his girlfriend.
Yeah.
So do you think he's going to do it? The comments unanimously told him not to. Now, this final post is from Reddit Am I the Buttface, which seems to be a less moderated version of Am I the Asshole. Not a bad idea, actually. Am I the buttface for cutting ties with my cousin after he snitched on me? I've spent a little over a month living with my aunt and uncle after my dad kicked me out of his house. Things started out okay between us, but the big issue was them not allowing me to leave the house for anything other than work because of the pandemic. Most specifically, I've really wanted to see my girlfriend, who lives in New York City in Manhattan. It's been 2 months since we've seen each other in person, and I finally snapped. I called her and made plans to go see her yesterday.
Seriously, East Coast people, if you've got time, then you probably have a bit of money. Go to Manhattan.
I drove into Manhattan and went to see my girlfriend and her parents at their apartment. I had a great time meeting her parents and finally being able to physically be with her, and we still had fun despite being confined to the apartment the whole time.
It's pretty
When I
dope.
got back to my aunt and uncle's house, they were waiting outside in their front yard, and my uncle called me out for lying and going into New York City. He told me that my cousin had told them about my plans. I had to come clean and tell my cousin since he overheard me and my girlfriend on the phone, and he started yelling about how New York City is a hotspot for the virus. I tried to argue that I just stayed at my girlfriend's apartment the whole time and that we didn't venture out into the city, but they didn't want to hear it. My aunt and uncle told me to wait outside and not touch anything while they went inside and packed all my things for me. They kicked me out and I had to get a hotel for the night. The hotel is where I'm at now, and I just got a call from my cousin. He told me that he snitched to my aunt and uncle, but he did it because he was worried about me contracting the virus and spreading it. He told me that he was sorry and that he wants things to still be good between us, but I told him that me and him are done and that I don't care to ever see him again. He yelled back, "Fine, I'm better off since you're a disease and ruins everything you touch." Am I the asshole for cutting...
Not the first time he's been told this, so...
If you want to know the final verdict, it was 100% buttface.
Yeah.
And that's from people who don't necessarily know the whole story I just told you.
He sounds like a scumbag.
Not enough for another video. You'll have to wait till Cake Puncher Part
I mean...
4 to hear the tale of Cake Puncher pissing off his girlfriend's dad by doing an impression of E.T.
Huh. I don't remember the Cake Puncher Part 4. No, it's not there. Alright. One chunky video to go. At least half an hour. And he doesn't do half an hour, he does 15-minute pieces. I just don't want to deal with constantly minimizing the game. $18, $20, $18. Ow. He mostly does 20-minute marks. Which is a bit weird. I guess he's got a reason why he kind of floats around the 20-minute mark. Alright, two-parters it is, or at least... Nice guy from Reddit. I'm literally too nice.
Back here with more posts I found on Reddit. Nice guys are men who will tell you how nice they are, and how it's messing up their dating life, because nice guys finish last. But let's just get started with nice guys from Reddit. These posts come to us from Reddit Nice Guys. It's a really weird problem to have, but my fatal flaw is that I'm too nice. Multiple women have told me that I'm too kind, too sweet, too perfect. They don't deserve me, and I'm too good to be true. You would think that would be nice to hear. But they say that, and then they leave because they aren't used to being treated like they matter. And they literally can't handle how nice I am.
Uh-huh.
More than anything, I want someone who treats me like I matter. I put my trust into new friends and they leave me. I'm left alone, over and over. I just want a woman to stay and appreciate me. I want to love someone. I want to be loved. I hate putting effort into friendships/relationships, only to be hurt every time. It shouldn't be this hard for me to find someone who loves me. I just want my soulmate. I just want to be valued. I don't even believe that women actually said these things to him. It just doesn't make sense. Unless his being too nice is giving inappropriate gifts and sprinting across the room to make sure he opens a door from a lady, of course.
Yeah.
So basically, the women he meets lie to him and tell him what they think he wants to hear in an attempt to walk away from the situation unharmed. My money is on the guy being a creep, giving out violent/stalkerish vibes.
I know girls who've given that phone call, the phone number that when you call it is like, hi, if you're hearing this message, you were given a number after asking somebody, most likely a woman, for their information. You know, it basically just tells them that, you know,
Then he follows you and messages you 30 plus times a day without a response.
to
I'd be pissed off enough if someone I wanted to talk to messaged me 30 times without a response.
check yourself.
From his classes, he doesn't even know.
Maybe think about the context of the whole
Say
thing.
this guy didn't do or send anything creepy though. This next one is a whole different animal, and he's very annoyed that the OP doesn't want to talk about sex all the time.
X.
Guys are gonna try and sleep with you. Is this your first week as a woman? Are you new here or something?
Trans.
Guys are assholes. This is the reality of life. You're tired of guys wanting to bang you and talk about sex right away. Well, guess what? Guys are tired of girls wanting them to just buy them drinks.
We watched this, or I watched this fairly
Does that
recently.
mean I'm gonna stop dating? Or tell a lady I'm talking you to dinner/drinks until I know you don't want me for my money? Men and women each have these things to deal with. It's the nature of the beast. Is it fair? Sometimes not. The beast doesn't care though. Can't win if
I know what we can listen to after this.
you don't want to. No one forcing you to play. But if you do decide to play, don't cry and complain about it. Just play the damn game, bro. We all have to, as anyone dating is all in the same boat in that regard. This is so fucking stupid. Obviously not all men act like this, but he really wants her to think otherwise. You've had experiences that resulted in you to make specific boundaries. Telling someone you were talking to that you don't want to talk about sex is probably doing more harm than good for you. You say all guys talk about sex right off the bat. Then good. Now you know and can cut ties. You should be well seasoned to screen them. By denying the guy to be able to talk about sex/intimacy, there may be some things that will come out of that you aren't even realizing. Without sex/intimacy, anyone by definition is just friends. So now you are building a relationship with this person, essentially as a friend. Thought you were here to date? I just really don't feel like there's a correct way to tell someone that their boundaries are stupid. When you had said to me, when we first started chatting about it, all guys, blah blah, right? So we don't even know each other, but now I am getting disciplined and blamed for other men's behaviors. Why am I being held accountable for less than ideal situations you've had? I feel, despite genuine intentions, it's very naive, as well as a safety hazard for you as a lady to do this. As mentioned earlier, intimacy is precisely what is the difference between friends and partners.
Damn.
So you're denying yourself to let it evolve naturally. Same is true for him. Why is it a safety hazard? Are you under the impression simply not talking about sex is foolproof? Sure, it will weed some out. Some are more patient than others. All you've done is inform them to tread lightly and be smarter about it. You are simply designing a better liar. Just because not talking about it doesn't mean they aren't thinking of it. And if it goes on such long enough, you will be perceived more as a friend instead of a potential partner. Safety part. Say there is some creeper out there. Wow, all I have to do is not talk about sex for a week or two. Then I will have earned her trust, because most guys wouldn't do that. Once we meet, we'll throw her in the van, blah blah. Yeah, you don't want to talk about sex with this guy? You are literally endangering yourself. You know, with the other creeps, of course, not this guy. I need some context on this. I'd like to add that a week ago...
We should be able to get a fat stack of mold.
This all happened after I told him that I felt bad
So...
and said, real women have curves, right after I told him I lost 100 pounds. Also, he's apparently 44, so it's a good thing he's sharing his valuable life experience with women like this. Telling a dude to not talk about, at best, is delaying the truth. How about you grow a pair of fucking balls and learn how to screen these men better, ma'am? You are pawning off your responsibility to be respected on them.
What?
Yes, it's their job to respect you, but it's your job first. You already making rules in a kind of hostile environment and barely knowing each other.
Ooh.
Do this because someone else was a disrespectful asshole to me once or twice, so now you have to pay for it. Additionally, for someone who is so admittedly insecure about their body, and as someone who enjoys compliments and attention, it sounds so counterproductive. Yeah, no wonder you don't feel sexy. You beat yourself up enough. And the people that want to tell you you are sexy and cute and attractive is off limits. All week, all I've been saying is, you're cute, adorable, or some form of that. It's true, and I do think that, yes, but neither of us are here for that. I know you specifically said that you don't want me to do this, but I'll have you know that actually you not only want it, but need it. May I remind you of your low self-esteem and how you'll never feel sexy without me constantly telling you about it? You told me not to talk about sex, etc., and I haven't. Guess what? Haven't been thinking about it either. Why think about it if I can't talk about it? Like, yeah, I'm calling you cute, etc. But honestly, seems more like we're just bros buddies. Which is fine. But both of us wanting to date. And flip side, too. I'm not here to make friends. Yeah, friends aren't worth anything to this guy if he can't fuck them. Why can't you see that?
True.
I also really like how his head's so far up.
Also, why don't they constantly give me money and lie about me to the law and suggest their slightly younger, better-looking sister hang out with us more?
First, at least, wouldn't it be smarter to let them say whatever they want?
They're the problem.
Then they will reveal their intentions. Is that a bad thing? Now you know. Sooner than later. If some guy says some wild shit right off the rip, does that save you a fuck ton of time and aggravation? Would you rather do the dance and have the truth come out after you let him smash after however long? Instead of denying both you and the potential person you're talking to the organic evolution of intimacy.
See there after this, I believe.
Stop blaming the next guy for others' behaviors, grow a pair, and remove yourself from the person if all they want is sex or get creepy. He thinks the boundaries are only there for the really bad men, not him. But here he is being filtered by them, just as intended.
Almost like...
He seems absolutely terrible, and he's clearly up his own ass with how he just...
You gotta wonder how many mold
trying to convince you that all
will result in that night.
he does. This is just another sad case of how tone deaf a lot of guys are in the dating market.
I want 1,000 platinum when I go back up into space. That's what we'll do for the rest of the evening after this is sorted.
Outside of his demand
Upgrade the ship too.
Is that really what you want? I'm confused about how setting boundaries to get to know each other before sex is somehow a safety hazard. Because a guy that has some self-control is more likely to kidnap you? Right? He says that I'm creating better liars and one day I'll get thrown into a van. What in the actual fuck? Yeah, I feel like most men wouldn't even be thinking about that. He's one step away from gloating about abuse. Let's move on.
You're lucky I don't.
True nice good guys finish last. Y'all women will always choose trash every time.
You're lucky I don't start farting in your face at random
Complain about
intervals.
getting hurt by the trash you
See?
choose. Then to top it off, y'all ask where are all the good guys. Bitch, you friend zoned us. Then we got sick of your shit and walked away. Like seriously, only women that ever give me a chance are either one of these things. Way too goddamn young, a drugged out hood rat, or a bitch so crazy she's talking to her TV like it's talking to her. So yeah, I stay single, not dealing with that shit.
Cobes? Is that you?
Of why he's such a nice, good guy. Just take his word for it. I mean, his language is so respectful. How do I manipulate two people to hate each other? So my crush likes this other guy. He likes her too, but the girl only sees me as a friend. I want to secretly get the two of them to hate each other, so I can get her.
Oh!
I'm not dating yet, but I want to prevent it from happening. LOL, what a nice guy you are. I'm sure she's going to love you. I am nice in person. I'm just pissed off now because I know she will never see this. He doesn't have a crush on her. He wants to fuck her. If he cared at all about her as a person, he wouldn't be behaving this way.
True.
The assumption that she'll change her mind on being friends with him if this other guy's out of the way, it's real wishful thinking too. Just because
180. Okay.
that I'm gay, high maintenance, or something's wrong with me. So give me a shot, please.
Working 9 to 5. What a way to make it 9 nights.
You'll meet. Just really getting so sick of being brushed off or ignored. While all these weird-looking, half-assed wannabe fucky boys are out here...
Fucky, not fuck boys. Fucky boys.
The female-to-male ratio in Alaska sucks now. When you put the attractive meter on that, it gets even...
I hear dating in Alaska is an absolute nightmare.
These toothpicky, ugly-ass, creepy, lazy weirdos who don't have shit for any of a personality, let alone with strength or anything else. Let alone the ability to take care or defend you / keep you safe. So please, please, whatever preconceived notion you have in your head of me, get it the heck out if it's a negative, please, because the only thing I'll do is treat you like a queen. I'm sorry, just don't the need to say that. I feel like I'm the puppy dog in the window that keeps getting walked by. Just because I look like I may be high maintenance or something. So instead they go for the easy...
Come on, nanites. Beautiful, majestic nanites. Glorious nanites.
Again, sorry. This wasn't going out to anybody.
Yummy, yummy, yummy.
Speaking my mind. Please don't hate me. Yeah, I guess women don't want him because he's too attractive. That's definitely it. Gosh, I wonder if it has anything to do with the fact that he spent about half that post just insulting and belittling others. It's almost like that comes across as very caustic and unlikable.
Almost.
Also, barely able to form a coherent sentence, LMAO. I just want to know what kind of dogs you get at the coroner. The incels blame their looks. I have the exact same attitude as incels, but I'm pretty. Obviously, women are the problem here. I do feel like the incels would mock this guy and say he's coping, but they're probably right this time. He also seems to just...
Black pillars would just be like, why aren't you already considering doing it, you know?
Zooms in. Is the pretty in the room with us?
Well,
I know the
that's...
spelling skills aren't. They're with the coroner. Right? He had such a pretty and high maintenance checks photo. Weird hat and big bushy beard. In a Hawaiian shirt, no less.
Dude!
He dresses like the bassist in a ska band or something. That's how you can tell he's goofy.
Yeah, I remember this guy. Because I remember I wanted his Hawaiian shirt. I'm a fat guy. I do well in a Hawaiian shirt.
You all can go fuck yourselves, to be honest. Spent years messaging fucking femcells and forever alone women, only for you to treat me like a...
Well, if you're aiming for femcells, I don't know.
Just wanted some conversation and to get to know them. Women don't give a shit. Lonely, but yet ignore all the men who actually want to connect. Pieces of shit. The entire sub was like that. I had to sort by controversial to see reasonable opinions. Anyway, that's about all the time I have for you today. Thanks for watching, everyone. If you like the video, please give it a like. If you have something to say about the posts or my content, let me hear it in the comments. I'll be there reading them while the video's made.
Alright, so there's no platinum here. It's all tritinum.
And finally, big thanks to my amazing
silver.
Shouting out now. Thanks for the support.
This is unfortunate.
Jimbo,
Like, a lot of
Lavon,
money,
Chris
but
Sherman, Chef Casa,
not what I'm kind of looking for.
Big Mike Shirley, Daniel Della Pena, Don Smith,
I'm not
Alex,
complaining.
Dominique R.,
You
Frosty,
consume
Roy
it.
Mayhem, Ouroboros, Sammy, Says Endora, Skepticals, Crashboat1234, Weeb Jesus, Wernology, William Ash,
There's some
Indica,
gold nuggets.
Zephyrin, Bumbus McDunga, Big Mike 9546, I am.
Thanks, Walter. Go look at Walter's stuff. Walter is a good guy. The manhood for the Kirk killer. Awesome. But here's the counter argument to that. That guy in the footage might actually not even be the guy who did it. If it is, okay, we go from there. I'm looking for something that's not too visual. Reddit's neck beard stories. 2 hours. That's what I'm looking for. But what I want is as little input from the person talking as possible. There's some who's this person? Unhinged neck big stories. You know what? No. Red. It's all Red X, and I like Red X, but not here. Fatal Walter, we'll go to him if we have no other choice. Red X. Vinci.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you're having a beautiful day. And I hope...
Oh! He's the guy who gets called out, like Naira. He gets called out for having an AI voice, but like I've seen him actively respond to shit. And well, Naira, we had on a couple of times, and no AI can respond to Cobes like that.
Subreddit because I've got a lot of it for you today. It's been a while since we've...
Yeah, so we'll wrap up with this. This is nearly a 3-hour long thing. I have the drink for it, but I don't think I have the oomph for that, so we'll end when we feel like it. Like, share, subscribe. And here. I should share the actual link. Always support the original creator. Please support the original release. It wasn't just something that Team 4-Star used to say. It's a genuine thing. Vinci.
Reading so much stuff like this. Women can't fight as well as a man. Can you fight as well as a man? Incoherent neckbeard screaming. Yeah, 100%. I think we read a post on the incel subreddit, and yeah, pretty much the exact same. I don't even want to read this one, it's so bad, but they're basically saying they can't wait until they die because it'll be a good look for the woke army. I'm sure the optics will play well at home. This is civilization in decline. I'm gonna fight for my country. You are civilization in decline. Yeah, 100%. Like, not only was that revolting, but yeah, the audacity to even say that. They're literally fighting for their country, and you're sitting there being like, oh, this is literally civilization in decline.
No. Can't do him because... well, I just can't. Here, I'll try a Red X video. Creepy neckbeard sneaks a feel.
Hello friends and welcome back to RedX, your source for the freshest daily Reddit content. Yes, we are back again with some r/neckbeard stories. Oh, the cringe might be too much, but you know, we gotta do it. This is all part of my due diligence.
And I gotta do as due diligence
So,
this.
without any further delay, let's jump right into these stories. High school neckbeard takes online roleplay too far. Online roleplay. Great. I'd like to apologize for any formatting errors. I don't post on Reddit that much, but after all the joy this subreddit has given me, I thought it was time to give back and share my own neckbeard story. about a very unique classmate that I had. We'll call him Frederick. Frederick is an enigma, and my time in high school with him was unforgettable. To explain his appearance
Platinum.
is simple enough. He was tall, easily over
1,000 platinum.
on the chubbier side with small glasses. He constantly wore stainless steel rings with leering demonic faces on them, which left green stains on his porcelain skin. Well, then they weren't stainless steel, were they?
Nope.
Though he was only a teenager, his jet black hair was already turning white in spots, along with a healthy smattering of dandruff.
That's a shame. But as people are coming
As
out,
if he was not yet used to his great stature, and his oversized clothes smelled of cigarettes, despite the fact that he didn't.
Jacksepticeye, he's come out and just saying he's been going grey way too early. Just accept it.
A few translucent hairs on his chin. SOKOP, it's the neckbeard on the inside that counts. I believe the most efficient way to describe Frederick any further is just to list some of his weirder behaviors. To my knowledge, he drank somewhere around 2 liters of Diet Pepsi per day.
Diet Pepsi?
Keep multiple six-packs at room temperature in his locker. He would eat upwards of 4 bowls of instant ramen for lunch every day. I think the most I saw him consume in one sitting was 6, with the exception of the one time he was spotted eating a massive turkey leg. God, this guy's kidneys are going to shut down at 30.
Right? That's nothing but sodium.
To be a lawyer despite knowing little to nothing about the law, and would shout at us when he didn't actually have any objections. He played Dungeons and Dragons with my friend and I, and despite being on his phone most of the time, he got very upset when his healer didn't do as much damage as the offensive classes. He refused to play anything else because he didn't know how to make a character, and was not interested in learning. While in this D&D group, he stole dice constantly, both from stores and his fellow players. He wasn't exactly a master thief and would eventually give them back, but never admitted to stealing them in the first place. He clearly believed he was a skilled combatant and would frequently perform Tai Chi-style warm-up moves and would then beckon his would-be opponents. No one ever took him up on it. His knowledge of geography was severely lacking. He thought South America was Europe and that France was a country in Paris. What?
Beautiful.
He once wore a shirt with a suspicious white stain.
He's just an American. What of it?
Detergent, but his overreaction when we jokingly asked if it was semen suggested otherwise. He was also really into Yu-Gi-Oh! And still plays in tournaments. I'm told he did not believe in the heart of the cards and wasn't very good.
Oh,
I guess that's a Yu-Gi-Oh! Reference.
that is a Yu-Gi-Oh! Reference. Fuck him.
Sorry. But from my perspective,
You made the right choice.
Understanding Frederick was through my friend Alan.
Yu-Gi-Oh's grand.
Neckbeard
Wrong
scholars,
one.
but it is my belief that Frederick truly wanted to be Alan. When they first met in the 8th grade, Frederick simply wished to tease him and call him slurs, which Alan didn't mind. But as time went on, the infatuation, the obsession, grew. And if we view Frederick's behaviors as a warped reflection of Alan's, the pieces all start to fall into place. Oh, this is CSI level. I love it. But why Alan?
Gold.
I don't know if even Frederick could tell you. You have to understand. Alan was hardly the high school quarterback the whole school fawned over, or the super popular kid that everyone knew. He's very smart and definitely popular among his friends, but he's pretty much just on the nerdier side of average. Any outsider would certainly see him as normal. Perhaps it was that normalcy that Frederick was searching for. That ability to blend into the crowd, but being Frederick, he simply couldn't help himself. Alan had ramen for lunch every day, so Frederick had 3. Alan liked Yu-Gi-Oh!, so Frederick started playing in tournaments. Alan played D&D, so Frederick had to as well, even if he didn't really care for it. This was strange and often...
That's why I don't play for D&D. I think it's really cool. I just don't care for it.
Was Frederick's chosen Milady. Perhaps he truly loved her, despite having little in common, but I believe it was the fact that she was with Alan which drew him to her. When she turned him down, he tried to woo a few other girls with gifts of junk food, but he always seemed to come back to Emily. Now that we have sufficiently introduced what Frederick is like as a person, we can get into...
Oh no, what am I going to do about you?
Even got the school administration involved.
Bless.
Saga.
Belusi?
Around grade 11 or 12, Frederick started really getting into online role-playing over Discord. Unlike D&D, this role-playing allowed for powerful, moody anime characters and heavy overtones of eroticism. My friends and I thought it was funny, and he was more than happy to let us sit in while he feverishly typed overdramatic plot arcs on the library computers. It quickly became clear that there was another level of role-playing at play, however. Unbeknownst to the other members of his online circle, Frederick had become Lucy, a first-year accounting student who enjoyed pretending to be an anime girl online with her fellow weebs. When questioned, Frederick denied being Lucy, even though we could clearly see him typing out her messages. To combat this, Frederick introduced Lucy's cousin, Big Freddy, who he would type for when we were watching him, except we could see him logging in and out to talk to himself as Lucy. Big Freddy.
Big
This is
Freddy.
man. Eyebrows were raised even further when we realized Lucy was in a relationship with a young man named Todd. Obviously, this was kind of a lame thing to do to someone, but what got me was the fact that Frederick wouldn't admit to those who knew him in real life.
I already did the
he was
novice.
catfishing. For some reason, he felt the desire to rope my friends and I into his scheme. This could not stand. Frederick had slipped up once. At this point, I suspect he truly believed that Lucy existed. He had catfished even himself. And so one day at the library computers, he saw no problem showing me a picture of her in cosplay. When I got home that day, I sent a message to Lucy. My other friends had tried to oust her as a fake, but they never had my patience. If I could just get my hands on that picture he'd shown me, I could do a Google reverse image search on it, and I could finally prove what I already knew. I tried asking directly, but was met with a strange excuse about a missing phone. I had to find the picture myself, but first I dug a little. For some reason, Lucy felt the need to add in even more details. She insisted the DeviantArt account that the photo belonged to was rarely used, and mentioned that one of the members on the photo had died. Upon finding the picture on the first page of Google Images, I could confirm that not only were both of these statements false, but the actual model in the photos was Italian. Lucy was supposed to be Canadian.
Yeah.
However, I needed this case to be airtight. Lucy could always deny the picture, so I sent off a copy of the image to Todd, Lucy's digital lover. "Is this Lucy?" I asked, after applying the appropriate tact, of course. He began typing, then paused. "I think so. She's hard to recognize in cosplay," he said. Then he sent me a series of photos Frederick hadn't dared to show me, because I would have recognized them in an instant as Sandra, sister of his true love, Emily. My friends and I broke the news to Todd via Discord message, and though we asked that he keep our identities under wraps, it was clear that Frederick knew when we saw him at school the next day. He did not attend classes or speak to anyone. His day was spent on the library computers trying to make amends while staring daggers at us whenever we crossed his path. So cold was his demeanor that not even his teachers dared approach or ask what he was doing. His online friends eventually took him back, though things were never the same between him and Todd. After an awkward conversation which involved several poor attempts at flirting, Todd was able to tell Sandra how her pictures were being used. She contacted the school, and Frederick was suspended for 2 weeks. Wild. There are many Frederick stories worth remembering, but nothing compares to the twists and turns of the Lucy saga. It's been a while since anyone's heard from him, but last time we met, Frederick seemed in high spirits. He's got a
Gold.
totally real online girlfriend, works at Subway, and may or may not smoke a lot of weed. If you're out there, I wish you the best. None of us were our best selves in high school after all. TLDR. The part in the story that probably makes me the saddest is, Todd tried to shoot his shot with the actual girl who was in the pictures. He's like, "Hey Sandy, I'd like to be with you. Whoa, grease lightning." And Sandy's like, "Nah, I ain't into it. You're a weird dork."
Aww. And yet,
But he fell in love with her via the pictures.
No, he didn't fall in love with her. Love don't be that.
Is this like an unintentional gay catfishing, or was Frederick actually into Todd, like he's kind of into Alan in a weird sidelong sort of way? I don't know if any of that's like sexual in motivation, but it could definitely be construed that way, couldn't it? OP says in the comments that Todd showed Frederick his dick at some point, so who knows if this was just all an elaborate scheme to see his favorite boy crush's wiener. You know what I mean? And I'd also like to know, how long of a time period did this take place over? I mean, this is a different world to me. You know what I mean? We didn't have Discord when I was in high school. We were all using AIM. And the worst I ever did with that was set up a botnet of like 80 bots so I could crash people. That was pretty cool.
It doesn't actually sound pretty cool there, you fucking nerd. When I was in high school, the first year I went to it, we had maybe Microsoft, like Microsoft Communications and shit. Nah, it was, no. Nah, this ain't working. This ain't working for me today, right now. Trying to look for something that would be... That's right, creepy neckbeard stories that aren't from the three we listened to. Gonzo reads more neckbeard. It's all the same people we just watched and shit. Alright. Elliot Roger. The air.
Hi, everyone. My name's...
Alright, so it's 7-part series on Elliot Roger. Basically recording talking about anything he said on social media before he went on his murder spree. If Elliot was alive today, he probably would be a influencer. Hey! Bolsonaro guilty of plotting coup after election defeat. Plotting by a 4-1 vote. I wonder who that one person was. Could land this far-right leader in prison for years? No. Should. Life. Period. He's already 70 years old. It won't take very long.
Walter, I'm back here with a subject I haven't talked about in a very long time. Elliot Roger is the subject that got me my first 1,000 subscribers on my first channel, and we're finally coming back to it. Elliot was known as the patron saint of the internet.
I was there right at the end of it.
No idea if that's still true.
His original channel.
Now, what Elliot did to his victims wasn't funny or anything, but Elliot himself was a real cringelord. And all these events we never would have known about are all detailed in My Twisted World, his 137-page so-called manifesto. I'm just going to list some of the most shameful events from St. Elliot's life. So let's get into it with Elliot Roger's most shameful moments. Prince Zuko is my favorite character. I always related to him.
Zuko's a good redemption arc.
Way more shameful than that. I just wanted to point out that Elliot said that. Okay, so here's one of my favorite moments from My Twisted World. Elliot trying to convince his mom to get married to a rich guy so he doesn't ever have to work. And yes, he was an adult already. I found out that my mother was actually dating Jack, the wealthy man who owned the Malibu beach house. I always thought he was only her friend. My mother never told me or my sister about any men that she dated. She always kept that strictly private. I hadn't even met Jack yet. He was worth well over $500 million, and he owned other mansions in Bel Air and Beverly Hills. When I found out about this, I started to harbor the hope that my mother will get married to this man and I will be part of a rich family. That will definitely be a way out of my miserable and insignificant life. Money would solve everything. I started to frequently
Money
ask
solves
her
many
if she
things, mostly related around money.
She always adamantly refused and demanded that I stop talking about it. She told me that she never wanted to get married again after her experience with my father. I told her that she should sacrifice her well-being for the sake of my happiness, but this only offended her further.
Good.
I cannot even imagine trying to tell my mom to do something like this. And how do you tell someone to sacrifice their well-being for the sake of your happiness anyway? My favorite part was walking through the store Harrods. Harrods is a gigantic, renowned luxury
In the UK, yep.
Every facet of it.
Forget clothing, it's...
It is my type of place. I wished I was rich enough to buy.
I don't know. It's almost like what Walmart originally wanted to be. It's a complicated thing, if you haven't gone.
If my mother had been wise enough to marry one of those wealthy men she dated, perhaps then I would have been rich enough. Such a pity. The house had a swimming pool and was located in a nice enough area, though I would have still preferred it if my mother had gotten married to a wealthy man and moved into a mansion. I still continued to pester her to do this, and she still stubbornly refused. I will always resent my mother for refusing to do this. If not for her sake, she should have done it for mine. Joining a family of great wealth would have truly saved my life. I would have a high enough status to attract beautiful girlfriends and live above all of my enemies.
Wow, Elliot. It's almost like you're some sort of incel.
Yes, Elliot, your mother is the selfish one here. Definitely sounds like it. Well, that's enough of that subject. Another favorite is the time that he listened to his sister having sex with her boyfriend. I eventually grew to hate him after I heard him having sex with my sister. I arrived at the house one day, my mother being at work, and heard the sounds of Samuel plunging his penis into my sister's vagina through her closed room door, along with my sister's moans. I stood there and listened to it all.
Stood.
My sister, who was 4 years younger than me, managed to lose her virginity before I did. It reminded me of how pathetic I was, that at the age of 22 I was still a virgin.
Yeah, but you're Elliot Rogers, so, you know.
My sister said that he's been with other girls before her, and I'm sure he lost his virginity at a much younger age. It is such an injustice. The slob doesn't even have a car, and he is able to get girlfriends, while I drive a BMW and get no attention from any girls whatsoever.
Was I the slob?
It's like he lives in
Nah, I wasn't in the
States. Cars are
States.
only
Time.
status symbols that you use to get girls. But what the hell, Elliot? Also, he hates this guy for being half Mexican, because, of course...
Yeah, alright, yeah.
Okay, let's talk about Leo Bubenheim. Yes,
Bubenheim?
he was the kid that Elliot was most jealous of. Well, kid as in 4 years younger than Elliot, who always obsessed over how young people were. In the spring, something horrible happened that will haunt me forever. We met up with the Bubenheims at the Sagebrush Cantina.
Bubenheim!
Melina's was there with them, named Nicole.
His dad was a good friend with Epstein.
Leo the whole time, and by the end of the day,
Elliot.
the two of them were making out. 12-year-old Leo was making out with a girl who was almost my age. Not only does Leo have a better social life, but now he was making out with girls at age 12. They made out for a long time, and I could see them tongue kiss. They knew I was watching with envy, and they still did it. I bet that lucky bastard took great satisfaction from my envy. There I was, watching a boy 4 years younger than me experience everything I've longed for. To kiss a girl, to be worthy of a girl's attraction. On that day, I developed a vicious hatred for Leo that will never go away. Elliot likes to watch. Elliot, you don't have to get jealous over a 16-year-old who's making out with a 12-year-old. Come the fuck on. Also, here's another Bubenheim story. Another horrible experience concerning the Bubenheims occurred. We were having dinner at their house like we usually did. At the end of the dinner, a few of Polina's friends came over.
Doesn't sound like a real name.
They were the kind of people who I've always had the desire to be a part of, but was never able to fit in with. Popular kids. Cool kids. When I heard them talking about their awesome lives and their parties, I had a breakdown right then and there. I realized how much I've been missing out on in my life, and I cried in front of everyone. I felt like I would never have a life as good as theirs. I told everyone that I wanted to commit suicide. Father, Sumaya, Alex, and Karina talked to me for 3 hours to cheer me up. You've got to wonder what they thought about Elliot after events like this. In their perspective, he probably just threw a tantrum out of nowhere. It's not like he could ask his parents to fix his social life. Though his mom did set up playdates for him at least until he was 17, which is also hard to imagine. So Elliot had a history of getting drunk and out of control at parties. You kind of feel for him because he had a lot of social anxiety until he drank, but then he always drank too much and made a scene. Let's look at a few more parties. Addison invited me to his birthday.
Oh, he needed a good beating. He needed somebody to take him into, like, turn him into a slave, like Conan, for a few years, where he was just lashed to a fucking wheel.
Addison's apartment. in front of his mother.
You will work the wheel till you are dead or strong.
Afterwards. That's not that bad. Sounds like what I would have done. Let's go deeper. There were a few girls at our table, daughters of Rob's friends. One of them was pretty. I believe she was the daughter of Pietro Scalia, a renowned film editor. She had very sexy eyes and she was tall. I always had a thing for tall girls, and this one was almost taller than me. I had to suffer watching Julian sweet-talk all of the girls. He acted so confidently, and the way the pretty girl looked at him with those sexy eyes of hers, that was a look that no girl ever gave to me. I could tell that she was attracted to him. I became more enraged with each second I had to suffer through this. The girls treated me like I was invisible, but they all paid attention to Julian. What made it even worse was that Julian was a year younger than me, and he acted like an obnoxious prick, but the girls liked it. The more enraged I became, the more wine I drank. James was probably worried about how angry I was getting, and he tried to strike up random conversations with me to distract me from Julian. It was very hard to help myself from getting up and dumping my wine all over Julian's stupid head. Perhaps I would have, if the birthday cake wasn't presented so early. Everyone stood up to sing happy birthday to Rob, and then the meal was over. Some of the guests left, and James and I switched to a different table. By the time the party was over, I had consumed 8 glasses of that 1985 wine. I was underage, but no one seemed to notice me drinking. I
No.
was literally stumbling out of the restaurant. You know, Elliot always complained about girls ignoring him, but there's a good reason for it. He never tried to interact with them at all. He thought that if he just sat there and tried to act cool and aloof, that they would come talk to him. This other guy was being popular with the girls because he was willing to try talking to them. Also, Elliot claims this wine was probably over $1,000 a bottle, and he's mostly drinking a bunch of it despite his dad. God forbid you say something to someone's face instead of being passive-aggressive. I didn't have dinner before the party because I expected dinner to be served there. When we got there, I saw that they didn't offer dinner, only a few party snacks, but there was lots and lots of wine. I heard from Antje that Vincent was in town, but he was attending a party at Leo Bubenheim's house with one of Leo's popular teenage friends.
Bubenheim!
In a bad mood. I couldn't believe that Vincent, too, was now experiencing the pleasures of partying with young people while I sat all alone at the adults' party, sipping my wine in lonely depression. I should be partying with my own friends and my own girlfriends, but I had no.
Name them.
After I had already
You don't have any? How about you start some? You think you're assigned them at birth, like some sort of
I was
concubines?
so proud of her son. That is something my mother was never able to tell her friends about me. I had never had a girlfriend in my whole life. I remember when Vincent used to be a little 9-year-old boy while I was 13. He used to look up to me, and he always watched me play my online games on Father's laptop.
Father.
16 and I was
Father!
He had the pleasure of having a girlfriend while I've never had one.
Yes, Father.
4 years old.
No, Father.
The envy, rage, and feeling of inferiority I felt almost made me explode with rage right there at the party. But instead I went to the bathroom and vented to myself in the mirror of how much I hate Vincent and wanted to kill him. I drank a lot more wine that night, pouring myself glass after glass. By the time Vincent arrived after his party at Leo's, I greeted him with drunken contempt and drank even more wine. I drank too much. On the next morning, I thanked the heavens that at the end of the party I had the sense to go to the bathroom to vomit instead of vomiting in front of everyone.
Yes, but Father, what did he think?
Yeah, that would have been so embarrassing, unlike getting too drunk and ranting at the bathroom mirror about someone who never did anything to you. Elliot, the worth of a man isn't defined by whether he can get a relationship. It's a man's worth that makes women want him in the first place. Anyway, you
True.
can see that he was just about to explode anytime he saw young, attractive couples. I think I have time for one more moment of shame, though this one's a lot longer than a moment. This is the last time they tried to take him to Morocco, which is where Sumaya's family was. Sumaya is his stepmom and probably the most sympathetic person in the story. I spent the remaining 5 days at Father's house. While there, I chose not to protest at all because I knew it wouldn't work. They will force me onto that plane one way or another. I decided to keep quiet and devise a plan of escape. I bided my time and didn't talk much to Father or Sumaya during those last few days. The plan I came up with was to run away on the morning before the flight, walk all the way to my mother's condo, and hide in a secret spot on the roof. It would be a place where they least expected me to be. I kept quiet in the last couple of days to throw off their suspicion, but that backfired and made them even more suspicious. I suppose they expected me to protest about going, and my silence made them think I was up to something. When the time came, I decided to get up at 4 a.m. to prepare. To my dismay, I noticed that my father set an alarm on the front door. I was planning to run away at 6 a.m. when the garbage truck arrived, because the noise from the truck would mask any noise I make while leaving. The alarm, however, would definitely alert Father and Sumaya. I got too
Father.
nervous and abandoned that idea. Instead, I waited until everyone woke
Be
up.
easier to find a
My plan was
place
to
where I
go to the
could
barn
buy
and
the
look for new
platinum
car
at this
tracks.
point.
I had little time left. I innocently told Father I wanted to go on a small walk before the departure, and as soon as I exited the front door, I bolted at full
Copper.
speed. It was hasty, but I had to do something. I didn't think Father would catch on to my deception.
Silver.
After only clearing one block, I looked behind my shoulder and saw Father chasing after me. My
Father?
hope collapsed then and there, and I lost all of the fight in me. I stopped running and put my head down in defeat. Sumaya came in the car minutes later, and they both took me home. The plan failed. I was going to Morocco. I think that's actually Abby's favorite part of my twisted world, but I can kind of see why. It's an example of how he dealt with everything in his life. He looks back, sees some adversity, and just gives up. And he always gives up. Oh, there's a couple in my class? I guess I have to drop it. And I'm not saying I wish he would have done this, but he also shot himself instead of shooting at the police. That's kind of like giving up too.
Yeah,
Let's
kinda.
finish this trip because it gets even more shameful.
Because it gets like famously bad, infamously bad. He went on a killing spree.
And 4-year-old Jazz. Jazz kept screaming and vomiting on the plane. Sumaya was in a sour mood, and I was completely miserable. I thought my whole life was all over. I had nothing to look forward to in the future. I wanted to die. Once I got there, I felt like all the life in me had drained out. I was so defeated. I couldn't help but cry all the time, even in front of Sumaya's relatives. Khadija didn't understand why I was so upset, and she got offended that I was crying on the first day at her house. It was a complete disaster. I kept dreaming of home. I thought of the prospect of being able to return home, and a small hope sparked in me. I kept emailing my mother frequently, telling her how much I hated being there and how much I cried all the time. I told her that if she would give me one more chance and enable me to come home, I will try harder to lead a better life and to become a person she could be proud of. After a week of doing this, Mother gave in and flew to Morocco to take me home. I won. I was going home. God damn, he was almost 18 at this point. Not even sure how you can cry for an entire week straight. Elliot really had some problems he had to deal with.
No, you
I
think?
didn't use a lot of the more well-known moments. I like being a little different. However, there's going to be a part 2 where I'll cover the college party. You probably know the party. But that is about all the time I have for you today. Thanks for watching, everyone.
We'll go straight over
If
to
you
part
liked the video,
2.
please give it a like. If you have something to say, please let me hear it in the comments. I read all the comments for the first day or so, and give out so many hearts they essentially mean nothing. If you're new here and want more
Hearts.
content from me, consider subscribing.
Bless.
I'd also like to thank my generous patrons. They help me out with direct support, and I really appreciate it.
Is this
Anyway,
thing a
this is
full
the safe
platinum?
now, so I wanted to do it. Definitely let me know if it was any good. Have a great day, everyone, and at least try to outrun your dad. That was just sad.
He was so self-defeating that he ended up being bitter.
This is Walter, and
But
I'm
instead of
here to
being
tell you
bitter at himself, he was bitter at the world. And I'm just
Walter's most shameful moments, and believe me, there are more than enough for
like,
another
come
video.
on, man.
I'll
Like,
link to part 1 in the description, but last time we covered Elliot trying to convince his mom.
there
to
was
marry
so
her.
much good. He
Elliot
wanted
sister
for
and her
nothing.
boyfriend. Elliot making an ass of himself at parties. And
I mean, by the sound of it, his parents, particularly his father, was an absolute
Elliot Rogers' most
prick.
shameful moments, part 2. So we're going to start this off with.
As in, he just didn't care.
The party he tried to go to as a last resort, so he wouldn't have to carry out his day of retribution. This happened a few days before he turned 22, the oldest age he would ever reach. And this went even worse than the parties I've already been to.
Foreshadowing.
Let's check it out. I was too nervous to go out there sober, so I bought a bottle of vodka and took a few shots to garner enough courage to walk.
A few shots of vodka. With his skinny frame.
Playa Street, my head was clouded with drunkenness. At the start, it benefited me greatly. I saw lots of good-looking popular kids socializing in groups all over the place, and if I wasn't drunk, it would have intimidated me too much. I was so drunk that I walked right into a wild house party that was taking place on Del Playa. They had a DJ playing annoying hip-hop music that all the young people liked these days.
You.
And there was a
The young people being
lots
you.
of popular kids were playing beer pong, a crude drinking game.
A
It's amazing that even when he's
crude.
drunk, he doesn't find any of this college stuff fun. He pretty much just hates everyone there at the party and won't be happy until girls are talking to him.
Yep.
There were about 100 people at that party, and everyone was socializing with a group of friends except for me. I walked around in my drunken confidence for a few moments, helped myself to the beer they had, and tried to act like a normal partygoer. I soon became frustrated that no one was paying any attention to me, particularly the girls. I saw girls talking to other guys that looked like obnoxious slobs, but none of them showed any interest in me.
No, of
As
course
my
not.
frustration grew, so did my
I
anger.
didn't like his
I came
lips.
across
It
this
was probably
Asian
your
guy
lips there, man. It was physically your
The sight of
problem.
that filled me with
As
rage.
well as
I always
it was
felt as if
spiritually your
people thought less
problem.
of me because I was half Asian.
Existentially your
Then I see
problem.
this white girl at
Create
the
an
party
aura
and
of
girls
failure
talking to
around
Asian.
you.
I never had that kind of attention from a white girl, and white girls are the only girls I'm attracted to, especially the blondes. How could an ugly Asian attract the attention of a white girl while a beautiful Eurasian like myself never had any attention from them? I thought with rage. I looked at them
Wow.
for a bit and then decided I had been insulted enough. He had been insulted enough. This is ridiculous. As usual, no one did anything to him except for not paying attention to him.
Yep.
Which is what you usually do with random people you don't know at parties when they don't talk to you. Personally, I've
I
always
just
wanted to see this next part actually play out. I bet wasted Elliot trying to push someone around was hilarious to behold. I angrily walked toward...
Alright, so for me, in situations where I go into a place, I'm a bit jarred and I don't know anyone. It's rare, but for example, you go out on the weekend, you've had a few drinks with some friends, and you go out into a bar. I mostly just don't want to get in people's way. Like, just move through the crowd. It's not that complicated. You'll eventually find a place to sit, and ideally you're out with somebody. If you're not with somebody, then you start at the bar. That's what you do.
and bumped the Asian guy aside, trying to act...
It happens
cool with the
naturally.
boy and the girl.
This guy was
The drunk was picked up
anything
and
but natural. There's autism, and then there's...
They said
I don't know,
something
whatever
about
the fuck
I was
Elliot
very
had.
drunk and that I needed to get some water, so I angrily left them and went out to the front yard where the main partying happened. Rage fumed inside me as I realized that I just walked away from that confrontation, so I
Good.
rushed back into the house and spitefully insulted the Asian before walking outside again.
The
I also want to know
Asian.
what he said to this guy. Was he just like yelling this racist shit?
I'd love if he just called him the Asian and walked out again.
I stood awkwardly in the front yard for a bit, realizing how pathetic I looked all by myself when everyone was partying around me. To calm down, I climbed up onto a wooden ledge that bordered the street and plunged down in one of the chairs there. Isla Vista was at its wildest state at that time, and I saw lots of guys walking around with hot blonde girls on their arm.
Hot blonde
It filled me with rage, as it always
babes.
had. I should be one of those guys, but no blonde girls gave me that chance.
No,
I
because
looked
you're
down
Elliot
and
Rogers.
carelessness, extended my arm out and pretended to shoot them all, laughing giddily as I did it. Eventually, some partiers climbed up onto the ledge. They were all obnoxious, rowdy boys whom I've always despised. A couple of
Boys.
pretty girls came up and talked to
I
me,
bet
but
he's...
not to me.
Did he type it
They were socializing
in...
right next to me, and none of the girls paid any
Oh,
attention.
no, he didn't add the I at the
I rose from
end.
my chair and tried to act arrogant and cocky toward them, throwing insults at everyone. They only laughed at me and started insulting me back. That was the last straw. I had taken enough insults that day.
I
You can tell this is not
insulted.
going anywhere good.
Yeah.
If you're wondering why he's not talking to anyone, he was very shy and struggled with his autism.
Yeah.
Let's listen to his friend Philip, who was interviewed after the day of
So
the
what?
convention. Everyone is focusing on Elliot's lack of success.
Hell, cut his arms and legs off if he got it. Better than what he did.
I remember he once said to me, I saw this really attractive girl today.
Fucking Cobes logic 101. He's autistic. It's okay he does these
Well, anyway,
things.
let's continue with him getting angry on the ledge. A dark, hate-fueled rage overcame my entire being, and I tried to push as many of them as I could from the 10-foot ledge. My main target was the girls. I wanted to punish them for talking to the obnoxious boys instead of me. It was one of the most foolish and rash things I ever did, and I almost risked everything in doing it. But I was so...
Oh, you did it soon enough.
I failed to push any of them from the ledge, and the boys started to push me, which resulted in me being the one to fall onto the street.
Good.
When I landed, I felt a snap in my ankle, followed by a stinging pain. I slowly got up and found that I couldn't even walk. I had to stumble, and stumble I did. I tried to get away from there as fast as I could. Yeah, so Elliot goes after the girls physically at this point. It's only a 10-foot drop, but that could still kill someone with bad luck. Elliot was so drunk he didn't stick the landing and broke his leg in what I can only call karma. So already a pretty shameful showing at this party. He's not done yet, though.
He's not
As I
done.
stumbled a few yards down Del Playa with my shattered leg, I realized that someone had stolen my Gucci sunglasses that my mother had given me. I loved those sunglasses and had to get them back.
No, you
I
didn't.
vehemently turned around and staggered back towards the party. At that point, I was so drunk that I forgot where the party was and ended up walking onto the front yard of the house next to it, demanding to know who took my sunglasses. The people in this house must have been friends with the ones I previously fought with, for they greeted me with vicious hostility. They called me names like and pussy, typical things those types of scumbags would say. I like how Elliot is just going around being casually racist, but oh, don't call him a pussy. That would make you a scumbag. I'm also willing to bet these people had no idea who he was, and he was just being abrasive enough to piss them off. A whole group of the obnoxious brutes came up and dragged me onto their driveway, pushing and hitting me. I wanted to fight and kill them all. I managed to throw one punch toward the main attacker, but that only caused them to beat me even more.
Oh no, I feel so bad for you. Anyway.
Eventually, some other people from the street broke up the fight. I managed to have the strength to stand up and stagger away. It was the first time in my life that I had been truly beaten up physically to the point where my face was bruised up. I had suffered a lot of bullying in my life, but most of it wasn't physical.
Instead of looking back and realizing I was the problem, instead other people are to blame.
It was truly horrific. The worst part of this whole ordeal was not getting beaten up. Oh no. It was the fact that no one showed any concern. There was only one group who helped me to the end of Del Playa, but after that they abandoned me. Not one girl offered to help me as I stumbled home with a broken leg, beaten and bloody.
Good.
God, there's no real excuse for any of this. It is completely beyond me how he can go from trying to injure girls by pushing them off a ledge, a pretty bold action, to wondering why no girls want to help him hobble home. I mean, would you really want to be seen with Elliot after this whole mess? If you recall, he had a tendency to take minor events very seriously, so imagine how he felt after a pretty major event.
It's the same with Russell Greer.
If girls had been attracted to me,
He just doesn't understand. Cobes did the same
they
thing.
even offered to sleep with me to make me feel better. But no, not one girl showed an ounce of concern for me. They didn't care.
Yep. Oh, I'll have sex with you, because that's what normal people do.
I was so traumatized that I called the only people in the world I knew, my parents and my sister. Yes, I even called my sister, someone I never got along with. I sulked for a long time, and then I reached up to my neck to feel my special golden necklace, and I felt nothing there. In the midst of the fight, one of those horrible punks had snatched off my special golden necklace that my grandma Ama had given me. That necklace was one of the most special items I had, and now one of those evil, wretched thugs will be selling it to buy drugs. I broke down in anger and wailed in agony, crying and crying until I passed out in my bed all alone. I have gotta feel like nobody was going to sleep with anyone who had this exact night. I mean, he's all beat up and still just cannot get girls off his mind. Well, let's check out the aftermath.
Lucas did the same thing. Why he was being screamed when he's being shoved off onto the gurney.
I was now a cripple. I felt so defeated and broken. To my horror, the physician said I would have to be in crutches for the next 6 weeks and I might have to get surgery. The leg that broke was my left leg, so I was still able to drive. Shortly after the incident, I drove home to spend the rest of the summer recovering. It was a depressing drive. I had never felt so defeated and wronged in my life. I had actually gone out to a party in Isla Vista, hoping that I would be walking back to my room in triumph with a beautiful girl in my arms.
But why? Why would they? You're so much of a failure.
My 22nd birthday was a miserable experience. I sat around at my mother's house, staring at my broken leg, feeling so pathetic for being a cripple as well as a 22-year-old virgin. My mother bought me a new golden necklace to replace the one that was stolen from me, as she knew how heartbroken I was about losing it. 22 years old. The highly unjust experience of being beaten and humiliated.
Oh no, 22 years old.
Subsequent lack of concern for my
Your life is basically... Oh, well, in your case, it was over, wasn't it?
I gave them all one last chance to accept me, to give me a reason not to hate them, and they devastatingly blew it back in my face.
Why?
I gave the world
them, as in we... The Earth passes memos to each other.
Putting the Asian guy aside for now, he started shit on the ledge by insulting everyone first, and then when they insulted him back, he got pissed and started pushing people. And only then did he get pushed back.
Yeah.
I don't condone those dudes ganging up on him, really. But what are the chances he wasn't calling them evil, low-class thugs like he keeps doing in this essay? No one likes it when some random drunk stumbles into their yard and yells at them about stealing sunglasses. It's crazy how the first time he tried to interact with girls, really the entire party was insulting them and then physically assaulting them. Make sure to let me know what you think about this party and his behavior. It was definitely alarming.
Bad.
But that's about all the time I have for you today. Thanks for watching, everyone. If you liked the video, please give it a like. If you have something to say, yeah, make sure to let me hear it. Elliot is a subject that pretty much everyone has something to say about. If you're new here and
Money.
this type of content,
He has
consider
money.
subscribing. I might be covering people more often instead of just Reddit stories. We'll have to see how it goes. Also, big
Or we gotta look for those starfish sort of
okay, so
asteroids.
this a 3-part series when I get to it. Someone mentioned his Powerball saga, and I'd also like to cover the disaster.
Oh yes, I remember Scotty
But yeah,
from the old Drunken Peasants
have a great day.
talking about the Powerball.
Make sure you have a better time than Elliot set out to. Him talking about the annoying hip-hop music that young people like these days must have truly been born into the wrong time period.
I think I was born, if not in the right time period, then the right time period adjacent. Who knows, maybe I'd do better 20 years after I die. But, I won't know, will I?
I'll link you to the first video in case you haven't seen it, but Elliot Rodger is
I don't know, I think I'm doing okay. Doesn't always feel like it.
He had a big elaborate plan, but he pretty much didn't follow it at all.
I think I'm doing alright.
So let's get started with Elliot Rodger's most shameful moments.
Speaking of,
Last time we talked about the infamous college party where Elliot got drunk and made an ass of himself. And then he got beat up after he tried to push girls off a ledge.
hell yeah.
Well, this is about his college experience up until then. Let's start with him moving in and getting used to college life. Content warning, we're going to have some racism here. There was in the other videos as well, but there's more of it this time.
He's always racist towards Asians, because he's partly Asian.
Upstairs the first night, but acknowledged that that was the kind of environment that he was there for. My first week turned out to be very unpleasant, leaving a horrific first impression of my new life in Santa Barbara. My 2 housemates were nice, but they kept inviting over this friend of theirs named Chance. He was a black boy who came over all the time, and I hated his cocksure attitude. Inevitably, a vile incident occurred between me and him.
Vile.
I was eating a meal in the kitchen when he came over and started bragging to my housemates about his success with girls. I couldn't stand it, so I proceeded to ask them all if they were virgins. They all looked at me weirdly and said that they had lost their virginity long ago. I felt so inferior as it reminded me of how much I had missed out on in life. Damn it, Elliot, how are you going to ask your new roommates that? I mean, even if they were virgins, they wouldn't tell you.
Plenty of people would be out there who'd be like, yeah, I'm a virgin.
And then this black boy named Chance said that
Black
he lost his virginity when he was only 13.
boy.
In addition, he said that the girl he lost his virginity to was a blonde white girl. I was so enraged that I almost splashed him with my orange juice. I indignantly told him that I did not believe him, and then I went to my room to cry. I cried and cried and cried, and then I called my mother and cried to her on the phone. How could an inferior, ugly...
I remember, people call him the Supreme Gentleman.
Beautiful, and I am half white myself. I am descended from British aristocracy. He is descended from slaves. I deserve it more. I tried not to believe his foul words, but they were already said, and it was hard to erase from my mind. If this is actually true, if this ugly black filth was able to have sex with a blonde white girl at the age of 13 while I've had to suffer virginity all my life, then this just proves how ridiculous the female gender is. They would give themselves...
Now, they are ridiculous, but so is the male gender. We're all ridiculous together.
Elliot is already off to a great start in his college experience. He just asked his roommates if they were virgins, then ran off to his room to cry to his mom all night. I don't think he was quiet when he did these kind of things either.
Oh my god, I hope there's like an early phone call recording of it.
After that, he got a couple roommates that he didn't have any problems with. It must be really weird to be one of Elliot's ex-roommates, because he ended up stabbing his roommates to death for essentially no reason.
Yep.
My father drove up to Santa Barbara.
It ends horrifically.
The 2 of us went to lunch at a restaurant in the Camino Real Marketplace, an area that I often frequented. When we sat down at our table, I saw a young couple sitting a few tables down the row. The sight of them enraged me to no end, especially because it was a dark-skinned Mexican guy dating a hot blonde white girl. I regarded it as a great insult.
I would love that he was in a room full of interracial couples, but they were the only ones who were like...
I was ashamed to be in such an inferior
like Hispanic male and white female, and everyone else is just the reverse, and he was the only lonely person there, and he was just glaring at them.
It was so humiliating. I wasn't the son I wanted to present to my father. I should
Father.
be the hot blonde girl, making my father proud.
Doesn't seem like the father cared about you all that much from what we know.
Life is so cruel to me. When I said my farewell to father before he drove
Father.
home, I felt absolutely miserable. I then went back to my
Father.
room and slept for hours.
If I ever have a kid,
These incidents
oh no,
talk
no,
about
no,
boring
I'm
things
Dylan.
people.
I'm
Yeah, what's
Dylan.
really on Elliot's mind?
They can call me dad if they want.
Another incident
Call me
happened the
father,
following
it better
day
be
when I
under
was on
fucking
my
oath.
I went to the Starbucks at the Camino Real Marketplace by myself, like I usually did every morning. I ordered my coffee and sat down on one of their chairs to enjoy it.
Terrifying.
A few moments later, when I looked up for my drink, I saw a young couple standing in line. The two of them were kissing passionately. The boy looked like an obnoxious punk. He was tall and
Punk.
wore baggy pants. The girl was a pretty
There's
blonde.
so much dog
They
whistling
were
right wing
in the
shit.
throes of passionate
Oh yeah, Charlie
sexual
Kirk is
attraction
dead.
to each other,
He.
rubbing their bodies together and tongue kissing in front of everyone. I was absolutely livid with envious hatred.
Thug.
When they left the store, I followed them to their car and splashed my coffee all over them. They were in the throes of passionate sexual attraction to each other. I always liked that line. Maybe Elliot's true calling was
If
being
he threw
passionate
coffee
about
at
it.
someone, that's assault.
The boy yelled at me and I quickly ran away in fear.
Boy.
I was panicking as I got into my car and drove off, shaking with rage-fueled excitement. I drove all the way to the Vons at the Fairway Plaza and spent 3 hours in my car trying to contain my tumultuous emotions. I had never struck back at my enemies before, and I felt a small sense of spiteful gratification for doing so. I hated them so much. Even though I splashed them with my coffee, he was still the winner. He was
Yeah.
going home to have passionate, heavenly
He
sex with
was.
his beautiful girlfriend, and I was
Yeah.
going home to my lonely room to sleep alone in my lonely bed.
Reflection. They're not just for mirrors anymore.
The world for condemning me to such suffering. At this point, Elliot was escalating. He was about to become 20 and was desperate to lose his virginity before then. On one of my last
Russell Greer knew what to do. Just go to a
I saw a
prostitute.
sight that shattered my heart to pieces. A tall, blonde, jock-type guy walked into one of the restaurants, and at his side was one of the sexiest girls I had ever seen. She
Okay.
too was tall and blonde. They were both taller than me, and they
I-
kissed each other passionately.
They're so obsessed with tallness. Oh my god, black pill
I stared
shit.
at them with intense hatred as I sat by myself in my lonely misery. I could never have a girl like that. The sight was burned into my memory.
I thought he liked when blondes ended with
When they
blondes.
walked away, I followed them in my car for a few minutes, and when they entered a less inhabited area, I opened my window and splashed my iced tea all over them. It was all I could do at the time, but at least it was something. At least I made some effort to fight back against the injustice. I felt sick with hatred that night. The hatred boiled inside me with burning vitriol. At this point, Elliot would get yet another set of roommates, and let's hope things went better for him this time.
No.
August 5th came quickly, and I prepared myself to be in a pleasant mood to meet them. Their names were Ryan and Angel, and to my dismay, they were of Hispanic race. In addition, the two of them were already friends with each other, which meant that they could possibly gang up.
This thing's full of platinum.
They also seemed like rowdy, low-class types. The
Rowdy.
impression of them soured me, but I tried to be pleasant and not show it. The two of them acted cordial to me on the first day, but after observing them for a bit, I had a bad feeling that they would be trouble to live with. And they were to be my housemates for a whole year. When I was alone in my room, I panicked to myself at how dire of a situation this was. This was extremely disappointing. I was hoping I would get decent, mature, clean-cut housemates. Instead, I got low-class scum. Yeah, you know, I don't think this is ever going to work out. He was so ready to hate anyone he had to live with. On the second day, they started inviting their equally rowdy friends into my apartment, and we exchanged more small talk. To my indignant surprise, they asked me the question I always dreaded answering. Are you a virgin? I admitted that I was a virgin. I always admitted the truth about this. It was my life struggle, and I couldn't lie about such a thing. They then had the audacity to tell me that they lost their virginity long ago, bragging about all the girls they had slept with. I particularly hated Angel because of his ugly pig face. How could such an ugly animal have had sexual experiences with girls and yet
Same with me. How could I? Numerous times with numerous women over numerous
and
years.
started laughing. It was almost a repeat of what I experienced with that black.
Well, they should laugh at
This
you.
time it was worse because these were my housemates for the year.
All they can do.
And I can understand having problems with your roommates.
They'll beat the shit out of you.
Not lasting a single day without messing things up this badly. I guess that's what happens when you're going to be racist. It's still cringy to ask your roommates if they're virgins, but this is Elliot Roger we're talking about, so he probably said something weird that made it really obvious. On the day after, I almost got into a physical fight with Angel.
No,
The ugly
Uncle.
pig kept acting as if girls thought he was more attractive than me. Ha! I am a beautiful, magnificent gentleman.
But
and he was a
you're
low-class
still a virgin.
I had enough of
In
his
fact,
talk
did he
for a minute,
did,
but
did
I
he
started
even
to
kiss a
comment
girl
on his
before?
I tried to insult him as much as I could, telling him how superior I am to him and saying he was low class. He tried to attack me, but Ryan, being the more mellow of the two, held him back. A pity. I was itching for a chance to hurt that obnoxious little animal. Though I suppose it was for the best. My life was too important to risk doing anything rash. His life was too important to risk doing anything rash. What a line. This was before he came up with the Day of Retribution, obviously, but still. So he called his mom crying and got her to pay $100 more for a bigger room, but he had to sit through a month of his current living situation. I don't think I've ever called anyone low class in my life, and Elliot has done it so many times now in this writing. I would only stay in Santa Barbara during the weekday.
Am I low class? Yes, when I'm in incredibly fancy environments. I feel it. I have been in the fanciest parts of London and felt like I was sometimes in America hanging around with millionaires and shit. No, they didn't give me money. No, they did not try to help me out. They did buy me dinner. I felt, they take me to meals and pay for it, and I would feel that there's a tier above me that is, like, they would consider slumming. And there's like 3 tiers above that, which they'd consider normal. And there's at least 2 or 3 tiers above that that they would consider fancy. Yeah, no, I can't compete with that fucking shit, nor would I want to. I don't deny the food and drink though. Jesus, when I have the chocolates that were offered to me in the States, oh my god, they were probably the best chocolates I ever had.
Every time they went out, they kept yelling to me how they're going to sleep with
Every one of them was like unique and gorgeous.
They always made fun of me for being a virgin.
Truffle. Hope you like truffle.
Frequently made noise to wake me up. I was literally being bullied, and it was truly horrific. I wanted to kill them both, but of course I was
What?
to go through with that desire.
No, you weren't.
So I can get revenge in a more efficient way in the future. That is who I am. I don't act stupidly or rashly. I remember every
Yes, you do.
and I wait until the time is right to strike. When that time
Well,
comes,
technically he might have done that.
the most
It's
devastating
just,
and catastrophic
it didn't seem to pan out because he killed like a bunch of randos.
You know, I'm guessing this might partially explain why he stabbed his roommates so many times when he did it. But of course, they were different people. Let's cover one more incident that occurred on one of his weekend visits home. It's crazy how he went to so much effort to go to this college, and now he was spending as little time there as possible. This time, we chose to eat at Panda Express. While we were eating, some high school kids walked in. James saw them first, and right when he saw them, he said the words, "We're fucked." James knew I would have trouble with them. They were popular boys who had a flock of pretty girls with them. One of them sat down with 2 of the girls, putting his leg up on another girl with a cocky smirk on his face.
Oh my god!
I was livid with rage, and I wanted to pour my drink all over his head. James knew exactly what I was planning to do. We had been through similar incidents before. He made a lot of effort to try to dissuade me from acting on my anger, pointing out that
You know why he put up with you?
I did the only thing I could.
You helped pay the rent.
And left the restaurant, fleeing in defeat and shame. James soon followed, and we decided to finish our meal at his house. This was his oldest friend, James, and this incident would lead to their friendship finally ending. Okay, let's read a few online posts from Elliot, and then I'm going to call it a day. We're not done with the series yet, though.
No, we are not. We're doing the whole thing before I call it a night.
Indian guy driving a Honda Civic, and he had a hot blonde girl in his passenger seat. What on earth is up with that? I would climb Mount Everest 10 times just to have a girl like that with me. I drive a BMW.
He posted the Arthur simp card meme.
Does anyone else get disturbed and offended when you see sights like this? Someone makes sense of this ridiculousness. You know, I respect a Honda Civic that someone paid for more than a BMW their rich parents gave them.
Yes!
Not a college girl or anything, but some of them might feel that way too. One more.
Oh, you can walk out of the dealership after only putting like 200 down.
I laugh at those two losers in this thread who called
You
me
now have a car.
manly. It's so ridiculous. that I'm
It's
laughing
not
instead of
ideal,
getting
but you can do it.
I'm a drop-dead
And they'll
gorgeous
charge you an
12
extra
year
7 grand.
exotic gem among thousands of rocks. I'm one of a kind, completely the opposite of average. You're just jealous because I'm better looking than you, and you know it. He sounds so full of himself, but we know from reading his manifesto that he was actually pretty much the most insecure person in the world.
True.
Anyway, that's about all the time I have for you today. Thanks for watching, everyone. If you liked the video, please give it a like. If you have something to say about the Supreme Gentleman or my video, make sure you let me hear it in the comments.
I got something to say
If
about
you're
him.
here and want more about Elliot and Lucas and
He-
nice guys on the internet, consider subscribing for more of the same.
I don't think he'd have been better if he had gotten a prostitute.
Make these videos. I'll be shouting them out soon here. Have a great night, everyone, and drink your coffee. Don't pour it on people.
Right? Daddy paid a lot of money for that coffee.
Hey everyone, this is Walter. We're back here to talk about the Supreme Gentleman once again. Elliot Rodger is known as the Virgin Killer and has been called the patron saint of incels by many. He outlined many cringy events in his life in his so-called manifesto, My Twisted World. So let's get back to discussing them with Elliot Rodger's most shameful moments, Part 4. Last time we covered his problems with roommates in Isla Vista. When we left off, his friend James had to stop him from dumping his drink on some teenagers he was jealous of. A dark and ominous aura clouded over our friendship that day. When the two of us got back to James's house, I was still seething with rage. I didn't understand why James wasn't angry like me. The sight that we just witnessed was horrible to watch. To see another male be successful with females is torture.
Male!
No success.
Female!
I was so angry that I told James of all.
It gives him power, you
say.
say. When you say shit like that.
I told him my desire to flay them alive, to strip the skin off their flesh, and make them scream in agony as punishment for living a better life than me. James became deeply disturbed by my anger.
Good!
I wished that he wasn't disturbed. I wished he could be a friend that felt the same way about the world that I did, but he wasn't that kind of person. He was
No.
a weakling. Once I had calmed down, the two of us had a long conversation in his room, and I ended up crying in front of him as I explained how hopeless I felt about life. Soon after that, I left his house, never to return there again. He will never invite me over after that incident, and our friendship will slowly fade to dust.
Nor should he.
His reasoning, once again, makes no sense. He's calling other people weak when he's the one who can't even be in a class with a couple of them. Check this out. After a couple of days, I decided to drop my history class. I couldn't stand watching this obnoxious...
He technically died a virgin.
...class. The girls actually liked them. I should be the one they pay attention to, but they treated me like I was invisible. I didn't want to torture myself any longer. I felt a sense of guilt as I did it because I made a bid to make the best of my time in Santa Barbara. Once the class was dropped, I felt a sense of relief. I was still enrolled in the geography class, and it was only the summer session. I had plenty of time to make up for it. I do like how Elliot's living off his parents' money here and taking 2 classes at a time. I remember taking like 5 when I went to school, but yeah, this is far from the first time he's dropped classes for this kind of reason. He did it multiple times at his community college, too. During the last few days that I had to endure living with those barbaric housemates, I often wanted
Barbaric.
I could meet a girl and take her home with me. I wanted to prove to them all that girls liked me, to see the look on their faces when they see a girl by my side. But of course I had nothing to prove because girls didn't like me. Every time I tried to go out and meet a girl, I ended up walking home alone in anger. On one of these nights, I crossed paths with a boy who was walking with 2 pretty girls. I got so envious that I cursed at them, and then I followed them for a few minutes. They just laughed at me, and one of the girls kissed the boy on the lips. I'm assuming she was his girlfriend. That was one of the worst experiences of torture from girls that I've had to endure, and it will be a scar in my memory forever. To remind me that
It's like that hypnosis anime hentai that I watched a few months back.
My horrible housemates wouldn't be there to witness my shame. It's like he just tries to end.
Oh, you like when I beat you down? You're all a bunch of bitches. And he's massively erect. Dude.
My usual day went as follows. I woke up alone in my bed with no girl beside me and did a few minutes of exercise before I showered and got ready for college.
Okay, Bateman.
Starbucks to have my morning latte and felt envious whenever I saw a young couple there. I would then attend my 2 classes where no one said a word to me.
Real men wake up 5 times a night to take a piss because
And then I would go
they're starting to have bladder problems as they hit 40.
absolutely miserable. The loneliness.
Oh, you didn't reach 40. Haha.
If only one pretty girl
Neither did Charlie, technically.
tried to get to know me, everything would have turned out differently. but girls continued to treat me with disdain. How exactly is not talking to someone you don't know treating them with disdain? Elliot had his lonely room for 2 weeks before
He
getting
didn't
his next
understand
girlfriend,
what
a
people
short, chubby
were,
friend about
I
a year
think.
older than him named Spencer Horowitz. This did go a lot better than his last roommate situation, admittedly. In addition, I was a bit shocked when Spencer told me that he used to have a girlfriend. It was a casual comment that came out of a conversation we had. I didn't understand how a chubby and unattractive guy like Spencer would have been able to get a girlfriend, while I've never had the chance to. The guy was 3 inches shorter than me, and even I am considered short.
He never once considered to change his lifestyle.
He was an adult. I could not fathom how such a thing was possible, and I concluded to myself that this former girlfriend of his that he mentioned must have been just as unattractive as he was. There was no need for me to be jealous. It is completely impossible to not piss this kid off. After a few weeks of living with him, I realized that I had a psychological problem with his presence in my apartment. Even though there was no trouble between us, I hated having someone constantly in my vicinity to judge how pathetic my life was. I could hide the details of my lonely celibate life from the rest of the world, but I could not hide it from Spencer.
He's such a loser.
Undesirable outcast, and I hated it when people knew this about me and judged me.
All hail,
Spencer was
king of the losers.
just because of that. Around this time, Elliot actually met some friends and was hanging out with them. But he stopped when he decided they weren't popular and couldn't help him get a girl.
Yep.
However, another vile incident would occur with his new roommate. So far, Spencer and I had gotten along quite well, despite the fact that we never talked much. An incident happened at the end of January that changed all of this. I one day discovered that Spencer had a girl in his room. I couldn't believe it. The short, chubby guy was able to get a girl into his room before I did. I was so shocked and outraged that I waited outside his room until the girl left so I could get a glimpse of how she looked. To my relief, she wasn't that attractive. What made me even more angry is that Spencer gave me a smug look when I saw the girl, even though she was ugly.
Rather a happy look that he had found somebody.
Girl over to the apartment before I did. I confronted him in the kitchen on that same night, telling him that he is foolish to feel proud about having an ugly whore in his room. This made him angry and offended, which is what I wanted. I wanted to offend him as punishment for his insolence. After that incident, the two of us became more and more hostile towards each other. Well, you don't say. He really does talk like a shitty anime villain.
He does, because it's all they understand.
It was a bright, sunny day as I ascended the familiar steps up to the beautiful college campus.
See? They don't understand
I
what
immediately
people
went to the
are.
restroom to look at myself in the mirror a few times, just so that I can feel more assured of myself. Yes, I thought, I am the image of beauty and supremacy. I kept saying it over and over again.
Sure you are.
When I crossed the renowned bridge that connected the two halves of the campus, I felt as if everyone was admiring me. As I passed by groups of
Looking at you maybe, but maybe mostly go, that's the one, that's the one.
The more I walked around the campus, the more I tried to convince myself that that was the case. My first class was sociology, and I waited until everyone was seated before I walked in. I came in through the front entrance so that everyone could look at my fabulous self. To my utter dismay, I saw that no one turned their head to look at me at all. No girl tilted a head or lifted a pretty little eyebrow at my approach.
A pretty little eyebrow. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this isn't a red carpet event. Nobody's going to be wowed that you walked in wearing $500 sunglasses or whatever.
No one would even know. How do you know if glasses are that expensive?
As I made my way back from school one day during the first week, I was
You can't
stopped at a stop
buy
in Bella Vista when I saw two hot
style.
girls waiting at the bus stop. I was
Just ask any woman.
shirts, so I looked at them and smiled.
Some women put charcoal underneath their eyes and look fucking dope.
They just looked away as if I was a fool.
Good.
As I drove away, I became very infuriated. It was such an insult. This was the
Why?
way all girls treated me, and I was sick and tired of it. In a rage, I made a U-turn, pulled up to their bus stop, and splashed my Starbucks latte all over them. I felt a feeling of satisfaction.
He never gets done for physically attacking people like that, does he?
How dare those girls snub me in such a fashion? How dare they insult me so? I raged to myself repeatedly. They deserved the punishment I gave them. It was such a pity that my latte wasn't hot enough to burn them. Those girls deserve to be dumped in boiling water for the crime of not giving me the attention and adoration I so rightfully deserve.
Rightfully.
I found out the name of the beautiful girl in my math class. Her name was Brittany. Being the obsessed stalker that I was, I looked her up on Facebook.
He doesn't even understand what the problem.
Not only that, but her boyfriend boyfriend was the type of boy I have always hated and despised. A tall, muscular surfer jock with a buzz cut. As I looked at all the pictures of the two of them together, I shivered with pure hatred. I could physically feel the hatred burn through my entire body. I wanted to kill
That
both
seems
of
like a
them.
you problem, motherfucker.
Brittany should have been mine, and if I can't have her, no one should. I fantasized about capturing the two of them and stripping the skin off her boyfriend's flesh while making her watch. Why must my life be so full of torment and hatred?
I don't know. Tell me more again about your flaying fantasy.
I cried with anguish that day. My housemate Spencer heard it all, but I didn't care. Must have really been a blast to have Elliot as a roommate. He dropped all of his classes after finding out this girl had a boyfriend.
6. All that mining for 6 nanites.
This was also when he decided to enact a day of retribution if he wasn't able to become rich. I didn't want to do it. I wanted to live. Thinking about the day of retribution made me feel trapped.
There it goes. I know that word.
After some
That
deep
term.
contemplation, I had the revelation that the day of retribution wasn't the only way I could make up for all the suffering I've had to experience. If I could somehow become a multi-millionaire at a young age, then my lifestyle would...
This is when he thinks he can game the lottery.
I would be able to get revenge on my enemies.
Why did the lottery do this to him?
That was a form of happy, peaceful revenge, and it became my only hope. Once again, I started to desperately ponder over ways that I could...
I got a
become
million
at a young age.
units.
It was my only way out. So with the idea of getting rich, he set his sights on the lottery, a notoriously terrible way to make money. Let's read a few of his online quotes, and then we're going to call it a day. Shoes won't help you get white girls. White girls are disgusted by you, silly little Asian. Never
Little,
insult the style
small.
of Elliot Roger. I'm the most stylish person in the world. Just look at my profile pic. That's just one of my fabulous outfits. The sweater I'm wearing in the picture is $500 from me.
I wish he was still alive so I could just beat the living shit out of him. But he wouldn't understand.
Numbers and will overthrow this oppressive feminist system.
Feminist.
Envisioning a world where women fear you. Yeah, he sounds like a pretty reasonable guy.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's about all the time I have for you.
What a supreme gentleman.
If you like the video, please give it a like.
25. All this has given me a grand total of about 30 nanites.
If you're new here and want more, consider subscribing for more.
God bless me.
And now it's time to shout out my awesome patrons who help fund my lifestyle, whatever that is. It might not be as glamorous as Elliot's. Thanks so much, though. Jimmo, Alatuna Dan, NOE Blue, Levon, Maxo11X, Chris Sturman, MDB 3000, Amelia Bunny, Amanda Gillies, Big Mike Shirley, Cacti Lady Wither, Cho, Daniel Delaroe, Deborah Douglas, Dr. A, Vin Yi, Horatio T, Justin Godsey, Kitty Sparkles, Clipper, Barbie, Ouroboros, Rob Sop, Sammy, Sandyman, Spoonie the Road, V.
Spoonie!
Jacob K.
No, but it was Spoonie the Rogue, not the Bard.
Seneca, Alan Fang, Knitwing Code 2, Lil Spoon,
Lil Spoon. I don't know why I actually closed that tab. That's silly. We have the remainder of the...
Hey everyone, this is Walter. We're back here to talk about the Supreme Gentleman once again.
Yeah. We're at part 4. There is 3 more parts, and then his insane posts. And then I think it's fair to say there's nothing more about Elliot Rogers ever again.
He outlined many cringy events in his life in his so-called manifesto, My Twisted World. So let's get back to discussing them with Elliot Rogers' most shameful moments, part 4. Last time we covered his problems with roommates, and I live.
Right, no point adding to looking at my multi-tool, but my suit might need an
Dark and
update.
ominous aura clouded over our friendship that day. When the two of us got back to James's house, I was still seething with rage. I didn't understand why James was...
Ooh, I got a discount.
The sight that we just witnessed was horrible to watch. To see another male be successful with females is torture for males like us who have no success with them.
Males,
I was
females.
so angry that I told James of all the acts of revenge.
Every time I've seen someone do really well, their gender...
Flay them alive, to strip the skin off their flesh and make them scream in agony as punishment
No.
for living a better life than me. James became deeply disturbed by my anger. I wished that he wasn't disturbed. I wished he could be a friend that felt the same way about the world that I did, but he wasn't that kind of person. He was a weakling. Once I had calmed down, the two of us had a long conversation in his room.
What's
I ended up
going on
crying
here?
in front of him as I explained how hopeless I
Jetpack
was.
tank twice over, recharge rates +4, and
We were
sprint
moving right
recovery
after that incident, and our
3.
friendship will slowly fade to dust. Elliot's reasoning once again makes no sense. He's calling other people weak when he's the one who can't even be in a class with a couple of them.
Wait, we already looked at this.
Hey everyone, this is Walter, and I'm back here with the Supreme Gentleman once again. This is part 5, I believe. The others aren't strictly necessary to enjoy this one, but you might want to check them out if you haven't. This might be the last episode. We're running out of noteworthy, shameful moments.
The oxide padding defense systems improve shield strength by 14%. Okay.
For the uninitiated, Elliot Roger is the virgin killer of Isla Vista, California. A member of the early incel community, he embarked on a day of retribution that's probably worth its own video. So anyway,
let's do the ship for the remainder.
Shameful moments. At the time where we're starting, Elliot's a 20-year-old college student, and he just went to a red carpet event where he was disdainful of the normal people and incredibly jealous of the rich people. So he now decided that the only way to get his dream of a beautiful wife and kids was to get filthy rich, like hundreds of millions of dollars. He considered writing a fantasy epic to be made into a movie.
Jovians, merchant standing.
His solution? After a lot of deep thinking, I couldn't come up with anything.
Yeah.
Was I doomed to fail at everything? I began to feel hopeless, until I saw the current jackpot for the Mega Millions lottery. It was rising very high in the month of March. I had saved up a lot of money at the time, so I had enough to spare on lottery tickets, so long as I didn't go under $5,000, which I wanted to keep as my minimum amount of savings, just in case of an emergency, or in case I would have to carry out the day of retribution. As it so happened, I had well over $6,000 saved up at the time, from all of the allowance, Christmas money, and birthday money that my parents and grandmothers had been sending me. Yeah, Elliot in his poor college phase had more money in the bank than I do right now. That's great. He's counting on winning the lottery. Solid plan. For the first time since moving to Santa Barbara, I began to take a serious interest in playing the lottery again. I believed that it was destiny for me to win the Mega Millions lottery, particularly this very jackpot. People win the lottery every single month, so why not?
Don't know why I actually bought that. That's in hindsight kind of dumb.
For the first few
Because I obviously have
$50 to $100 on tickets, but to my profound frustration, I still didn't win, and the jackpot kept rising. This only increased my enthusiasm. I started to picture a whole new perfect life for myself after I won. I imagined buying a beautiful, opulent mansion with an extravagant view.
One upgrade. Launch cost -7. Okay. You got another one.
I planned to go back to college once I had bolstered myself with all this wealth, and lord myself over the other students there, finally fulfilling my dream of being the coolest and most popular kid in school.
I should sell
As I
that.
sat meditating in my room, I imagined the ecstasy I would
Meditating. I love his idea of meditating.
I drive up to college in a Lamborghini. Such an experience would make up for everything. I had to win this jackpot.
Ability
I don't
2.
know why
That's
he's calling
it.
himself a
Okay.
kid. I'd probably call a 20-year-old a kid now, but I wouldn't have said it when I was 20. I mean, I kind of question, if nobody was impressed by his BMW, why does he think it'll be any different with a Lamborghini? As the jackpot reached over $200 million, I spent more of my saved money on lottery tickets, but I still didn't win. I knew that the more I spent on tickets, the higher chance I had of winning. I was so desperate to live a satisfying life that I spent $400 on tickets when the jackpot hit $290 million. When I failed to win that, I spent $500 on tickets when it reached $363 million, and I still didn't win it on that one.
Nah.
And then the jackpot reached a number that I never imagined it would. $656 million. I was astounded and filled with a feverish enthusiasm.
I've met people who actually have made money on the lottery. My own grandmother included. But
jackpot in existence. I knew right then and there that this jackpot was meant for me. Who else deserves such a victory? I had been through so much rejection, suffering, and injustice in my life, and this was to be my salvation. I can't exactly speak on his suffering. Has he really been through a lot of rejection or injustice? He's having his college tuition and a room paid for right now. I've got to feel like Elliot could only do these things because nobody was around to tell him not to. Anyone would tell you not to spend large amounts of money trying to win the lottery. But Elliot's last...
yeah, I picked the worst reactor for that. Maybe I should have aimed for the yes.
With my whole body filled with feverish hope, I spent $700 on lottery tickets for this drawing. As I spent this money, I imagined all the amazing sex I would have with a beautiful model girlfriend I would have once I become a man of wealth. After
You
the
gotta
initial
wonder the
shock,
woman in
I waited
his
3 days
mind
to
what
check
she
it.
looks
I'm
like.
too anxious about what I will see. The result would determine the fate of my whole life.
I
For those
doubt
3
it
days,
looks
I
good.
napped alone in my room, trying to convince myself that I was the winner. I held all of the tickets in my hand, excitedly pondering over which one was the true winning ticket. There were many times during this period where I was about to check the result, but canceled the webpage in the last second out of fear of what I might see. The prospect of finding out that I lost was devastating. On the 4th day, I decided to just go through with it. The result was already decided, and the amount of time it took for me to check it wouldn't change anything. I had to see the truth. My heart was beating rapidly as I loaded up the webpage to the Mega Millions website. What I saw crushed all my hope completely. My whole body shivered with horrific agony. I didn't win.
Ooh,
3 people won that
nanites.
jackpot, and it was split between them. But none of those 3 people were me. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was certain I would be the winner. It was destiny. Fate. But no, the world continued to give me no justice or salvation whatsoever. I know.
Well, obviously I don't have
a
a exocraft, so...
What I'd do if I had a son and he fell into a horrible depression because he didn't win the lottery. It only makes as much sense as it does because we're reading his thoughts. I sank into one of the worst depressions of my life. It was spring break, and while all other young boys my age were going off to vacation with their attractive friends, I was feeling miserable and alone in my room because I failed to win the lottery jackpot that would enable me to rise above them all. I was so depressed that even when my mother came up to Santa Barbara with my sister and her friends for a short day trip, I refused to see them. Shortly after this, his only remaining friend would finally cut ties with him. This was over the incident where he almost went and poured a drink over someone's head while eating with James. I covered it in one of the parts of this series. My deep depression lasted well into the summer. My life stayed stagnant and miserable, and my hatred towards everyone, especially women, for depriving me of a happy life, only grew stronger. I questioned myself over and over about what was going to happen to me now. I didn't want it to resort to having to exact ultimate vengeance. I didn't want it to...
Oh yeah, it's everyone else that drove you to this, man. Everyone else drove you to
I
this.
continued to see it as the only way I would ever have a beautiful girlfriend and lose my virginity. My ultimate dream was to experience the pleasures of love and sex with girls once I become rich enough to be worthy of them. And then I would settle down with a beautiful girlfriend and have beautiful children with her, whom I would raise up to live a much better life than the one I've had to suffer through. That would be the most satisfying vengeance against all those young people who thought they were better than me.
Young people.
If I could show them that I lived
Vengeance.
such a life, my purpose on this world would be complete.
Purpose.
To see the look on all their faces once I've risen above them, I couldn't imagine anything sweeter. At this point, Elliot came across a book called The Power of Your Subconscious Mind, which taught him about the law of attraction. Supposedly this meant that he could make goals happen by visualizing them. Elliot gained some hope back because of this concept and was able to go out to eat at a Japanese restaurant with his mom and sister, where he said the bill reached well over $200.
Damn.
I'm always uncomfortable ordering expensive
Each?
stuff when someone else is paying. Elliot
Each?
just revels in it at the same time as he talks about the horrific life he's been forced to endure.
Yeah, I don't feel comfy about it either. Like, it's like, alright, but it just seems a bit
September 5th, I transferred to the
almost
Spencer and I didn't deign to say goodbye to each other.
much.
We despised each other that much.
Am I that much of a special
I tracked
occasion?
him down to show off my wealth that I firmly believed I would attain. Elliot, nobody's going to be impressed by your wealth if you win the lottery. They'll be like, good for you. On September 11th, the drawing for a jackpot worth $120 million commenced. I bought a $5 ticket and proclaimed that this had to be mine.
Had
I saw
to.
that the winner was from California. My heart beat like a drum. This was it.
Oh no, it's not from it's from California,
This was
but
the worst thing to ever happen on 9/11.
yep.
I didn't win. I looked at my ticket over.
Well, I wonder how many conservatives think what's worse, Charlie Kirk dying
Just like what happened
near around 9/11 or
I
9/11 itself.
built up anticipation for the entire summer. The winner was some guy from
Because it's
over-
9/11.
He took my money. What a waste. What an injustice. I was so certain that the universe would finally grant me...
Technically died like 9/9 or 9/10 or something, right?
I then looked at my small, cramped room and realized my lonely, depressing life of virginity will continue on mercilessly. That night, I threw a wild tantrum, screaming and crying for hours on end. I had the whole apartment to myself, so there was no one there to hear me. I raged at the entire world. grabbed
Tantrum.
my bed with my wooden practice sword and slashing at the air with my pocket knife. I even downed an entire bottle of wine and got so drunk that I spilled my wine all over my laptop.
Wow, a single bottle of wine. What a wild lad.
Lonely bed. Well, there we go. There hadn't been enough tantrums yet in this episode, but that's one of his best. On the next morning, I felt so drained and depressed. I then realized that I destroyed my laptop, so I called my mother, begging her to buy me a new one. I made up the story that the laptop randomly died, and I had no control over it. After some persuading, I managed to make her agree to buy me a new one. I quickly drove to Best Buy to look for a new laptop, and decided to choose a newer, updated version of the Asus laptop I had previously. As it turned out, the Best Buy in Santa Barbara didn't have one in stock, so I had to drive all the way to Oxnard to pick one up. I paid the $1,500 for it, with the assurance that my mother will drive up to bring me a reimbursement in a few days. Elliot was not actually...
I don't know why, but once we're done here tonight, I'm gonna go and watch a bunch of Metal Gear Solid lore videos. Probably from Super Bunny Hop. I wanna watch and listen to like people who are like just absolutely fucking insane.
No point. I believed that I would either fulfill my dream of becoming wealthy at a young age in order to be worthy enough to attract beautiful women, or exact my revenge.
What's
and
this?
die in the process.
It's called a tampon
There was
snake.
no other path.
A tampon.
Of course, I
What's the practical uses of it? Keeping our underwear clean?
If they somehow found out that
Oh, it's one of those feminine hygiene
my life
things.
would have to end right then and there. Thankfully, I was a good liar. Elliot, for whatever reason, wouldn't play the lottery unless it was over $100 million. Despite fawning over his father being somewhat wealthy his whole life, Elliot couldn't settle for just being a millionaire. He had to be very rich. But I think he just had no idea what money was worth, between this and everything else. As the phrase that I...
No, Elliot had no comprehension of what wealth and currency was. He didn't get just how,
I've been
like,
trying to join and be accepted among the beautiful, popular people all my life.
expensive his life was.
They have always treated me like scum.
I mean, I did early on, realizing I'm financially
I
okay.
tried to overthrow
I'm
them by gaming
no, it's
at a young
okay.
age.
I mean, I was
Trying to come
homeless,
up with
but
invention ideas, to contemplating writing an epic
I'm
story,
okay.
and finally to trying to win the lottery. At this point, the prospect of overthrowing them seemed hopeless. The final solution to triumph over my enemies was to destroy them, to carry out my day of retribution, to exact my ultimate and devastating vengeance against all the popular young people who never accepted me, and against all women for rejecting me and starving me of love and sex. So then at this point, Elliot bought a gun, of course.
Of course he
The
did.
story about the lottery is longer than I remember, so we're gonna have to return. This was the part about Mega Millions, but he gives it another few chances with the Powerball after this. Elliot was rather convinced that the universe owed him this luck after reading that book, but he seemed to believe it even before that. Well, that is about all the time I have for you today. Thanks for watching, everyone. If you liked the video, please give it a like. If you have something to say, make sure you let me hear it in the comments. I'll be reading those, at least while the video is new. If you're new here, consider subscribing for more of the same, and whatever else I feel like talking about. Now it's time to shout out my awesome patrons who help support me more directly over on Patreon. It's been a big help, you know, through the pandemic and all that crap. Thanks so much.
The pandemic. Do you remember when the pandemic was the world?
Sturman, MDB 3000, Totally Not a Femboy, Bumbus McDunga, Clipper, Amanda Gillies, Bethy Williams, Big Mike Shirley, Cacti Lady Wither,
We knew it would end,
Daniel Delapine, Dawn Smith,
and it has.
Horatio T, Leanne Summers,
Only because we're stuck with it forever.
Sandyman, Spoonie the Rogue,
Spoonie.
stands for Wordnology, William Ash, Psychic Company,
Wordnology.
Alan Fang, Knit One Code 2. Hey everyone, my name's Walter, and I'm back here to bring you more of Elliot Rogers' Constant Chain. Elliot is the man who would come to be known as the Virgin Killer of Isla Vista, and incels would eventually crown him their patron saint, along with Saint Black Ops 2 Cell. I haven't followed the incels in years, so they might not even say this stuff anymore, to be fair. I think I will be making a Day of Retribution video because he really didn't do a great job, even at that.
No, he did
Here's
not.
the conclusion of his lottery woes when he finds out about Powerball. Let's just get started with Elliot Rogers' most shameful moments. Part 6. I'll link to Part 5 if you haven't seen it. This is a continuation. I continued to visit the website of the Mega Millions lottery. I still clung to the hope that it may rise above $100 million again, and I would be the winner. So far, I saw that as my only way out of my horrible situation. My situation was indeed horrible.
Was
I
it?
couldn't leave the house without seeing a young couple walking around somewhere. Everywhere I went, I was all by myself, while other young people had friends and girlfriends. I was ashamed to show myself to the world, even though I wore expensive designer clothes. What was the point if girls still weren't attracted to me? No one respects a man who is unable to get a woman. A man wearing shorts and a t-shirt would be seen as superior to me if he walks into a store with a beautiful girl on his arm and I walk in all alone.
It's like the guy who got obsessed over the,
He's worth something, because obviously that beautiful girl sees some sort of worth in him. If a man is all alone, people get the impression that girls are repulsed by him, and therefore he is a worthless loser. Yeah, so Elliot thought everyone else thought just like him. That people were constantly judging everyone based on how much money they seemed to have, and especially whether they had an attractive girlfriend. So every time he ever went somewhere alone, or even with male friends, he felt like a fucking loser. This kid was really torturing himself. Not like anyone was going to be that impressed if he found a girlfriend. Earlier in that day, as I drove through Isla Vista, I saw this one particular young couple that stood out from the rest, only because the girl looked absolutely perfect. She was tall, blonde, and sexy. She would have towered over me in height, and her boyfriend, of course, towered over her. They were both wearing beach gear, and the girl was in her bikini, showing off to everyone her sensual, erection-causing body. Her blonde hair was wet from swimming in the ocean, and it only made her look more arousing. The two of them were holding hands, and it was clear that they were in love. I saw the boyfriend place his hand on the girl's ass, and when he did this, the girl looked at him and smiled with delight. That guy
magically disappears. Okay, yeah, no, it's not like I wanted to.
sex with a girl like that. I had to witness everything.
Once I realized that the
dizzy with anguish. Her sensual, erection-causing body. That's a good line. I immediately thought about that couple and how impossible it was for me to have the same experience.
I think I heard a stand-up girl talk about how she wanted a sensual erection-causing body.
If I was a multi-millionaire. Oh yes, it would be very possible. Becoming a multi-millionaire is the only way I could have such an experience, and winning the lottery was the only way I could become a multi-millionaire at my age. As I stared
What about your dad? He's a multimillionaire.
I knew that I had to win it. It was midnight when I had this revelation, and the drawing was on the following day.
This game can be so pretty sometimes.
The drawing was if I left for
Look at the
Arizona,
shadow on the rings.
So that is exactly what I did. I quickly looked up the best route on Google Maps, packed some food into my backpack, and took off. Oh yeah, it's completely impossible to be a multi-millionaire at the age of 22. Just ask Jake Paul. I know there weren't quite the same options to make money online in 2014, but his defeat...
Oh, yeah.
At his day of retribution would obviously...
Oh my god, the Manosphere would have loved this fucker.
Some difficulty, but he waited 3 days to check it once again. There was an Arizona winner, and I had bought my ticket in Arizona. After that long emotional journey, driving toward the sunrise in the middle of the desert, fighting off sleep just to get there in time, visualizing my whole future before me, with a beautiful blonde girlfriend and the children I would have with her. After all that, who else could the winner be but me? It was meant for me. It was fate.
Meant for.
I took out my tickets, of which I had purchased 50, and sifted through them to find the one that matched the winning numbers. I felt dizzy and ecstatic as I did it, feeling so certain that my victory would be confirmed. When I reached the end of my stack of tickets, I didn't find that any matched. For the first few moments, I couldn't even believe what was happening. I looked through all of my tickets, again and again and again, and still nothing. I didn't win. People often say that Elliot's a good writer, but I'm not really sure I agree in general. That being said, the parts about the lottery are probably the best written parts in my Twisted World, despite being a bit repetitive. When I got to the park, I sat in my car for hours, crying and crying and crying.
Because you don't know what the lottery is.
I couldn't take it anymore. Feeling the need to talk to someone, I called the only people I had in my life, my parents. I called them both,
again.
First my mother and then my father, and I told them both how much I was suffering from my loneliness.
Christ, I was a lonely motherfucker in my 20s. I had more people than fucking Elliot did.
21-year-old virgin who was unable to get a girlfriend or making any friends whatsoever. I was not
I had Elf King and Claire and my girlfriends, which I lost my virginity a few years before I was 20.
I'm sure his parents are acutely aware now that this was more of a cry for help than they were even aware of. Elliot started to...
Oh, you know that everything about Elliot towards their parents have to be directed towards their lawyers.
Specifically, since my 100 subscriber special on my first channel like 4 years ago. Crazy to think about. I remained in my hometown for a couple of weeks, and then I went back to Santa Barbara, the place of beauty and romance that I've had to suffer in lonely hell.
I've heard
Signed up for online
Santa Barbara being called other things.
I didn't see the point in even bothering with college anymore. Having to walk through
Pee.
FCC with all the
We're getting near to the end of the evening.
revealing shirts, showing off their sexy
I need
legs.
to pee.
It is torture, because I know that they would all reject me.
Well,
Well, women certainly aren't attracted to that kind of attitude. It's crazy. He had to go through so much trouble to go to this specific school that he saw in a movie because everyone would be hooking up. But now it's become a nightmare to him. Who could have seen that coming? At one point, I looked out my window and saw couples strolling around the street on their way to some party. They probably slept with each other that way. The sight made me feel so inferior, like a little mouse. I felt like I was at the bottom of the food chain. I couldn't fathom how I had to endure such a painful life. On that same night, I looked at the Powerball again and saw that the jackpot had risen to over $100 million. This prompted me to drive to Arizona again in another desperate attempt to become instantly wealthy so that I could attract beautiful girls and live the life I want. After all of the rejection and mistreatment I've experienced at the hands of women, I knew that becoming wealthy was the only way I could become worthy of them. And so my obsession with becoming wealthy at a young age came back in full force in the first few months of 2013. This guy just won't stop talking about how amazing and fabulous and supreme he is in his videos.
he says stuff that's like a giant red flag as a given. I'm going to stalk. I'm going to obsess. You know?
By the month of April, I had driven to Arizona 3 more times, making a total of 4 trips to Arizona in my lifetime, just to buy lottery tickets out of intense desperation, believing it to be my only hope of attaining the life I desire, the life
Why?
I know I'm worthy of. I kept dreaming of the life I would have once I won, a beautiful blonde girlfriend, a luxurious
Hot
mansion,
blonde
a view,
babes.
all of the exotic cars I would drive to impress girls. It gave me hope. It gave me something to live for. That hope was shattered after each attempt. None of the tickets I bought on these trips fulfilled my dreams. The reason I kept going, even after I didn't win, was because I truly believed I was supposed to win. I wanted to believe it, because I wanted something to live for. I needed to have hope. I knew that if I lost all of my hope, I would have nothing to live for but revenge. Any chance of having a happy life would be doomed. The only way he can live a happy life is if he wins the jackpot in the lottery. How can someone think that's a reasonable way of thinking? At the end of the
Reasonable? No.
I had
He
lost my last
didn't
trip to
think it
Arizona,
was
I didn't
reasonable.
win. Any hope I had
Doesn't
of
think
becoming
about
wealthy at a
that.
young age was finally and indefinitely shattered. It fully dawned on me that the life I had envisioned for myself would never come to pass. The children I would have in the future with a beautiful blonde girlfriend ceased to exist as if they were murdered. There won't be any beautiful blonde
Murdered.
girlfriends now. No girl would be my girlfriend unless I had great wealth. I learned that from my life of being rejected.
But you have great wealth. Your father is very
It's
wealthy.
essentially the end of the lottery saga, which is pretty much the last notable thing Elliot did before his day of retribution. I'm going to read one more paragraph. The spring of 2013 was also the time when I came across the website puahate.com. It is a forum full of men who are starved of sex, just like me.
Yeah.
Many of them have their own
They
theories
are.
of what women are attracted to, and many of them share my hatred of women.
The internet's helped in 1,000 different ways, and it hurt in a million more.
The website only confirmed many of the theories I had about how wicked and degenerate women really are.
Degenerate.
Most of the people on that website have extremely stupid opinions that I found very frustrating, but I found a few to be quite insightful. The website PUA Hate is very depressing. It shows just how bleak and cruel the world is due to the evilness of women. I tried to show it to my parents, to give them some sort of dose of reality as to why I'm so miserable. They never understood why I'm so miserable. They have always had the delusion that everything is going well for me, especially my father. When I sent the link of puahate.com to my parents, none of them even bothered to look at the posts on there.
Good.
God, how many cries for help did he give his parents? PUA Hate, of course, is part of the trinity of primordial incel sites, along with slut hate and lookism. His parents probably should have been more concerned over this. Instead, they seemed pretty blindsided by his manifesto and rushed down to Isla Vista. But it was too late, of course. Anyway, that's about all the time I have for you today. Thanks for watching, everyone. If you liked the video, please give it a like. If you have something to say about Elliot Rodger or the content in general, let me hear it in the comments. Engagement is always good. Even dislikes are treated as positive by the algorithm. If you're new here, consider subscribing for more of the same and whatever Reddit stories I feel like talking about. I might also try some more Predator content. I couldn't keep my Lorne video monetized, but I get why. He's gross as hell. Big ups also to my awesome patrons who help keep me afloat with direct support over on Patreon. It's always a big help. We'll be back for the Day of Retribution as soon as I'm ready to cover Elliot again. Have a great day, everyone, and remember that when you're out with your girlfriend, there might be someone angrily staring at you the entire time. Weird thought. Hey everyone, my name's Walter, and we're back here once again with one final story about Elliot Rogers.
I don't think that was.
This video is going to be discussing the murders from St. Elliot's Day of Retribution.
This is the.
I am
Oh,
channel, but it might be a little
bollocks.
less light this time. But a lot of the details
That was
are
unknown.
worthy of watching
I could have
and
actually.
reconstructed. I think it might take 2 episodes, but we'll see. If you haven't seen the rest of the series, I would suggest watching it, and I'll link to it in the description. So let's just begin with Elliot Rogers' Most Shameful Moments, Part 7. He gives us a pretty good intro. My mother told me that I can have 1 bottle of wine from her pantry while she was away, and on New Year's Eve I chose to open the best one in the lot, a fine vintage that I slowly sipped throughout the night as I stayed at my mother's house.
Black books of you. You can have anything from this one, but not these top ones.
My mother's backyard. I assured myself that soon I will have my revenge on all of those young popular people. Soon. After a restless sleep, I arose from my bed early on New Year's Day, 2014. This was the final year. This was the year in which everything would come to a close. In this year, I will have my closure,
There it is.
my vengeance, my retribution. My whole tragic life.
There's this, and then his unreleased letters.
Insulted, humiliated, cast out, bullied, starved, tortured, and ridiculed for far too long. Humanity is a cruel and brutal species, and the only thing I could do to even
It's true. We are.
1,000-fold. Women's rejection of me is a declaration of war, and if it's war,
Not quite the same thing.
it will be a war that will result in their complete and utter annihilation. I will deliver a blow to my enemies that will be so catastrophic it will redefine the very essence of human nature. Now, I'm not going to string you along here. Most people watching already know the results. Elliot did not strike fear into women's hearts in the way he wanted. He killed 6 people aside from himself, none of them being the type of person that he wanted to kill. Which would be blonde sorority girls and the guys who were with them. Let's talk about his roommates who are in the way of his plans for the Day of Retribution. 2 new housemates moved into my apartment for the autumn semester. They were 2 foreign Asian students who attended UCSB. These were the biggest nerds I had ever seen, and they were both very ugly with annoying voices. My last 2 housemates, Chris and John, were nerds as well, but at least they were friendly and...
Aw, I saw the picture. They weren't ugly.
One of them had a very rebellious demeanor about him. He went out of his way to start arguments with me whenever I raised the issue of the noise he made. Hell, even living with Spencer was more pleasant than these 2 idiots. I knew that when the Day of Retribution came, I would have to kill my housemates to get them out of the way. If they were pleasant to live with, I would regret having to kill them, but due to their behavior, I now had no regrets about such a prospect. In fact, I'd even enjoy stabbing them both to death while they slept. Lovely, right? He hated them because they were nerdy and ugly. He also hated Asian people, so that's probably part of it too. I'll just paraphrase this part. Elliot could be really long-winded when he went on his anime villain rants. Elliot's plan was to, after killing his roommates, lure popular, good-looking people into his room and then knock them out with a hammer so that he could torture them for the great sex lives that they surely had. It's weird because Elliot thought he was attractive, but all other attractive people must have great sex lives. Also, I feel like if he could get popular, attractive people to come hang out with him in his room, then there's no reason to do this in the first place. So I just don't believe it was possible for him. And finally, Elliot weighed 135 pounds. Even if he had a hammer, these jock guys he hated might just overpower him.
Yeah, like he was made mostly out of thimbles and like toothpicks. Like it's,
against all the men who have had pleasurable sex lives.
You know, some fat guys who are watching right now have pushed.
I will finally even the score.
Pushed. Ew. Pushed.
He did stab his roommate.
Bowel movements bigger than Elliot Roger.
As Elliot stabbed him 94 times. It's ridiculous the amount of rage he took out on these guys.
Yeah, I used to think it was Elliot Rogers, but no, it's Elliot Roger.
He actually didn't write anything after this
I'm looking at it right
The
here.
exact specifics, but he was looking up how to kill people silently with a knife. As you can imagine, the plan with luring.
At least he was understanding that he'd be overpowered quickly.
Probably didn't even.
But he's American. Just go get a gun.
Unfortunately,
Get
before the
several.
holidays, Elliot planned to pay a visit to his stepmother Sumaya and his little brother Jazz. On the morning before,
Oh,
I
little
went down to
Jazz.
my father's house
I've never seen Jazz. I'll probably never meet Jazz. But you know what?
along with my
I'm
stepmother
picturing like the
Sumaya,
cutest kid in the
will be
world.
away. My father will be away on one of his business trips.
Jazz
So I don't have
survives.
to deal with him. If he didn't go away on that trip,
At least I think Jazz survives.
because of my fear that I might hesitate if I have to kill him. Once I've taken care of my brother and stepmother, I will switch over to the Mercedes SUV and drive it back up to Isla Vista. I will use it as one of my killing machines against my enemies. An SUV will cause a lot more damage than my BMW coupe. Elliot had grown close to his little brother and loved him, but couldn't stand the chance of him growing up to be more successful than he was. Instead of trying to suppress Jazz, I might have suggested accomplishing something in the first place, but that's just me. I had an argument with Sumaya.
Yeah, it's much easier to go and do like
Jazz was recently signed by an agent to act
I don't
in
know.
commercials. She said that
he
by
was
the
always
time
going on about his physicality. Did you ever consider becoming a
we
model?
talked about how Jazz was already so socially savvy for his age and how I've always envied him for it. She told me he will never have any problems with girls and will lose his virginity when he's young. I had to sit there and listen to the bitch tell me that my little brother will grow up.
I bet you what she said was he's going to break a bunch of hearts. That's all she said.
Pleasurable lives while I never had any taste of it. And now it has been confirmed to me that my little brother will become one of them. He will become a popular kid who gets all the girls. Girls will love him. He will become one of my enemies. That was the day that I decided I would have to kill him on the day of retribution. I will not allow the boy to surpass me at everything.
The boy.
It's not fair that he has the chance to have.
Whenever I hear that, I just think of the boy. Bring me the boy at The Simpsons.
Little brother in the last year, and he respected and looked up to me. But I would have to do it. If I can't live a pleasurable life, then neither will he. I will not let him put my legacy to shame.
Legacy.
Did Sumaya really say that to Elliot? It's pretty cringy. Most people wouldn't care, but it just so happened to be the worst thing you could possibly say to him. Something you'd be willing to kill over.
Maybe she did say to, because his family life was nightmarish, but I doubt it.
Jazz Roger, as far as I can tell, did go on to surpass Elliot.
Oh.
More attractive and
Oh, he looks like the guy from
after this part of the plan,
the Dune movies, the new one.
the second phase will take
Who
place
played,
in Retribution itself, just before the climactic massacre.
Ow.
The second phase will represent my war. I will punish all
fucking
females
Paul.
for the crime of depriving me of sex. They have starved me of sex for my entire youth and gave that pleasure to other men.
Like, he's a properly attractive man. Okay, cool.
But I can deliver a devastating blow that
Hope he
all of them to
he
the core of
never
my
has to
heart.
deal with this.
I will attack the very girls who represent everything I hate in the female gender. The hottest sorority of UCS.
But he will.
After doing a lot of extensive research within the last year, I found out that the sorority with the most beautiful girls is Alpha Phi sorority. I know exactly where their house is, and I've sat outside it in my car to stalk them many times. I'm not sure how he can write any of this and feel like he's in the right. This is somehow completely justified based on being rejected, but he hasn't really ever been rejected. He would be approaching these girls for the first time with a gun in his hand.
Yeah.
Alpha Phi sorority is full of hot, beautiful blonde girls. The kind of girls I've always desired, but was never able to
Hot
have because
blonde
they were down on me.
babes.
They are all spoiled, heartless, wicked bitches. They think they are superior to me, and if I ever tried to ask one on a date, they would reject me cruelly.
Why?
I will sneak into their house at around 9 p.m. on the day
You've
of retribution. just before
They
the
might just say, "Oh, I've got a boyfriend," or
one of them,
"Oh,
with guns and knives.
I'm not really looking for that right
Set
now."
their whole house on fire.
That's not cruel.
Then we shall see who the superior one really is.
I guarantee you, after he'd asked that, they would then say something. He would say something like, "Hope you die, you horrible harlot, you
The
whore."
most important part of his
You know?
plan is completely off the rails. On the actual day of Phase 2, he gets there to find that the door is locked. Now we all know what Elliot does when there's a tiny bit of adversity. He gives up immediately. He's here with a gun, he's already killed people, he sent his manifesto out to everyone, and his parents are rushing down to Isla Vista at this time, but he can't come up with a way to get through a locked door.
10,000
There's no way
nanites.
to turn back, so he just started shooting at random people. After I have killed all of the sorority girls at the Alpha Phi house, I will quickly get into the SUV before the police arrive, assuming they will
Uh-huh.
arrive within 3 minutes. I will then
Uh-huh.
make my way to Del Playa, splattering as many of my enemies as I can with the SUV, and shooting anyone I don't splatter. I can
Cool.
only imagine how sweet it will be to ram the SUV into all of those groups of popular young people who have always witnessed walking
His
out in the middle of the
idea
night and killing
of, like,
everyone else.
his idea of
After
what
I
college
splatter
was
them, they will fully realize
was like that
once I reach
meme of the girls all looking at you with, like, holding glasses. Like, they're all holding their, like, their red cups, their drink cups, and they're all looking at you like... That was his idea of college. Oh, motherfucker. Jesus Christ, Venture Brothers didn't fuck up college this bad. Rusty Venture had like 5 friends. They played D&D. Brock just fucked women. He never saw him. He always just...
Del Playa Street, I will dump the bag of severed heads I had saved from my previous victims, proclaiming to everyone how much I've made them all suffer. Once they see
You
all of
know.
my friends' heads roll onto the street, everyone will fear me as the powerful god I am. I will then start massacring everyone on Del Playa Street. I will pull up next to a house party and fire bullets at everyone partying on the front yard. I will specifically target the good-looking people and all of the couples. After I have destroyed a house party, I will continue down Del Playa, destroying everything and everyone. When I see the first police car come to their rescue, I will drive away as fast as I can, shooting and ramming anyone in my path until I find a suitable place to finally end my life. To end my life, I will quickly swallow all of the Xanax and Vicodin pills I have left, along with an ample amount of hard liquor. Immediately after imbibing this mixture, I will shoot myself in the head with 2 of my handguns simultaneously. If the gunshots don't kill me, the deadly drug mixture eventually will. I will suffer being captured and sent to prison. Now obviously, Elliot kind of followed the plan here. He ended up killing more men than women, completely counter to what he was trying to do. And then when he was wounded by a police officer, he shot himself in the head once, giving up one final time.
Yeah.
I understand why this kid who was picked on in every school he ever went to wouldn't want to go to prison. It would have been a disaster. Like that time he went to the boys-only school to avoid women. Anyway, I think we'll be discussing this again, and I'm just going to call it a day here.
And I think I'll call it a day here too. We can listen to the end piece, but I mean, no one's really caring too much either way. I wanted to do this today because I wanted to get drunk and enjoy myself. Yesterday, conversation got heated and I didn't have a chance to get to enjoy myself. But I'm going to go now and, like I said, yeah, a bit of Metal Gear Solid lore. Hell yeah. See you all, I think Friday? I think tomorrow? Yay! Yeah, it's already Friday. So what does the schedule say? The schedule says... Oh, we're here on YouTube tomorrow for fucking Yakuza. The first time I ever play a Yakuza game. I am so pumped for that. Would have alcohol been good for that? No, I want... It's so crazy. I just want to be well fed, well hydrated, and let's fucking go. Yes! Alright, so that's that. This Sunday we have Magicus. And I believe that's it for the... Yeah. Magicus. Bearded Ramblings. 2015. Blue. Damn, just got home and cracked open a Bacardi Cherry Pepsi in the tub. Motherfucker. I can go, and you don't have to pay me a penny. You just have to tell me one thing. Is it a Bacardi and Coke? Or is it a Bacardi and Cherry Pepsi? Oh, okay. You know what, for you, I will fuck around with one more time for approximately, how about 15 minutes? How about 15 minutes? You know why? Because I'm drunk, and I have got nothing better to do but to do what I do when I'm drunk, which I keep as a very close guarded secret. I used to call Elf King... yeah, deal. I basically didn't ask you for anything. No, I'll do a fucking shot if you throw me some money. Otherwise, let's fucking go. But no, I used to call what I do when I get drunk on and just watch shit online, just Dylan time. I realized that Dylan time makes some people happy. We were watching, and you know what we can do? We'll watch the rest of it. We were listening to the rest of the Elliot Rodger stuff. Elliot Rodger, of course, went off and he went off to, I believe we were at part 7? Yeah. He went off to kill a bunch of people. And we read his manifesto leading up to it, which was just a series of him being an incel. Not just a incel, but the incel. And it was kind of fucking funny, kind of sad, kind of everything in between. I particularly liked the part where he went and got himself like, he saw a bunch of people who weren't as well dressed as him hanging out with attractive women. So he went and tried to push them off a fucking, like, ledge. And he was so weak that he failed, and they pushed him off the ledge, and he broke his leg. Like, that is just, yeah. As long as your back's holding them. My back is very good. Right now, even with the alcohol, I can feel a little bit of my sciatica coming in on my left arse. Going down my upper thigh, down to my knee. That is what a sciatica is. And it's gonna get worse. So I don't have much time for this world. But yes.
Hey everyone, my name's Walter, and we're back here once again with one final story about Elliot Rodger. Warning, this video is going to be discussing the murders from St. Elliot's Day of Retribution.
Alright, so this is 12 minutes. We can do this and the insane posts he put out afterwards. So, you know what? You're getting an extra half hour. Just because you showed up there, Billy Bubbly.
It might be a little less light to know this time.
Like, share, subscribe, and check out fucking Walter's channel.
So
The guy who's talking right now.
Deconstructor. I think it might take 2 episodes, but we'll see. If you haven't seen the rest of the series, I would suggest watching it. And
As for me, I'm going back to grinding.
So let's just begin with Elliot Rodger's Most Shameful Moments, Part 7. He gives us a pretty good intro. My mother told me that I can have 1 bottle of wine from her pantry while she was away. And on New Year's Eve, I chose
We already
the
listened to
best
this.
one in the lot, a fine
Alright.
vintage that I slowly sipped throughout the night as I stayed at my mother's house, all alone. I knew that other
Then we move right on down to the insane posts.
Hey everyone, my name's Walter, and we're back here to talk about a subject that I
This
haven't
is it.
covered in a long time.
The end of the playlist.
Elliot Rodger was the so-called virgin killer of Isla Vista, California.
Expedition yet? No, I have not.
All of his shameful moments, if you haven't seen it. But basically, Elliot was a spoiled.
I've mostly been doing this, the occasional
Well,
mission.
before that, he was just some dude making a total fool of himself on the internet with his incel posts. Let's just get started with the insane posts of Elliot Rodger. The source I'm using here is an old thread from something.
I found platinum can make nanites, but at a really low rate. Like, Jesus Christ.
It's fake.
This,
Guy is
however,
probably friend
makes
zone
some good
loser She's
nanites.
using as a guide during her trip to Korea. Tiger, stop linking fake pictures of white girls with Asian men. Any Asian man can pay a white hooker to take pictures with him and pretend she's his girlfriend. Full
True.
Asian men are disgustingly ugly, and white girls would never go.
Because that's what I do whenever I go to Asia.
So you lash out by linking these fake pictures. You even admit that you wish you were half white. You'll never be half white. And you'll never fulfill your dream of marrying a white woman. I suggest you jump off a bridge. It's not about the sex itself. It's about the validation. It's about knowing that women want you, and the feeling of self-worth that comes with it. He's better looking than any of those tall white men. It's shameful and despicable of him to settle for an ugly Asian girl when he should be trying to get a white girl. And Tiger, stop comparing yourself
The
to
thing
your Asian
is,
men.
he wasn't
You're full
unattractive,
Asian, you'll
and
never
he
look
was
good.
very
You are
wealthy.
full Asian, and therefore an ugly
There
piece
should have
of
been
shit.
no
How does that make you
problem.
feel?
None whatsoever. He made all the problems.
What? What? Are you telling me that an Asian boy snagged this blonde beauty while I'm struggling as an incel? No fucking way. Link the Tumblr.
Don't get me wrong, his
I'm going
parents,
to burst with rage.
particularly his dad, apparently
There is no
came
way
across
that
as
girl
a
likes
fucking
Asian
piece
men.
of shit,
Where's your
but
proof?
gee, and I mean, like,
The level of self-hatred is just crazy with this.
if I'm right,
You see, he's half British, so
not
he's better than any
Epstein.
full Asian, I guess. I
fucking,
usually say not to call anyone exotic, but Elliot had kind of a weird idea that he was exotic. And mostly he just hated all other men. At least anyone who
producer
wasn't
who,
By the way, all these posts so far were from PUAHate.com, an early incel
the
site
fat
that
producer
convinces
who, in Lord of the
What are
Rings,
you
the
doing in this
orc,
forum? Do you just
general
come here to
was
brag to us
based
surrounding
off.
incels of your sexual exploits? Get the hell out
Weinstein,
of here, you
Weinstein.
wicked bully.
Like, he was apparently
You are
friends with
despicable,
Weinstein.
Loki. You come here to brag to virgins about the girls you've been with, and you're probably lying too. The problem is that women's sexual attractions are flawed. They're attracted to degenerate, stupid, violent men.
Like, don't get me wrong, like,
This one really
Elliot
got
came
me
from a
because
very
Elliot
bad
had
place,
gone on a shooting
but at the
spree
exact same
and was
time,
violent.
if
Not to
he
mention
wanted
what
to
he
get
did
laid, he could
I
have.
drove through the area near my college. and
He
saw some
wanted to
dudes with extremely
complain.
raging
He
at
wanted
us.
it to be given
I
to
passed by this
him.
restaurant and I saw
Like,
this
he
black
goes
guy
into his
playing with toy
bedroom
hot
and it's
plate.
there like a
He
fucking
even
new
looked
puppy.
Then later on in the day, I was shopping at Trader Joe's, and I saw an Indian guy with 2 above-average white girls. What
Abo-
rage-inducing sights did you guys see today? Don't you just hate seeing these things when you go out? It just makes you...
But I
want
also
to
don't think his dad comprehended just how fucked up
You pathetic
Elliot
loser.
was.
How dare you insult my family? Skip to 31:30 in this video, and you'll see me walking the red carpet at the Hunger Games premiere with my high-status father and stepmom.
Which, interestingly enough, gives him a connection to Charlie, Penguin Z.
Mentally ill degenerate.
Charlie was an extra in a unused scene of the third film.
Goodbye.
Boop.
Hey, that's Mr. Disgusting Mentally Ill Degenerate who takes pleasure in putting down others to you. But it really sounds like he's describing himself there, too. If you're not a virgin, you shouldn't be on this forum. How dare you come here and brag about your sex life to us incels? It's like going to a starving man and bragging about the feast you just ate. It is a putrid pit of despair. But it does give a view of what the world is really like.
Yeah, what monsters!
And the evils of a feminist society.
Hey, just so you know, virgins, you'll find somebody eventually. Things will get better. What a horrible person! I hope you die.
It's so bizarre to me how he says males instead of men, but not females instead of women. The
Yeah.
opposite of what we usually see. But Elliot had an uncommon amount of hate and jealousy for other men. But goddamn, look at these posts about women. No, no, no. If we can't solve our problems, we must destroy our problems. Running away from your problems is the most pathetic thing to do. Don't run away
But
from
you
your problems.
always
Run
run
right
away
up to
from
them
your
and shadow them.
problems there.
If all incels were to start getting sedated by lucid dreaming, incels will become docile. There will be no revolution. That is a very dark future.
Oh, you didn't know that! Hold on.
One day, incels will realize their true strength in numbers and will overthrow this oppressive feminist system. Start envisioning a world where women feel...
Yes, a feminist system. A place where women can no longer fucking have abortions. Hell yeah, America. Yeah, Harvey Weinstein, Orc General. Here. It's an odd response, okay. Boop, 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 boop. There. There's a reason he looks like that. Garthog, or whatever the hell the character's name was in the third film. Jackson did not like the constant overhang of the studio. So, and there were already stories being put out about a certain producer that had some really fucking negative facts about him. That, he went and he made Gothog or whatever to look a little much like Harvey Weinstein.
fear you. Yeah, that was his goal, to make women scared. He did a terrible job at it. He was just killing random people.
He really did, like...
Don't you want to punish women for rejecting you?
Hell,
Why
that
settle for dreaming?
crazy motherfucker who killed all those kids, he wanted to kill Catholics.
They want
Well,
incels out of the way.
I'm not going to praise him for it, but I will say he did a better job.
Along with the alphas that women go for. Once that is done, lucid dream all you want. You remind me of a slave who willingly accepts his fate rather than escaping and strangling his master. Your weakness disgusts me. Having the will to fight against those who would cause us misery is what separates the strong from the weak. The world is this way because you allow it to be. This is why feminism must be destroyed. Humanity is devolving into primitive animals. It must be accepted.
We are devolving into primitive animals. There's no way around it.
Brutality. The problem is
We probably
They're primitive in
peaked.
nature and capable of taking
That's where we
If we are
failed.
allowed to choose who to breed with, humanity will never advance.
And-
Look at civilizations over 100 years ago. In a way, they were much more civilized, simply because women were restricted and controlled.
It was called the Victorian era.
Eventually, these frustrated men won't be able to.
And she only thought that women needed to be prudish because babies would be the result. Until she found out, much to her horror, that condoms existed.
Elliot, of course,
Her doctor, by the way, his excuse back was, I couldn't tell your majesty about condoms because then we wouldn't have a successor.
This is less crazy than the final version of his plan, though. The average
She got very angry after that fact.
Very unsettling. This post is such a good representation for everything in Elliot's life. He couldn't help but constantly compare.
Because after she had sex, she realized sex is really nice.
That to the bodybuilding for him, so a lot of people would make fun of his height and weight.
And she loved
Seriously, today at my college, I saw this short, ugly Indian guy driving a Honda Civic.
She loved
and
her,
he had a blonde girl in the
husband.
passenger seat. What on earth is up with that? I would climb Mount Everest 10 times.
So that also helped.
I drive a BMW coupe and have struggled all my life to get a girlfriend. What's wrong with this world? Does anyone else get disturbed and offended when you see sights like this? Someone make sense of this ridiculousness. You're just jealous of my beautiful eyes and cheekbones. My parents discovered the videos, so I temporarily took them down. They will be back up in a few days, along with more videos I've filmed. Well, I find it unjust that a white girl would choose him over me. I'm trying to convince myself that they were just friends or something, so that I can actually get some sleep tonight. Even if they were just friends, it still pisses me off that she is his friend and not mine. It is so shameful.
He has no concept of linear time, that things happened before he
I'm not
arrived.
sure how he would do with a female friend. The only time he had one was when he was a very small child. My reaction to seeing a young couple at the beach, envy. I express my emotions about seeing a young couple kissing at the beach, envy. This is the reason we do what we do, to prevent this shit. Couldn't experience it because he didn't learn to attract women. He should have gone to our website and got our personal dating coaching, or purchased one of our products. If anyone else needs help, contact us. Don't do anything stupid. Wow, this dating coach account is almost as cringy as Elliot.
Right?
Please never pay anyone for this kind of crap.
Do not pay for dating. I've met some female dating coaches.
But I don't look I thank the
No.
heavens for that every day. Asians envy me. I don't know how to tell Elliot this, but he definitely looks Asian to me. I don't have any problem with that, but he sure did.
Yeah, he did. He wouldn't shut up about it.
Dad handed everything to me on a silver platter, except for pussy. In this tragic Santa Barbara killing, nobody is talking about all the innocent men. This is what we mean by liberal media bias. Yeah, I think that might have to do with the fact that he wrote an entire 137-page manifesto about how much he hates women. He just didn't do the best job at killing them. That's the problem with women. They are attracted to the worst kinds of men. They all have some sort of mental illness. Well, girls, keep that in mind the next time you friend zone somebody. At this point, the thread got a hold of my twisted world, but I've already read most of the best moments for YouTube. I began a daily routine of walking to Barnes & Noble in Calabasas every day, where I would spend hours reading books that range from biographies of powerful leaders, histories of significant periods, self-help books,
Reading.
philosophy and psychology texts.
I'd love the idea of him reading all of
I sometimes
this.
even spent entire days there, from the time it opened to the time it closed. In the
I'm
afternoon,
currently doing a
when I
Harvard
was
thing.
reading, I
Thank you,
sometimes saw young
Chesh, for
couples
getting me
strolling
onto
through the
that.
Sometimes they would even sit on the reading chairs, kissing
And
fondling
each
each
video was like
Whenever I saw this,
3-5 minutes, but they add together to be a massive amount of time.
The occasional couple.
So I'm there about 3 times a
It
week.
was the most beneficial thing for me to do at that moment.
It's on the Chinese.
He cried in the bathroom of a Barnes & Noble because he saw a couple make out.
Yep.
Barnes & Noble bathroom. All is quiet, but the horrible emotions roiling inside me clash and erupt like a great storm.
Like a
Like a storm
great
damages
storm.
landed
Doesn't
foot.
sound that
The storm of
great.
fury
Sounds
wrapped
pretty
me
shit,
with fear.
actually.
And yet, with the power of my superior mind, I quell the storm with dexterous focus. The storm of fury eases and is banished down to the core of my heart. The storm is gone, but the scar remains, as they always do. It obviously took absolutely nothing to traumatize this guy. He just had to see an attractive woman, basically. I wasn't racist. I mentioned his race to make a point. LOL. In all seriousness, you sound creepy and so insecure. Have you always been like that? Well, it makes a good point. It's been my life's struggle to get a beautiful white girl, while that guy seemed to get one to hang out with him easily, despite having a worse car and being less white than me. I deserve her more. She should be in my passenger seat. Yeah, I'm not racist. I just think I deserve her more because I'm half white, that's all. Sure. It feels so unreal, reading his bodybuilding forum comments. It looks so fake. Like it's somebody imitating Elliot, but it's really him. He really seemed like someone out of a cliche story, an imitation of creepy movie characters. Really sad, actually.
Yeah, that was the thing. He was the default, so people kind of are like, oh, come on, he sounds like a stereotypical incel. This is what incel is!
Fighting
Yes!
for supermodels instead of some nice normal girl, his total racism, his belief that women should throw themselves at him simply because he existed, are to blame for everything he did. Women didn't like him because he was a fucking creep, and he refused to stop doing creepy things. Full stop. OP, after watching your other vids, I am convinced you're an amazing troll. Yeah, he sure wasn't a troll, it turns out.
Yeah.
I laugh at those two losers in this thread who called me an average-looking manlet. It's so ridiculous that I'm laughing.
He wasn't a man. He was kind of a manlet, but he was not average looking.
Exotic gem among thousands of rocks.
That is the thing. You look at all these black pillars, these incellers, they're not ugly.
Better looking than you. And you
It's
know
just...
it. Yes, he calls himself fabulous and exotic. I think it's other people who get to decide if you're those things, Elliot.
True.
I don't personally...
I go to
average people to be
fucking
an
Canada
insult.
and I am exotic.
That he just had
That's just the way it
Anyway, I
goes.
think
The
that's
same
about
worse
the time I have for
happens in
Thanks for
reverse.
watching, everyone. If you like the video, please give it a like. If you have
Anyway,
something to say about St. Elliot or my content in general, let me hear it in the comments. I'll be reading them while the video's new.
that's
If you're
Walter.
new here, consider subscribing for more of the same and Reddit content. Big thanks also to my awesome patrons who give me money directly every month. It really helps out. I'll be shouting them out soon. So I came across Elliot's journal while making this video. I'm not sure what's in it, but let me know if you'd like me to read it soon here.
Probably
Have a
will.
great day, everyone. And try not to blame
this-
too many of your problems on women.
But this is the end of that playlist. So let's just get back up here. Billy Boy, this is the character that I will be doing next time we do the big goddamn stream next month. I play it on and off, and I'm planning to add him into the Empire of Dirt. Well, him. It. It is an it. But, yeah. I think I'm gonna fly back to the base, and then now I will end. I'm gonna spend the rest of the evening probably listening to Warhammer music, playing Paradox games, and you know, vibing. A man is allowed to vibe. You have to. Meh. There we go. And we'd be crazy not to do this. Wap, wap, wap. So, I've learned today that platinum can produce nanites, as well as that plub stuff. However, and I cannot stress this enough, both of which are kinda hard to get. So, your boy has to now think about other ways. The most obvious being quests, or going on with the main storyline and unlocking higher tier shit. That was kind of the thing I was doing, because once I found out the goop produced nanites, I was on board. But then I found out the goop nanites was not that quick, because there was at least 2 other materials floating about that will also produce large quantity of nanites. However, nanites can also be gained through missions and apparently salvage. I was not prepped for that. Pirate controlled system. Yeah, I think if you scroll up, I've already been told that one. That means I'll be attacked really quickly, right? Oh no, why did I... Oh, that's fine. That's a useful little feature. Alright, once this process is over, no new videos, no new music. Except to say go and watch, or rather listen to Billy's new stuff. Billy the Fridge's song, what's that, like 80s theme? Buddy Boy Blue, that's something I think you'll get behind. As a fellow dinosaur, oh wait, whoop, 12, alright. Well, if nothing else, you now know today what I can produce. I can do that. And I should really look tomorrow into making some solar panels. I'll start with some batteries, and then... yeah, I got battery right there. Magnetic ferrite. Oh, great. Magnetized ferrite. Great. Yeah, I also got to do the other two. Sells regular good, then sells them to the upgrade guide, the same station. Alright, I know that part of the routine. If nothing else. Well, you don't mean Joe Wisdom, do you? He's not even online anymore. More likely to get Jeff on. Because we are getting, oh yeah, what's this about? Ooh. Ooh. We are getting pretty soon, wait, really? Only 20? 22? Still, that's pretty low. It's been... whatever. Yeah, I'll mass produce these. I'll go to an outlaw system. I even have the package missions there. I didn't realize that they were so goddamn powerful. But didn't he have P for Pimp? Yeah, he did. He told he said that after Pimp's dad died, that Pimp's dad, it's good that he died. And there was no joke to it. He was just having a fucking spat. It's actually why Joe didn't really show back up after the fact, and why Pimp didn't either. Like, it was a sign of the decline of the DP verse. Like, Joe doesn't do anything anymore. Joe focuses on whatever he does for a living. I think he works at Denny's, and he's also a masseuse. and looks after his kid. That's it. That's what from Billy. That's what I know Joe does. But as far as I'm aware, Joe doesn't show up. He might show up in the background of like a Billy's stream or something, but you know what? We're better off. We're better off in a post-Joe world. But yeah, him and Pimp. Pimp wanted to kill him. And good. I wanted to kill him. I wanted to kill Joe for a while. I wanted to kill him for my own personal reasons. And then that was just extra icing. Simply put, he didn't make many friends. Like, he's a bit of a scumbag. Oh, he said this about Onision. Yeah, he didn't slam Onision's head against the wall, did he? That would have gotten more fucking respect. They didn't. He played him up as a lol. Well, anyone can play him up as a lol. Billy plays him up as a lol. And I think that's actually why he did it, too. It's all kayfabe. It's all clout. And that is not something I'm on board with anymore. When someone wants to say their fucking piece, they better fucking say it. Not afterwards be like, oh man, I thought this was wrestling. No, you didn't. You just thought you could throw away with a few fucking slurs. Boop. Alright. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. We got plenty of ammo for, as you can see here, I have an ion blaster. Mark 12. I've upgraded the shit out of it to the point where it's no longer working. Alright. Alright, that's fine. But after, just so you know how little Pitmonk actually cared about Joe, after he died, I was talking to Raisin and Red, two people who were very close to the man. And he just said, who? Oh, Joe. Yeah, no. No, whatever. He did a very smart thing and just sort of moved on. Speaking of moving on, I think we've hit our wall. We could keep listening to shit and whatever, but I want to keep, like I said, I want to end the rest of my evening doing my drunk things, so I will. Also, a part of me was wondering if we were going to see any update for the Charlie Kirk thing, but all we know is that we have an image of the person who might be the Charlie Kirk killer. So, yeah. I'm going to quit the desktop. And I'm going to tell you guys that tomorrow, well, technically today, it's 1 o'clock in the morning, we will be back here for Yakuza. I mean, at most, maybe Saturday, but I don't, unless I wake up with an explosive hangover, that's not happening. If I do wake up with an explosive hangover, that is totally happening. But yeah, I've never played a Yakuza game before. I've been told it's like if you take GTA and then make it Japanese and then make it full of 50 minigames. And then you can do that. But yeah, it's Yakuza Kiwami. I got it on sale. I don't know. But we'll see. I've got good feelings about it. I will be playing more No Man's Sky next week as a part of the Empire of Dirt series. Speaking of, you'll see another Empire of Dirt series uploaded. Actually, I'll probably upload it after this is done, or if not, then early tomorrow. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you other than I'm giving you content. So be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And check out the Discord and the Blue Sky. And follow me on Twitch, where I can do the Twitch stuff. And, now fuck off. I wanna do my own drunk. My own drunk. Which involves a whole lot of looking at girls on Tinder. Because that's the best time to do a Tinder. Don't do Tinder while you're drunk. Do Tinder when you're stoned. So you can ask some crazy questions. Like, would you really care if you wake up the next morning if you have 10 extra toes? Hell of an opener. You'll know who you're dealing with really quickly.